My lovely, lovely imps. How? Ooh. Oh, I blew out my own ear. What the hell's going on here? Woo. Oh, it's because I left the fan on? And it's because I have my gain turned up. I blew up my own ear. Ow. My lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Palm Dad, Joey Ravioli, Susie Clem says BLM, Gayfish. Is it all gained out? Is it really super loud or does it sound okay? Devil Atelier, Ex Oblivion, Do Boots. Susie Clem says BLM. I'm peeking. Why can't I have one day of goddamn normal gain? What the fuck is going on? I hate it. It's pretty bad. It's crunchy. It sounds super blown out. I turned down the gain just now. It's so ridiculous. I turn down the gain one day. I turn it up another day. Something messes with my gain and it drives me crazy. Okay, I'm glad that I sound better now. VCCTV Panic Stasis. Long time no see. Good to see you back in chat. Xerox 13ster, Uncle Gumbald, XLR, Felson, Forma, Fortnite. Put the screw in the tuna. Light Rays, Manic Jack, Jessica Metal, Q-Berry, Shortcake. Marceline Flowers, President Parakeet, Skeptical Squid, Somniostatic, Baphomet. Ashmar, Shrazly, Ugly Pie, Silent. The one and only. Possum, Gabrielle Thingy, Bluestone. Grouchy Ash, Undead Collective, Aardvark, JS Masochist, and from the YouTube chat we have Eddie Spencer, Ryan Phoenix, Lauren Walker, Lyke Keens, Papa Brenown, Trickster Jackal, Luscious Lucia, Hermit, Stargazing Star, Lucid Burgundy, Alexander V, Leith, Dustin Conklin, Boink, Papa Brenown, Falmer Flamingo, Coin Silver. My goodness, Rose ACAB. My goodness, we have a lot of new people here today. That has been an ongoing trend. We're gonna chill as we usually do in our little opening segment here. Infernatrix Sophia. Jade Monkey and Palm Dad. I don't know if I called you already. All right, Nizrathi. We've been having a lot of new people lately, which is awesome to hear and see. By the way, if you are here, please smack that like button. We have already almost 200 people here, which is very good, but we need 200 likes because if we get 200 likes in the first 10 minutes of stream, it almost always doubles and gets us 400 people, which then will get us more. And lately we've been seeing more and more people tuning in for the streams. And what's super exciting too is that more and more people have been staying for my gaming content, which real quick everybody, if you're one of the gaming content viewers, sound off in chat right now. Give me a hypers, give me an emoji if you've been having a crazy good amount of fun in our gaming streams, because I feel like the Dark Souls gaming streams have been literally next level. Like I think they've been some of the best stuff I've been doing. Look at that. Look at this. Look at how many people have decided to come and check out the gaming streams that I do usually after politics. A lot of people like tune out because their brains are stuck on politics and they pop off. They're like, ah, whatever, gaming, whatever. But and then they miss out how fun the gaming streams are. And I've been encouraging a lot of people, and I'm gonna do it again today later in the stream when we have more viewers, to check out and stay around for the gaming stuff. And people end up loving it because I think I'm not to, as I keep saying, not to blast my own horn, but I think I'm really good at gaming content. And I want more and more people to get to enjoy that because then they get to see another thing that I'm really good at. So yeah, look at that. Look at how many people have been having fun. Comboed without any prompt. Yeah, 26 combo just from pure excitement for the gaming streams. No coordination. I just said, hit me with the hypers and we got a 26 combo. That just shows you how much the love really is. Panic Stasis with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Manic Jack with the unbelievably generous tier 3 sub. Oh my God. Love and solidarity, comrades. Imps, squids, and vimps will make it work. Yes, we will. Yes, we absolutely will. We have a bunch of stuff to talk about today. A ton of stuff, actually. But we're gonna warm up as usual. And in that time, I want to talk about a couple of little fun things. First off, Naomi Chance, thank you for renewing your membership as a YouTube imp. Thank you so much. Baphomet says the Israel-Palestine stuff is very important, but also very exhausting and depressing. Well, I think today will serve as at least some level of catharsis. Trust me. Oh, Fortnite, I'm glad that you said that. Don't worry, you can trust me. I think today's stream will give you some catharsis. I hope so, at least a little bit. I know there's not that much catharsis to be had in a situation like this, but I have been thinking about a lot of things, and I have a lot of things I want to say, and we're gonna do that when we get into today's first segment. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Hassan a little bit too. Yeah. Also, I've been deliberately trying to do a good chunk of gaming content in my last 2 streams because talking about this stuff has been incredibly stressful. Yeah. Ugly Pie with the tier 2 sub says, may a humble imp request a highly prized Alex Jones impression from the Queen of Hell. You're asking me you wanted Alex Jones. Hold on, let me see if I can get my voice right into it. You're telling me right now that you're asking the Queen of Hell for an Alex Jones impression. You're looking for some goblins right now? Is that what you're looking for? You're telling me this. Excuse me, sorry, let me get some water real quick. Hillary Clinton is literally fucking goblins right now. While you're sitting here throwing money at Demon Mama, Hillary Clinton is out there fucking goblins. And what are you doing? You're supporting me in the fight against Hillary Clinton fucking goblins. Just kidding, I would never fight against anyone fucking goblins, okay? Let me get some, yeah, I need to have a stack of papers that I go through like a boomer. They just have pictures on them. They don't actually have any words or anything. YouTube is freezing your stream on the website again. It's so fucking frustrating. Okay, if you're having issues with with YouTube freezing on the website, clear your cookies and log back in on the website. The website has been updated, and it's possible that since the last update was applied, that there's some sort of a corrupt thing. If you ever have that issue, try that. Yeah. Dark Morgwin with the $6.66. As a person who doesn't have many friends, I'm glad to say I made a real connection with somebody from work. That is amazing. That is really cool, actually. Congratulations. I always support that. Making good connections is wonderful. Do goblins really count as monster kink? Do goblins really count as monsters? I feel like goblins are so humanoid. Like, I've met goblins in the real world. Like, I've met people who would meet the definition of most of like goblins. So like, I don't know if they really count as like a monster. Yeah. Same thing with vampires. Like okay, some vampires, the like Nosferatu type vampires, where they literally turn into like a vampire bat with the turned up nose, and they go, eh, and they have like big claws. They turn into like almost more like a werewolf. Like those types definitely qualify. But yeah. Yeah, hard to say. Yeah, like man bat. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. But like, I don't know if you can qualify like a standard, you know, Dracula, like he just has fancy hair and goes, yes, I wish to drink your blood, and has little sharp teeth. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Usually when I think of monsters, I think of like much more drastic and dramatic features. I think of like people who want, okay, here's an example of a monster fucker. When I think of that, I think of somebody who wants to get fucked by like the Taurus demon from Dark Souls. You know? Yeah. Or yeah, Sully counts. Sully from Monsters, Inc. absolutely counts. Absolutely. Absolutely. He turns into an actual bat? Okay, maybe. But is it a big bat? Is it like a big bat monster? See, that's the thing. The monster part is key. Aardvark with the tier 1 subset. I want to say I love your theism take. Oh, I'm sorry that you I'm sorry you had to donate when I was about something serious, when I was talking about something goofy, but thank you. I want to say I love your theism takes. I was also raised in the Calvary Chapel cult, so your commentary hits particularly close to home. Hey, as a fellow escapee of the Calvary Chapel cult, you will always have solidarity here on this channel. I'm really happy that you were able to find value in that, and I will continue to put that out there. Not to pivot from a very goofy topic to a somewhat serious one, but I consistently receive emails and very, very thankful messages about my videos talking about my experience in the cult. So I'm still currently working on putting together my part 2, my spiritual deconstruction 2.0, where I'm going to talk about all this stuff over again. Some new things, some old things, and but I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. We still need to do the Monster Hunter Smash or Pass. It's been 2 years. Ooh, you're right. I haven't done that. Okay, Rhodes, I see. One of my friends is all about mind flayers. She gets offended when you call them mind flayers instead of illithids. Well, illithids is a way cooler name than mind flayer. Do death claws count? Absolutely. Absolutely. Eddie says, "Oh my God, Calvary Chapel. If it weren't for one of my pastors murdering their wife, we would be a part of them. We went to one of their absurd churches a long time ago. Damn." Sock Done Left says, "I click on stream, I instantly hear Demon Mama deciding which monsters to fuck." That's what you come here for. By the way, Sock Done Left, I am very interested in hearing your opinions on the stuff I'm going to talk about in a little bit. You're actually, I was gonna shout you out today, by the way, Sock Done Left. So you should feel good about yourself, because you were one of the people I was gonna shout out, and will. Yeah. Okay, yeah, see, this definitely qualifies as monster territory right here. Like, I think this is sufficiently, this is like, they're fully monsterfied, okay? This isn't just like a sexy guy in a fancy outfit with tiny, slightly pointed teeth. This is like extremely distorted, no longer fully human features, huge leathery wings and claws. That's monster. That's monster time. I do think that this is, you know, this is like the lower end of what qualifies as like a monster boinker, okay? Do mermaids count as monsters? I don't think so. Some, I suppose, could. There are some renditions of mermaids that are scary, but most mermaids are just a lady with a fishtail. And I don't know about that. Am I gatekeeping monstrosity? No, it's just, there's, like, you can talk about, I mean, okay, if we want to be super broad with monstrosity, then okay, then I guess monster fuckers is anybody who wants to fuck like I don't know, Gaddafi or Adolf Hitler or something, right? Like, if we're like, I don't feel like that's what it means to be a monster fucker anymore. Right? Like, we're kind of I don't know. Yeah. I'm not trying to say there's like a super strict line. I'm not like super gatekeepy about this, but I feel like you're stretching it. Like, the line between, I feel like monster fuckery should be a very distinct category from like hybristophilia, okay? Like, hybristophilia is, I want to fuck Hannibal from the hit TV show, which, you know, is just why am I blanking on his name? You know who I'm talking about. It is just a sexy man who also does monstrous things. He's not actually a monster. Whereas Mads Mikkelsen, thank you. I don't know why I was blanking on his brain. On his name, on my brain. Wow, my whole brain is cooked. Oh man, this is so bad. This is so bad. My brain is exploding. Do you think you're making a distinction between monster and monster girls? Okay, but monster girls is like an anime girl with horns on. Like if the, like I count right now, I count as a monster girl. By when people say monster girls, this is what they mean. I have horns on right now. I'm a monster girl now. Which is like, okay, fine. But at the same time, like I think when somebody says I'm a monster fucker, okay, I think what they mean is something far more intense, okay? They're thinking like I want to be torn in half by a you know, like a 20-foot long dragon or something like that, or like or like a human-sized crystal lizard that like, look at my crystal lizard, by the way, isn't it cute? That like crushes you and goes and like it puts your whole head in its mouth or something. What's this? Let's look at this. No, this is, see, okay, all right. Here we go. Like this is sufficient. Oh, I can't really show this, can I? This is pushing it, but okay, this one here, this version of Deviljo Gijinka is pretty monstrous. Like it's still, it's like I said, it's on the lower end. It's still got a lot of human features, but yeah. Devil Joe. Anyway, where did I get this crystal lizard from? I'm trying to remember where I got this from, but it was like a licensed FromSoft crystal lizard, and it used to have a light in it, but the battery went out, and it's a lot of work to replace the battery because it's a little watch battery, so I haven't replaced it. Look, I tore him in half, but yeah, he's really cute and I love him and I've had him for a long time. And currently he's stacked on top of my copies of Berserk. Okay, so to pivot away from the topic for a little bit to something a little more, a little bit less demonetizing my channel. What the fuck was that? Oh my God, my street has been so ridiculous today. There's been a bunch of shit going on outside, including someone fucking blasting down at like 80 miles an hour, squealing their tires. Oh my God. Yeah, maybe the monster fuckers are after me. Bring it. I'll beat you. Oh, this isn't even close to my limits. It's just the limits of my, it's just my, the limits of what I can talk about on stream without getting completely demonetized, but it's already too late for that. You've already done that. Does Vicar Amelia count? Yes, absolutely. Okay, if I even search Vicar Amelia, I know for a fact that even Google will bring up not safe for work images. Oh, they already are. But absolutely, Vicar Amelia counts. Like, okay, let's take a look at this real quick, okay? Can we just, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Monstrous, okay? Monstrous, okay? You see? You see what I'm talking about here? Very monstrous. Like 20 feet tall, huge hands that can grab your whole body. That's usually what I think of, okay? Oh wait, I think I missed the link there. We reached 200 likes. Yes! By the way, look at that. We reached 200 likes in time for there to be 350 people here. So if 350 people like it, it follows that nearly 450 or more or whatever, I can't do the math, that many more people will come. Where's the link? Where's the link there, Posadas John? Okay, that's pretty monstrous. That's pretty monstrous, Undead Collective. Yeah, I would think that. Ah, yes, our daily clips. Thank you. Oh man, nobody's gonna move on from this topic because all of you are monster fuckers. I should have known this, but bringing it up at all means we're never gonna get out of this topic. It's gonna be impossible for us to escape this. It's like a black hole. Because enough imps will pile onto it that it will forever keep, the chat is just gonna keep going back to it forever. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I know my audience. Hey, Merrick, great timing. Great timing, Merrick. Oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely monster category. Absolutely monster category. See, just scary. Oh. Merrick says, well, haha, what topic am I walking into? You've walked into the monster appreciation topic. We're still warming up. I haven't even begun yelling about the things that I'm actually angry about today. I'm trying desperately to lower the amount of I don't know. Oh my God, really? They did this? Oh, that's shameless. Oh, that's just shameless. On the literal first page of results on Google, there is just a custom-made 3D model for 3D printing giant-titted Vicar Amelia. Oh yeah, that's, see, Dizzy, that's one. That's definitely monster territory. This is gonna be Demon Mama's stream today. What is this?
Got an email from somebody the other day. Said you can't talk about politics on the channel unless you sing about them first. Wow. Got me thinking maybe I should just do a song that has all the things I might ever talk about on the channel, so I never piss this person off again. Politics, penises, capitalism, more penises, equal rights for all, unequal penises for me. And if you don't like what you are hearing, well, I guess you can just unsubscribe. Kids' rights are human rights. I love to couple dicks. Their dress sucks, sweaty donkey nuts. All the cheese.
This is so accurate. Okay, this is so accurate to my channel. I feel like I need to go check out this guy's channel now. Because I feel like we probably, oh. Okay, so he mostly doesn't, oh, he talks about lots of music stuff. Okay, so maybe we have less, well, maybe we have more overlap than I would have thought just looking at it. Damn, that is so accurate. It's so true. People come into my my chat and they go, "Oh my God, your topic says that you're going to be yelling at the online left about Israel Palestine," and then they come in and we're debating whether or not we're debating the merits between classic Dracula versus Vicar Amelia, as whether those qualify as monster fuckery or not. My goodness, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh boy, here we go. We got a fucking, oh boy. We got a me clip. To be torn in half by a, you know, like a 20-foot long dragon. Or I want to be torn. True! Accurate! Come on, you're telling me you're gonna say no? You're telling me you're gonna say no? By the way, thank you, Mithril, for the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Looked on the website that sells a crystal lizard nightlight, and now I see they have a Solaire shower curtain. I'm doomed. Based. Based. Good luck on getting your amazing Solaire shower curtain. Ron's KFC with the $20. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I caught Saw X yesterday at the series. Saw X yesterday at the theater. Classic but bloody gore. You will not be disappointed. I know there's a lot of people who are like fans of the Saw series. I've only seen one of the Saw movies and I wasn't a huge fan of it, but I wonder if I went back and watched them if I would like them more. Yes, Sock Done Left. Sock Done Left says, surely Demon Mama means torn apart by their huge dragon claws. Nothing further degenerate than that. Yes, indeed. I told you, we're never gonna get off this topic. We're trapped. Oof, that sounds painful, skeptical squid. This is literally me right now. What is this? What is this?
Well, this is the first boss employee outing.
He sponsored the show. Move on. Move on.
Move on.
Move on.
Well. Oh, he's leaving. Oh, he's this pussy. Look at this fucking pussy walking out. Taking his beer to the bathroom. Disgusting. You're gonna piss in that fucking can. Fill it back up. Come back. Look at this pussy. I've never seen somebody walk out like this. Look at this. Should I go to the bathroom right now? Should I get an extension cord? Can you imagine? I take a full extension cord to the bathroom. You think I'm done? This isn't over. I've never had
October 10th or 11th, whatever that first.
back in the seat. You thought I was done. Look, they wanted this. They all wanted this. You had to leave.
Yes, finish the
Did
fight.
I offend you? Oh, he's leaving again. He can't handle it.
Oh man, worst look on the planet is to be a heckler and then retreat when you start getting roasted. If first of all, don't be a heckler. If you're gonna be a heckler, you at the very least need to be able to take the heat. But don't be a heckler, okay? Damn, that is incredible. Also, yes, I will say that I have certainly had some moments in the history of this channel where it has gone exactly like that, where there has been no there's been no mercy for certain types of hecklers, no doubt. No, Grime Dango, please stay alive. Yeah, of course we could do the classic clip, but oh yeah, that definitely qualifies, Posadas John. I just got your DM. Posadas John, that definitely qualifies. Yep, that qualifies. At least by my measures. Not using Twitter is such a W. Oh, we're gonna talk about that. Oh, we're totally gonna talk about that. Oh my God. Okay, but I wanna talk about something else, everybody, okay? I wanna pivot from explicitly talking about fucking monsters to implicitly talking about fucking monsters, because thanks to playing Dark Souls on stream and my never-ending love of Dark Souls and the fact that I am currently reading through Berserk, I have been incapacitatively addicted to playing Dark Souls. So I decided to play Dark Souls Remastered on my own time. I'm gonna talk about Berserk 2 before we get into the segments, but first I have to talk about Dark Souls Remastered. And I've been playing Dark Souls Remastered. I did a different build. I did a Greatsword of Artorias build, which you might think is similar to the build that we're playing on stream right now, but let me tell you, it is not. It is not similar, okay? They both use big swords, but the Greatsword of Artorias requires you to invest 20 points in faith, 20 points in int, 25 points or 24 points in strength, and 18 points in dexterity, which means that you have the strangest stat mix completely like ever, okay? And my goodness, it is a really good sword, but it is a very weird build to play. It has been very strange. It is a balanced build, as they call it, where you need to put a little bit of stats into basically everything. It's very strange. But I've been having a good time with it. But there's something strange that I need to talk about the Dark Souls remaster, which is, what did they do to Sif? Why did they Cheemsify Sif? Great Wolf Sif has been Cheemsified. He looks so weird. And when I fought him, I just started laughing immediately because he looks completely different. Look at this shit. Look at him. Hold on, I gotta get the image that I'm talking about. They Cheemsed him. He's been Cheemsed. Look at this. They did. Sif is a girl? Really? Is that true? I didn't know that. Oh, shut up. Is that true? Where do you see that? Why you all don't know how to have any fun? I'm talking about the fact that they Cheemsified Sif and you're over here fucking pronoun policing me. Look at this. Why? Why Cheems? And if you don't know what Cheems is, let me just show you, okay? Like, look at this. You're telling me that we don't got some overlap going on here? Look at this shit. It's like the same thing. And that's not even like, I mean, I'm just blown away, okay? Of course there's this version of the Cheems, which is like a little bit more famous perhaps. It's really weird too. And also, in the remaster, the Sif in the remaster, Sif is a different color. I'm trying to find I wonder if we can do a side-by-side color comparison, because the Great Gray Wolf isn't so gray anymore in the remaster. Yeah, here's the original. Wait, that's the original one? Wait a minute. No, I don't think that's the original. Okay. I'm trying to find a side-by-side comparison because it's shocking, all right? Yeah, the remaster has color issues. The remaster has huge color issues, okay? Ms. Melina with the 5 tier 1 subs, thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Okay, there's actually like a lot of weird things about the remaster that I don't like. The remaster isn't like ugly or anything like that, and honestly I think the hate that it gets is maybe a little bit overstated, but there is some stuff that looks really weird. Have you ever seen that image of like, okay, hold on, hold on, let me see if I can find this image. Yes, this is the one. Oh man, this is so good. Okay, right here, all right? Here we go. Oh man, it's so small. Why is it so tiny? I want the big one. Okay, here we go. This is the one. All right. This is the image right here, okay? It's the comparison between the remaster of Castlevania Symphony of the Night versus the original art on a CRT. Sharp pixels versus PS1 composite, okay? And so here's what the like sharp pixel HD remaster looks like, and this is what the like CRT one. And if you notice the way the CRT looks, when you look at it, you get a completely different version of this image. And even though it's like a little harder to see in some regards, like it's a little bit blurrier, the blur is used to the advantage of the art. You don't see it? You don't see the difference between this guy and this guy? Like, I don't know how to, like there's so many differences. In this one, he looks like he's like frowning and he has little pinprick red eyes. And in this one, he's like grinning and he has a little goatee type thing going on here and his eyes look like they're made of blood. It's a very, very different vibe. This one looks like he's like some kind of like, I don't know. The vibe is just very different, and they're like communicating different expressions as well. While this one, he looks like he's going like, in this one, he's like, huh. He's got like a smug thing, and the hair looks very, very different. So there's that effect going on with the remaster of Dark Souls as well, where in Dark Souls Remastered, a lot of the textures look sharper, and as a result, they look shittier somehow. This is especially notable when you first enter Firelink Shrine. When you first enter Firelink Shrine in the original Dark Souls, you get this idea in like Dark Souls Prepare to Die or whatever, you get this idea that it's like overgrown, that there's like stuff popping out at every corner, like there's like green fuzz. When you load into the remaster version of Firelink Shrine, it looks like there's like been green paint or very thin green moss on every rock. It doesn't look as overgrown because the textures have been sharpened, so it just kind of looks like they've been painted on with a like high quality image. It's very weird. And there's a lot of areas in the game that are like that, where like the textures are technically higher quality images, but they're not crafted with as much care, and as a result, the zone doesn't have the same it doesn't carry over the same mood. And it's funny because like I was like, damn, when you step into the remaster, the first thing you notice is that everything looks really sharp, which is good in some regards. A lot of people, like, I even joked about it when we started playing Dark Souls Prepare to Die, when on my playthrough, I joked about, it's like, yes, that nice Dark Souls 1 squish, where it kind of looks like everything's been like smudged a little bit. And you're kind of like, when you first enter Dark Souls 1, especially if you've been playing other games, like other newer games, you're kind of like, oh, why is this so kind of, it looks a little blurry. But then you realize that like that was being used to create a very specific effect, and that a lot of the zones have additional mood because they were made with that in mind. Yeah, it's exactly. Grime Dango says it's dreamy, like there's a small fog over the world. Yeah, and it's actually really effective at like making the world look a certain way. They crafted it with that in mind, and unfortunately in the remaster you lose that. And it also makes some things look really goofy. Like I pointed out, Sif looks like Cheems instead of looking like apparently she has fluffy hair. And it's yeah, it's very interesting. It's an interesting effect. That said, there are some quality of life changes in the remaster that I really appreciate. For example, in the remaster, you can use stacks of items. All at once, you can just shoot. You can, just like in the future games, you don't have to manually eat every single soul. You can just use the stack of items, which is really great. Also, you can turn off the jump button being bound to B in the remaster, which you can't do in Prepare to Die. Remember how much pain, some of you who didn't watch my gaming streams recently won't know the night that I had the worst time ever fighting against an incredibly easy boss. I was fighting against Gwendolyn, and I was having the worst time ever because there were two reasons for it. One of which was I kept messing up the jump. I kept accidentally jumping instead of dodge rolling, and it was killing me over and over and over again and driving me crazy. You can just turn off the jump button being bound to the same button as the dash button in the remaster, which is like, oh, thank fucking God. Also, I have to call some of you out, okay? Some of you so-called Dark Souls professionals in my chat, some of you out there who think you know everything about Dark Souls, you messed up. You goofed up, and you goofed up big time. You want to know how I know? Because none of you, in my last playthrough, the one that I've been doing on stream, none of you told me that you don't actually get trapped in Anor Londo. Everyone was like, oh, once you go into Anor Londo, you're gonna have to go get the Lord Vessel because you can't go back. And that is bullshit. There's a gargoyle who will take you back. There is a gargoyle that will fly you back to Sen's Fortress. Oh, now everybody's acting like, oh, I knew that. Oh, I definitely knew that. And yet at the time, we were sitting there going, oh man, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna deal with this problem? Shame on you. I didn't know it either. I had to be told. I got trolled. It's okay. It was fun anyway. Okay, that's the end of my Dark Souls remastered warm-up conversation. Now I want to talk about Berserk real quick, and then we're gonna get into the meat of the topics in a little bit. And then after we talk about this stuff, then I'll watch the meme stuff, and then we'll do some Dark Souls at the end. What chapter are you on? I am currently on, I can tell you right away what chapter I'm on. Hold on a second. The chapter that I'm on in Berserk, Departure for the Front. It's got this beautiful art of knights. And I'm really happy because my partner bought me 5 more volumes of the hardback for my birthday, which is incredibly, incredibly nice. My partner is a big fan of Berserk and wanted me to be able to read a whole bunch, so I got 5 more volumes coming for my birthday, which is really, really awesome and makes me really excited. Also, I found a local store that sells them for significantly cheaper than any other bookstore. So I'm gonna be able to probably, you know, slowly and surely build up my collection. It wasn't Doe, actually. It was my partner Gynotype. My birthday is later this month. I don't really like giving out my actual birthday, but it's an October birthday. And I'm very excited. I got a bad feeling about this Griffith fella. This beautiful, extremely painfully sexy Griffith fella. I got a bad feeling about him and his motivations. Something's telling me he's up to no good. Anyway, whatever could you mean? Wait, how early are you into it? I'm not that early. I'm 2 volumes in. So I have read the Black Swordsman arc. I've read the Golden Age, and now I'm into the parts where Griffith is like, it's all the court drama stuff. I'm in the Game of Thrones section. Yeah, he's just a guy with a dream. No, I haven't gotten to the Eclipse, which has been, of course, the Eclipse stuff has been spoiled to me because it's been spoiled for everyone, but I'm not there yet. I think it's still considered Golden Age. Yeah, well, I'm out of the chapters that are titled the Golden Age. But I really, really like Berserk so far. I've been absolutely loving it. I've been addictively reading it. I've had to control myself over the last 2 days, which I've done by starting up another character in Dark Souls, which is why I had the conversation about Dark Souls Remaster, because I needed something to distract myself so that I won't think about the fact that it's still going to be a couple of days before my books get here. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Eclipse stuff isn't a spoiler. Oh, I mean it is, but it's for like it came out a bajillion years ago, so it's not a spoiler anymore. You basically can't play Dark Souls and listen to Dark Souls lore videos without getting spoiled on major occurrences in Berserk. It's just not possible. Yeah. Okay, but there's one. Okay, so Griffith is one of the best written characters in modern media. Honestly, I think the writing in this series is fantastic so far. And not just that, the visual storytelling is like next level. I don't know. I really, really love Berserk so far, and I'm extremely happy that I'm finally sitting down and reading it. Yeah. It's been too long. I've known that I've wanted to read Berserk for a really long time, but the problem is, I'm gonna be completely honest, I fucking hate reading comics or of any type, whether it's manga or anything like that. I hate reading it on my computer. I hate it, okay? I read the entirety of Attack on Titan on my computer, and I hated it. I just really hate it. So part of the reason why it's taken me so long is that I've been hesitant on spending an enormous chunk of money to get physical copies. I will if I have to, but I don't like it, okay? I just don't like reading. It's not comfortable for me. I want to sit in my nice comfy armchair back there and enjoy a nice read of something. I don't want to be sitting over here like I'm doing work hunched over my computer. Yeah. And I know that there's like the paperback versions and stuff like that, and I could probably get them at a library. I just haven't gotten around to it, but I'm happy that I'm doing it now, and I'm really, really, really enjoying it. You're so autistic? Well, people have said that. Yes, people have accused. This is not the first time I've been accused of autism. The truth is, I used to read lots of books, but as my life went on, my focus issues got worse, and also I feel like my focus issues are worsened by being on a computer. Because unless like there's ways that I can make myself focus on the computer, but the problem is on the computer there's always like something tempting me to go do something else. So yeah, I used to read, like when I was younger, I used to just read loads of books. I read almost the entire Redwall series, which are like the biggest books that like, they're like young adult books, but they're enormous. They're books that are like meant for young kids, but they're huge. And I read like, I'm talking tens of thousands of pages collectively of Redwall. I would reread books that were 500 pages long and with tiny little text, I would just eat through it. I used to read Lord of the Rings over and over and over again. Like there was so much stuff I used to read when I was younger, and I don't really know, like part of it was just like, it was so exciting to me when I was young that like, and also there was a lot of, part of the reason too was that there was a lot of time where I couldn't really do anything else. Living in a really rural area meant that I would have really long bus rides to my school, and before smartphones existed, what are you gonna do on the bus? Well, you read a giant book. You bring a huge book with an exciting story in it, and you read in it. And it keeps you entertained while you're on a long, boring bus ride. Thing with reading is you gotta practice. I have been. My next thing I'm gonna tackle is forcing myself into finishing Dune, because I keep starting and restarting Dune. But yeah. Probably prosy rosy, we'll see. I really like Dune too, it's just, again, I get distracted very easily. I didn't see that, that sounds silly, Posadas John. I didn't Q-Berry, I don't think so. Also, I do really like to listen to music while I'm reading. It's a lot harder to, like, I don't know, for me it's a lot easier to just put on a playlist on my phone and then read, and then try and have a bunch of apps open on my computer while trying to read something on a screen that I'm not like super comfortable. Anyway, this is just me rambling at this point about how I feel about reading these days. Just how it goes. The Locked Tomb series. Multiple people are saying Locked Tomb sounds good. What's this? Japan Times. Requiring surgery for gender change is unconstitutional, rules the Japanese court. Hey, that's awesome. Wait, that's really good. That's extremely good news. The Japan court rules that requiring surgery to change your gender is unconstitutional. Wait, that's awesome. That's huge progress. A court has said that a law that requires surgery to switch your genders on family registry is unconstitutional, and has made a ruling on a case involving a transgender man in central Japan, his lawyers said Thursday. The Hamamatsu branch of the Shizuoka family court delivered the country's first judgment on a challenge to the rule after the man, Gen Suzuki, filed a request in 2021 seeking to change his gender without sex reassignment surgery. Wow, that's fucking awesome to hear. Fucking trans meds fucking dunked again. What did I say? What did I say? Fucking equal rights is the way that you win. You don't win by appealing to just medical authority. You win by arguing for equal rights. This is a win for everyone. This affects everyone, from non-binary people to the most binary trans people you know. Just got to win right here by specifically contesting the requirement of medical intervention in order to live as trans. Damn, that's awesome. Thank you for that news. That's really uplifting news. That's actually super encouraging. Wow. Didn't think we were gonna start this stream with good news. That's a major dub. Trans people keep winning. That's honestly super, super good, and I'm gonna put this in my document. I'm preparing a document to do a gigantic segment talking about this, so this will actually be yet another point in favor of the argument that I'm making. Making a research document, if you can believe it. Yes, that's also a great point. Mixed Dizzy says this is also huge because it means trans men in Japan don't have to give up the hope of being a father someday in order to be recognized as a man, and that's fantastic. Yes, previously the Japanese government functionally required sterilization in order to have any shot at being recognized socially as the gender that you live as. It's ridiculous, yeah. Unfortunately, it's also a thing still here in the United States. Still a massive problem here. Was there anything else I wanted to talk about? Oh, yes. Okay, everybody, it's time. It's time for me to do something, okay? It's been a while since I've done this, okay? But I want to do this more frequently, which is I want to read you guys a couple of comments, and I want to try and reply to a couple of comments here, okay? And some of these are going to be relevant to what we're talking about in the first segment. So I guess this is like the warm-up of the first segment section. But I want to read a couple of comments that I've received. Two of them were critical comments that I wanted to argue against. And two of them were good comments that I want to show to you all. But regardless, I want to highlight some community comments, and I'm going to be doing this more frequently because recently I have been getting a ton of comments on my videos, like a lot more than usual. People have been commenting on the videos a lot. By the way, that's really good. Any of you who are watching right now, if you ever watch one of my videos, please leave a comment because it genuinely helps the channel so much. You have no idea how much comments help the channel. Comments are like one of the most valuable things on the entire website, okay? Comments are beautiful, okay? They're awesome, all right? So let me read the first comment, okay? So this is a comment, my God. This is a series of comments from a user by the name of ManXX25, okay? Here we go. You can see the comment here on my channel, and I'm gonna read these to you. We already know that when a state beats a dog in your name, the dog is mad and attacks everyone near it. It doesn't ask. I am talking about trauma and PTSD as a known way to take people to survival reflex fight flight mode. It even works here. So you are in Israel and have been fighting your government for years, and they kill the people on the wrong side of the rifle. Correct or incorrect, they associate you with the gun. I really don't think the guest is being shady, really. It is easy as fuck to sit in the safety of Murica, judging traumatized folks for not being morally pure enough. Foul, man, foul. And this was followed up by a second comment, which said, but sometimes you have to treat neo-Nazis as human. Ask the former neo-Nazis what helped them leave. Seriously, you have to engage. The caller is kind of talking from a place of life-death experience. You have to acknowledge that and respect it, even if it isn't pure. In my honest opinion, this is absolute purity stuff, is what is killing the left. I had issues with folks who allowed Trump to be elected because the US left wasn't left enough. So the result, the fucking right dominates. The folks that some in the left claim to be defending suffered when the right was empowered more than the relatively well-off and not immediately fucked by right-wing BS folks were. It was like less private pure were fucking pawns slogging through the shit while moral folks kept them there by not compromising and accepting the reality of the power structure in the fucking country. Some argued that they want things to get terrible under the right, so there is some kind of violent stuff in America. That is fucking stupid. Who is armed in America, son? Damn, fuck damn. Purity is how fascists get shit done. And I just wanted to say that comment really irked me because I think it's actually insane to me. It's insane to me to claim that my position of saying that an apartheid state is unacceptable is somehow purity testing. Like, I think that is the type of like this is the exact type of left unity rhetoric that I think is genuinely dangerous. Guys, we need to put aside our differences and compromise on apartheid in order to make sure that we can have a political future. What you are asking for is a compromise on an issue that there is no compromise on. If you compromise on an issue like apartheid, you have just become your own enemy. If you say, well, you know, maybe apartheid is good sometimes, now you are just a right-winger. You are not on the left anymore. You are not doing a leftism. You have just become your own enemy. To call me taking a firm stance on apartheid a purity testing issue is like, it actually, like I said, it set me off, which is why the reason why I'm calling out this comment. I was just shocked by the fact that that was the conclusion that someone took away. Now, this was a comment on my video with the debate with the Israeli caller. I really feel like I took a lot of time in that conversation to listen to what that caller was saying and to also point out the fact that there is no that you can recognize that people have a fear, and also that you need to be able to call out when that fear is not legitimate, or when that fear is being used to a dangerous end. The idea that you have to compromise with a neo-Nazi in order to get them out is deranged, and that's not true. I was never a neo-Nazi. But I did grow up in a far-right culture. As all of you know, I say this literally all the time. I'm gonna say it again. I grew up in a cult, a far-right cult. I was raised in far-right thought. I didn't have any, there was nobody reached me with leftist thought until I was nearly an adult. I didn't have any, there was no access. I was trapped in a particular environment, and the only ideas that were given to me was indoctrination from a far-right church. And when I left that environment, I did not leave that environment because somebody was willing to compromise with me. In fact, I was able to leave that because people were willing to argue with me. They weren't like cruel to me or whatever. They probably would be somewhat justified in having been so, given some of the things that I believed at the time because of what I was taught. But they didn't get there by compromising with me. In fact, they got me to reconsider things by strongly refuting the things that I believed, by saying, no, that's not right. Here's why you're wrong. And it forced me to go, whoa, maybe I am wrong. And then I realized I am wrong. I was given wrong information. What did you believe? When I was in the cult, it was so one of the things that was one of the most popular beliefs in the cult that I grew up in was that that America needed to basically move towards being a Christian monarchy, more or less. Not truly a monarchy, but that Christians should vote explicitly for Christian leaders, that should enforce Christian laws as a part of the core identity of the nation. It was taught that America is a Christian nation. That was what was taught. So my belief system growing up was that the belief system that I inherited from my family and from my church was the idea of Christian nationalism. It was the idea that that it's okay to have basically discriminatory laws because this is a Christian nation and everyone should just cope with it. It's horrible. And yes, as Paige Punkcorp points out, a theocracy, yes, more or less. The belief system that was advocated for by my church was more or less the creation of an American theocracy, where Christian values are built into law, and if you want to live here, you have to accept Christian values. It is functionally a theocracy, yes. And so while I don't 100% disagree with certain things that this commenter said, like this commenter says that like you have to engage with people in order to bring them out. That's true to a certain degree, but that is not true for people who are advocating on a platform like mine. And I do engage all the time with people outside of my political view. For example, the debate I had with a trans med who doesn't consider themselves doesn't consider herself a leftist. The arguments that I've had with right-wingers in the past, that is engaging, but that doesn't mean that you have to compromise with heinous positions, especially heinous positions like apartheid, war crimes, etc. You do not have to compromise with those positions, and in fact, you weaken your own position. You simply lose by compromising on those positions. Anyway, I wanted to comment on that long comment because it really annoyed me, and I thought it was a bad comment. Does that make sense? I hope so. I hope that makes sense. It was a terrible comment, and you're wrong, and you didn't think about it well enough. Think harder next time. Anyway, that's wild because you literally said this in the convo in the video. I know, but some people don't listen very well, and some people only see what they want to see. I just think it's crazy to frame what I was doing saying apartheid isn't okay. It's just flatly not okay. There is no justification for apartheid. At me saying that position and saying that's purity testing. To say that. I think that's if you think that's purity testing, again, I just don't think that you actually believe in what you say you believe in. Purity testing would be like, an example of purity testing would be like, oh, you say you're a leftist, but you watch Saturday Night Live sometimes and they have really problematic jokes on Saturday Night Live. Or, oh, you're a leftist and yet you are a big fan of Harry Potter? Wow, cringe, bro. I don't think you're really a leftist. Oh, you're a leftist, but you're not a vegan? Well, I guess you're not really a leftist then. That's like purity testing. Purity testing is not apartheid is bad and there is no justification for it. In and of itself, it is an unforgivable act. There is no justification for maintaining apartheid. None. That is not purity testing. Yeah. Okay, so those were the critical comments, but I wanted to read 2 good comments. Okay, so this is a comment from a friend of the show, Chariot TV. If you don't subscribe to Chariot, you should, okay? So here's the comment. This is on the same debate. It's a comment from Chariot. Chariot links to a point in the video, and the video, this is the section that Chariot links to. So I'm gonna play that section real quick. This miscommunication is happening. When, huh?
I said I'd be happy to hear that.
Yeah, like I think it's just a matter of like generally like I don't know, when I say like here's a statement that I say and then somebody responds to that by saying, well actually or this, but this, that's usually, at least to me, interpreted as a counterpoint. Like if I say Zelensky said this and it's incorrect, and you say, well the reason for that is this, that sounds like it's a counterpoint, which makes me go, okay, well now I'm gonna read this as a counterpoint. And so that's me explaining why I kept interpreting things that were being said as counterpoints. And Chariot says, talking about this moment, this is the same tactic that American conservatives often use when they talk about America's past wrongs. They interject reasons and rationales as a method of apologia. Demon Mama caught this because in politics it's called running interference. And even from those who aren't intentionally arguing in bad faith, it's still a learned behavior. Those who reach to justify atrocities will always, under the greatest amounts of social pressure, reach to first to rationalize an inevitability of the atrocity because they are motivated to believe the violence was a fact of the world, which grants that the inevitability of gravity and the predestination of nature. As always, Chariot finds a way to word something much more intelligently and accurately than I simply could. But yes, this is what apologia is sort of defined as. It's running interference. It's always, and you see this, by the way, this is really present if you watch videos of people arguing about the Civil War specifically. In conversations about the Civil War, Confederate people who are like Confederate, who have Confederate sympathies will constantly come up with all kinds of little justifications and reasons that they interject when you say slavery was wrong and ending slavery was a good thing. They'll be like, oh, well, this, that, and oh, well, that, the other thing. And the job of this is, of course, exactly like Chariot said, to rationalize inevitability of certain actions. And it's something that I've found to be ridiculously common in the last couple of days online, and we're going to dive into a bunch of this in a little bit when we talk about the main segment. But I wanted to shout out Chariot's really, really good comment on my video. Chariot, of course, does a really good job analyzing arguments like this. I think Chariot is a gift to the general online political space. And if you are interested in understanding arguments to full depth, to like fully understand various political arguments, I think Chariot's videos are incredibly, incredibly good at this. So yeah, check out Chariot. One more comment that I wanted to read, and this one is just a comment that I wanted to say I appreciate it a lot. Okay, so this is a video on my my Israel Declares War, a Cycle of Crime and Death video. This was my video, the news, basically the news update talking about what was going on in Israel and Palestine. This is a comment from Lisa T. Lisa T says, Demon Mama, I know I'm late to the party, but I wanted to let you know I'm Jewish and I agree with everything that you said. I saw this live and I wanted to leave a comment sooner, but I've been glued to the news and I wanted to see what other creators had to say. I hate to say it, but this whole thing seems like a litmus test of who is sane and who isn't. You, Vosh, Keffels, Ethan Klein, and the Majority Report are the only ones I've seen who have nuanced views about what's actually going on right now in Israel and compassion for the Palestinian people. It's sad to see that some streamers, the mainstream media, and even the Democratic Party seem to be lost causes with their declarations of unconditional support for Israel while ignoring the plight of Palestinians. Or conversely, people who think that supporting Hamas is the way to support Palestine. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I hope you don't undersell yourself. I know that you consider yourself an entertainer or an edutainer, but this video is a good resource for people who don't know much about what's going on there and want to learn. Thank you for making it. Thank you for that comment, Lisa T. And I wanted to say, the reason I wanted to bring this up is because something that I've been getting, this isn't the only comment that I've been getting on this video specifically. I've been getting a lot of comments saying that people really appreciate the fact that I gave a full overview with context. And I guess I just wanted to restate to my audience, this is why I make it such a big deal out of paying attention to context and avoiding things like context collapse, that I make sure that we talk about things that occur in their greater context. Not just because I think that's the right thing to do, but also because I think that it helps people, it invites people to learn more about the issue and to develop their own position on it. And I don't just mean in the do your own research type way. I mean literally, that by giving people more information and where to find that information in my videos, I believe that I'm giving people the tools they need to become more informed. And I am still just an entertainer at the end of the day, but I feel like I can do a good job with that, right? I'd rather be the world's best entertainer than pretend that I'm not an entertainer and not do as good of a job. Yeah, so I hope that makes sense as to why I read that comment and why I felt good about that comment. And also that I felt good about other similar comments, that a lot of people who've been unfamiliar with the issue really appreciated the fact that I didn't just read the news, but that I talked about the issue to great length, that I went into history, that I gave some historical facts and told people where they can go find more information. Yeah. Anyway, that's all of the comments that I wanted to read. I really wanted to go over those because, well, I mean, I think it's good to be proud of my work sometimes, if that makes sense. All right, everybody. I think it's almost time. I think it's time, isn't it? We're pretty warmed up, aren't we? We need more comment readings. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing more comment readings on streams in the future. I have really high. Oh, dang it! I spilled a little water. Aw. I've been getting a lot of really high quality comments on my videos lately, and I really want to give those commenters a chance to have their voice heard on the stream as well, because I don't know, it's good to show off my community. Was there a helicopter outside of my house? Yes. Unfortunately, I live fairly close to an airport, and there is a police training helicopter that 2 to 3 times a month uses our road as like a way to align where they're flying. So we get these really low helicopters flying down our road while they're training people. It's incredibly annoying. Base takes bring base comments. I like to think that that's true. I like to think that that's true. Oh, my neck. My neck has been bothering me like crazy lately. VCC TV says, Demon Mama, you're easily top 3 streamers for me. Wow, that means a lot. Thank you so much. I really try to bring something next level to my streams. I like that I'm able to have, not just that I'm able to have a really, listen, I don't want to be too arrogant here, but I've got to say, like, my fucking set is next level, okay? Even with the snacks in the background, which I forgot to mention. If you see behind me, there's a box of snacks on my chair. My mom ordered me this like, it's like one of those subscription box things. For my birthday, my mom sent me it's called Universal Eats, and it's basically like they get like popular and unique snacks from different countries over the world, and then they send you a box. And apparently this month's box was snacks from Germany, and they're really fucking good snacks. Like, for example, this one is a German snack called a Knuffel? A Knuffel? And it's a ham and cheese sandwich chip. They're like these little puffy chips, and they're so good. It actually tastes like a sandwich, and it's really good. Genuinely awesome. Look, this has got to be one of the best ones, and then also a bunch of sweets. We got like a ton of sweets. I got these, my favorite snacks out of the box have been these, and these are called Schult mini ox eye cookies, and I love this type of cookie anyway. The type of cookie that has like jelly in the middle. And these have been awesome. In fact, I'm gonna eat one right now because it's so good. Yeah, it's like shortbread with like some kind of berry in the middle. You used to bake those with your mom? Oh, that's wonderful. They're really, really good. Also, here's another thing, and I already knew this because I've been to Germany. But Americoids, you guys have no idea just how bad our chocolate is here, okay? And just how good German chocolate is. Like, I'm not even kidding you. The same chocolate bar, the same fucking shitty chocolate bar in America tastes 20 times better in Germany. But if you go above and beyond and you get like actual German chocolate, it's so next level, it doesn't even compare. It's incredible how cucked Americans are, okay? Americans are so cucked on the chocolates and candies department. There's actually a whole video. I know that we're getting distracted and I'm not doing the segment that I'm supposed to do. I've thought about that. The voice boxer with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Demon Mama mukbang in the future. Oh yeah. I've thought about doing in the future when I have a little bit more room to work on stuff. I think I'm gonna create an ASMR side channel, which would be great. But on the chocolate topic, I watched this really amazing video by How to Cook That with Ann Reardon. Ann Reardon is a huge channel, so I'm sure a lot of you already know who Ann Reardon is, but How to Cook That with Ann Reardon is like one of the highest quality channels on YouTube. She's so god tier, and she did a huge episode like looking into the science of chocolate flavors. And while nobody knows 100% why, the more research that comes out, it seems that the reason why, particularly American chocolates, but generally mass-produced chocolates, taste so bad, is because in order to guarantee a sort of universal product quality, they have to be continually stirred and roasted for like long periods of time in giant vats. And what that does is it kills off and destroys all of the unique bacteria that makes chocolates. For a long time, people theorized that it was the soil that affected the flavor of chocolate. That like, because here's the thing, if you get like, if you get cocoa or cacao or whatever, the actual beans that are used to make chocolate from different places in the world, the exact same genetics of a plant can be used and planted in a different part of the world, and the chocolate will taste completely different. And they do a small, like a mini experiment of this on the show, like as a part of the episode that Ann Reardon did on chocolate. But basically, chocolate in different parts of the world tastes really different. And as scientists looked into it, at first they thought it was because of the soil. Oh, well, the soil is different everywhere that you grow it. But they would take it and put it in a specific, they took soil from different parts of the world and grew it in other places. So you would take soil from one place and grow it in another place. And the chocolate that was grown in that place, even with soil from another place, would still taste like it was grown in the place that it was grown in. So like, you take soil from Australia and you ship the soil over to Brazil. And if you grow the chocolate in the Australian soil in Brazil, it still tastes like other chocolate that was grown in Brazil. And then what they discovered is that because the beans have to be fermented, they're fermented in these giant bins. It's the bacteria. There's completely different bacteria all over the world that appears in these fermentation bins. And so the type of bacteria that populates those fermentation bins completely changes the flavor. And so what happens is when you have mass-produced chocolate, in order to make sure that it's like all of the chocolate bars have the same quality, they cook it. They like heat it for a really long time. And that not only, of course, kills the bacteria, which is normal. It's normal. You don't want to eat like the bacteria because that could cause spoilage while it's on the shelf. So it's normal to kill the bacteria, but it not just kills the bacteria, it also starts to break down the byproducts of that bacteria, which results in chocolate that has little to no flavor, or even in some cases tastes bad, like in American chocolate where certain other things combine with the flavorlessness to leave a bad flavor in your mouth. It's super amazing that it's actually like, that's part of the reason why it breaks down. And there's not really a way for mass-produced chocolate bars to fix that problem. They can affect other things. Like, that's why I said, like, if you even get like normal chocolate, like mass-produced chocolate in Germany, because of different food quality standards and different additive standards, the chocolate still tastes better. But the really good chocolate, you have to be careful not to destroy the sort of flavor byproducts of the bacteria that are in there. Oh yeah, that's actually, they're not the only one either, Fortnite. A lot of mass-produced chocolate bars are having issues of heavy metals in their chocolate. In fact, it's not just Hershey's, and Hershey's isn't even the worst. There was a huge article that was put out about it. A lot of organic chocolates that are sold in America have been found to have high levels of heavy metals. Yep. Yep, not good. Not good. Shrazly says, Demon Mama didn't even get to finish talking about how awesome her set is. I know, I got distracted. Today's a very distractible day, but... Killjoy says, from the pasteurization of the milk mixed with an acid preservative is what supposedly creates the vomit flavor of American chocolate. Yeah, the vomit flavor in American chocolate is horrible. It's why I don't enjoy eating chocolate most of the time. I don't eat much chocolate because I hate that shit. It tastes so bad. Anyway, that was a massive stun lock, but I hope you guys found it interesting. It's cool. It was super interesting to me. You should go watch Ann Reardon's video. The channel is How to Cook That with Ann Reardon. And the video on chocolate is the one that I was talking about. Obviously, Ann Reardon has like 3 million subs and doesn't need any help from a tiny little channel like me. But credit where credit is due. That's where I learned about it. Yeah. Nerodia says the vomit flavor in cheap chocolate is avoided in Europe because they allow powdered milk to be used. Yeah. Antifa Pyro says, what the fuck, vomit flavor? Yeah, there's like this, there's this very weird, like bitter, not bitter, bitter's not the right word. It's like a mixture of bitter with acid, that there's a very light aftertaste in a lot of American chocolate that people describe tasting like a vomity aftertaste. And it does, in my opinion. That's what it reminds me of. It's why I don't eat much chocolate. Acrid. Yeah, acrid. Yeah, acrid's a good word to describe it. Yep. Is it in Canadian chocolate too? I'm not sure. I don't know about Canadian chocolate. I haven't had much of it. There was a claim that it was caused by the presence of butyric acid. Yeah, but I don't know if they confirmed that or not, but yeah. I have never eaten chocolate I haven't liked. Well, try a standard Hershey's bar from America and you will find chocolate that you don't like. It's terrible. Did you see that Cenk made his run official? Yeah, we might talk about that. Okay, everybody, it's time now. My lovely, lovely imps. It's time. It's time for us to do the actual prepared segments. We got to move on from the stun locks. We've been going extra long warm-up segment today, which is fine because it's been fun, and clearly there are a lot of you who are interested in it. But it's time for me to yell about the online left. It's definitely time. So if you're here, make sure that you press like on the stream right away. Seriously, because you'll get as many people in here as we can, and that's a good idea because we want as many people to see my awesome and based opinions. All right. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, I am going to get mad at the online left. And, I've talked about this subject at various points in the history of my channel. It seems to be something that, you know, comes back, and I try to temper my opinion on the online left for reasons that I'll get into in a minute. But sometimes I feel like there's no other option except to just kind of talk about it, okay? As many of you who are watching now will know, over the last week, a bunch of very shocking news has come out of Israel and Palestine. It has been a lot of bloodshed, a lot of death. It has been an incredibly heavy and stressful and terrifying topic for a lot of people. And I think that the online left, specifically the online portions of the left, have failed in a lot of fronts. And I'm going to talk about that with as much specificity as I can manage. But I think that we need to acknowledge that there's been a serious failure. There has been a lot of development on this Israel-Palestine issue in the last week. It started with a attack on Israel by the the Islamic far-right group Hamas, which resulted in the murder of a bunch of Israeli both military targets and civilians. And it has now expanded into a genuinely genocidal reprisal against the entirety of specifically the Gaza Strip, which is one of the most densely populated, if not the most densely populated area on Earth. Over 2 million people live in the Gaza Strip. And just for some statistics, so that we're clear about the state of affairs right now, shortly after the attack, Israel cut off all electricity running into the Gaza Strip, has now, and since then has stopped all food shipments, has prevented all humanitarian aid, including medical aid, from entering the Gaza Strip. And given that the Gaza Strip is occupied and controlled territory by Israel, they have a lot of ability to cut off all of these basic utilities. In addition, since my last update on this, 6,000 bombs have been dropped on Gaza in 6 days. More than 1,000 bombs per day. Okay? And the total death toll is 1,537 Palestinians, 500 of which have been confirmed as children, and 1,300 Israelis have been killed. I was not able to find any information released by Israel on how many of those were children. I did a very solid look. There has been a lot of misinformation, but humanitarian groups have confirmed 500 children have died in the bombings in Gaza. So there's that, okay? There's just some information to have on the table to keep in your mind in all of this. So there are a couple of people, specific people that I really want to shout out in the online left who I want to be clear, I think deserve some genuine praise, okay? The first person that I want to praise is a content creator that many of you are familiar with by the name of Vosh. I have watched a lot of Vosh's coverage of this issue, and I have found Vosh to be handling it with a very good level of care for the type of content that he creates, and additionally that he has stayed very much focusing on the issues that matter. Additionally, I wanted to shout out who is in chat right now. I did mention earlier that I was already planning on shouting out Sock Done Left. I wanted to shout out the fact that Sock Done Left has also been someone who I have seen focusing on what matters in this situation, and not getting overly focused on pointless things. So I wanted to shout out at least those two. Obviously, the Majority Report is a channel that I've always had a lot of faith in when it comes to this issue. But yeah. And actually, this one is going to be a bit of a surprise. But Chapo Trap House, I know, gonna be a hot take because I know that they've had some issues in the past on some of these issues, but in this particular wave of things, Chapo Trap House's response was to invite on a journalist to very soberly and without basically any comedy, just discuss this issue with a great depth of compassion. And I was very surprised because I was a little bit worried that was not going to be the case. But I listened to their coverage of this, and I thought that was really good. Also, President Sunday, although small critiques for President Sunday, has been a little bit of President Sunday's gotten a little lost in some drama along the way, but overall, President Sunday has done a pretty good job, you know, focusing on the main issues. So I wanted to shout out a couple of people, and this is not an exhaustive list. I know that there are other people who've done very good, but those were the people who I had in mind when I was thinking about all of this. Because I feel like of all of the people that I've mentioned here have approached this issue in this particular instance very well. What we are witnessing right now is a level of fervor that I haven't really seen since 9/11, which is a long time ago. But the bloodthirstiness, the storm of misinformation, the willingness to basically take any piece of information that seems to confirm your narrative and immediately throw it up as an argument has been truly shocking, okay? It's really, really bad. And my God, it is sickening, okay? There is so much stuff that I want to talk about. There's so much that I want to touch on that it's actually hard for me to just condense it all down. I have been filling my bookmarks on multiple web pages with just so much stuff. I mean, can I just give you guys oh my God, like, can I just give you an idea of what we're dealing with right now? This is the Israeli Air Force posting victorious photos of them having leveled residential areas. Look, this is a residential area you are looking at that has been turned into dust. Okay? These are houses. These are people's apartments. This is not a base. These are visibly people's houses. And this is the official account of the Israeli Air Force. And if you look at this post and the other things that they're saying with it, hold on a second. I want to show the response that they had here because it's genuinely deranged. The airstrikes killed hundreds of terrorists and attacked over 3,600 targets, including command and control targets, strategic military infrastructure, weapons production sites, intelligence assets, leadership targets, naval superiority targets, and rocket system targets. We will continue to attack forcefully and relentlessly as long as necessary. And the pictures that they have decided to volunteer are visibly pictures of residential buildings being flattened. Who do you think was living in there? Do you think that these were city blocks of every single person living in these buildings was a terrorist? They were all just 3D printing RPGs in their fucking apartment building? And my God, it's been genuinely out of control. And there's another piece of news that I need to talk about right now before I get into the raging about the online left in full, okay? I've started by opening with the people that I think that I've seen. I wanted to spend some time giving good props to people that I've seen doing well. And I want to talk about a little bit of the news issues, and then we'll get into what has made me so angry. Human Rights Watch today reported that they have now confirmed that Israel is using white phosphorus in Gaza. Israel's use of white phosphorus in military operations in Gaza and Lebanon puts civilians at risk of serious and long-term injuries. Human Rights Watch said today after releasing a Q&A document on white phosphorus. Human Rights Watch has verified photos taken in Lebanon and Gaza from the dates of October 10 and 11, 2023, respectively, showing multiple airbursts of artillery-fired white phosphorus over the Gaza City port and 2 rural locations along the Israel-Lebanon border. I want you to understand, first of all, that using white phosphorus as a weapon is a international war crime in and of itself. And the reason for this is that white phosphorus is a chemical weapon, when used like this, that explodes into a powder, a powdery, grainy particulate that clogs the air and also burns everything that it touches. And the thing that's interesting about white phosphorus is that it burns for a very, very long time. In fact, it's very easy to go and look up information. I can't look it up because it's actually against TOS for me to show a lot of the images on stream. But even if you just go to simple pages like the Wikipedia page about white phosphorus, you can find information about what the treating of white phosphorus includes. White phosphorus, when it is treated, often has to be removed out of the body while it is still burning, because it simply will not stop burning. And there are doctors, if they remove it and they don't remove it carefully, it will embed itself into their flesh and tunnel down as well. It burns, it sticks in the body, it burns for an incredible amount of time. It can tunnel all the way down to the bone, and the official way that you have to remove it is by cutting around all of the flesh around it and basically socketing it out so that you can pull it out without it burning the tools, without it burning even deeper into the flesh. It is one of the most heinous and horrible weapons of the modern day. In addition to that, when it powders and goes into your lungs, it bores through the layers of your lungs. It burns holes in your lungs. It is a horrific nightmare, and it is a war crime to be using this. And by the way, in case there was anybody out there who was going, oh, you know, maybe there was a secret base hidden in those apartment buildings, you can't apply that to the white phosphorus. One of the reasons why using white phosphorus is an international war crime is because white phosphorus can't be controlled. When you launch it into an area, the wind carries it around. You cannot control it in a single area. It covers and it hits indiscriminately in an area. It burns through the flesh and the lungs and the eyes and the nose and eventually the other organs of anybody who is in the vicinity. And you can't run away from it once it's gotten onto you. Once it's on you, it starts burning. You can't just wash it off. It will burn down to your bones. So we now have third-party human rights organizations reporting this shit. The various representatives of the Israeli government have been incredibly explicit about their intention to do incredible violence onto the Palestinian people. The Israeli government does not distinguish between civilian and military targets. They are celebrating, the Israeli military is celebrating, openly celebrating very obvious war crimes, damage against civilians in one of the most densest populated places on the planet. Yes, there have been reports that aid workers got bombed. Those have been confirmed. And it's interesting too, because there's been a lot of misinformation going around, and not all of it, by the way, is like you know, anti-Palestinian misinformation. There has been a lot of misinformation around this, and you'll notice that the things that I have talked about on my stream have been very, very specific claims that are verified to a great degree. You want to know something that oh my God, there's just, oh man, it's so hard to talk about this. It's so hard to talk about this in a way that makes sense. I got, throughout this issue, I ended up spending way more time on Twitter than I've ever wanted to, okay? I've been really, really good in the last few months of not spending time on Twitter. But Twitter is one of the places where a lot of this information moves very quickly. And I have to say, I don't think it's useful for this anymore. I really, really don't think that Twitter is not even a fraction of as useful as it used to be. There's always been a problem with misinformation on Twitter, but in the past, you could filter out to some degree with some care the amount of misinformation, but I just don't think that's even happening anymore. And what's worse is that I think that Twitter is seized by another problem as well. And it's not just Twitter here, because this has expanded elsewhere, but Twitter is a big problem of it, which is that it has made lefties as a whole fails, like total fails at basically everything they're supposedly trying to accomplish. The left is obviously a very difficult to define thing, and I think that we should be careful generally about being too broad when or using the term the left to say anything super conclusive, because there's a lot of people who consider themselves the left who I don't think really fit any meaningful definition of that. I don't think you can gatekeep a label like the left very easily. I think it's quite difficult to do, in fact. There are a lot of stupid people. But throughout this, one of the things that I saw was I saw a shocking lack of ability to critically think about the topic at hand. I saw a shocking inability of people to recognize the exact state of play that is going on in one of the most well-documented conflicts in history. It is not difficult to do a tiny bit of reading about what has been going on between Israel and Palestine, the open-air conditions of Palestine, the fact that, here's an example, okay? You can literally, it is as easy as searching on Wikipedia. You can find out that Hamas was elected as the government of the Gaza Strip during a civil war in 2006 and there hasn't been an election since then, okay? And why is that information relevant? Well, one, it would help people who be able to actually engage with psychopaths who are saying, and I've seen this over and over and over and over and over again, all over social media recently. I have seen these psychopathic people saying, well, the Palestinians elected Hamas, so who cares? They should have voted harder. Why didn't they vote out Hamas? Well, newsflash, they didn't have an election since 2006, and the actual fairness of that election was heavily under question, given that it occurred during a civil war and was followed by further civil war. So these fucking freaks who are saying, who cares about bombing the Palestinian? Who cares about this, that, and the other thing? And they say, well, you elected Hamas. If people just did a tiny bit of research, just the smallest bit, just a Wikipedia search would allow people to be able to go, hold on a second. First of all, that's a bad argument. And second of all, here's the facts of this situation. And more so, perhaps, no, not more so, but at the same time, it would also prevent a bunch of lefties or so-called lefties from saying things like, well, Hamas is a revolutionary power or whatever, implying that it's somehow good, as if there aren't right-wing revolutions that are horrible, as if there aren't right-wing uprisings that are terrible. Even a small amount of research. You want to know how upfront this is? One of the things that was an amazing thing that if lefties had known anything about, if they had just taken a little bit of time, the most popular newspapers in Israel have written about this, okay? So this isn't like fringe opinions that are bringing this sort of thing forward. The idea, here we go, right here. Perfect example, which thank God. Oh, Big Joel was another person I wanted to shout out, and I didn't mean to, because Big Joel was one of the people who posted this article, which is an article by Haaretz, one of the I believe literally the most read newspaper in Israel, calling out the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu explicitly told his party to financially support Hamas over any other party in Palestine, because and this is recorded, it's on record, he's on record saying this, recorded by the most popular newspaper in Israel. Netanyahu is on record saying that you must support Hamas financially and legislatively because any other path will not allow us to undermine the stability of Palestine. Yeah, here's the article for anybody who wants to read the full article. Okay? Just imagine how many lefties would be better off if they had just taken a little bit of time to read these things. And this is not hard to find information, okay? This is not difficult to find, okay? But also, I need to be clear, okay? There have been a lot of people, and this is one of the things that makes me really sick. And I know that I'm, to a certain degree, I'm engaging in this a little bit myself right now. I'm not unaware of that. But I feel like I have spent the vast majority of my time actually talking about what matters in this issue and pointing out the fact that from the moment that this entire incident sparked, we knew exactly how it was going to go. And on the left, the so-called people who are fighting for liberation, the people who fight against a hierarchical world, the people who fight against the oppression of people, we should have been able to analyze this instantaneously and say, you have an apartheid state. And when an attack happens from that state, the conservative, the hyper-conservative fascistic government that militarily occupies Palestine is going to try and use that attack to justify an insane repercussive action that is going to absolutely and unequivocally and unquestionably kill more civilians than could have ever been killed in any terrorist attack. We on the left should have been able to see this 1,000 miles in advance and know exactly how it went, especially American leftists who should know about 9/11 and how everything went in 9/11. But you know what I saw a lot of on Twitter and even on YouTube? I saw a lot of lefties spending all their time dunking on idiot lefties, whether it was the same old tanky characters who always have bad takes on these issues, whether it was, you know, a cringe Hassan Mod streamer who made cringe statements, whether it was BLM Chicago, one of the BLM groups made a super cringe ass tweet. I saw more of that than people actually documenting the 6,000 bombs being dropped into Gaza, the fact that electricity, food, and medical aid has been cut off, the fact that 500 children have been killed in as revenge for a terrorist act by the state that controls this territory. And I understand that lefties who are super pro-Hamas and whatever are super cringe, and tankies are super fucking cringe, guys. I know, okay? And I'm totally fine with making fun of them and calling them out and all kinds of things, but I can't help but feel like it is a failure in a moment of this level of importance to spend even a significant amount of your time making people with bad takes on the left a focus when Joe Biden is spreading misinformation and engaging and saying we unequivocally support the actions of Israel, when France is banning protests that Palestinian protests, not pro-Hamas protests, protests in favor of Palestine, when nearly every allied nation of Israel is saying we unequivocally support Israel's right to defend itself. And what they mean by defend itself is we are not going to condemn when they blow up buildings and flatten apartment buildings full of civilians, not full of terrorists, full of civilians. When they white phosphorus the most densely populated place on earth. One of. Obviously, I think someone said in chat that Singapore is more. And I get it, again, because lefties can be, there's some lefties on the internet that are super cringe. But if you're devoting your platform to sort of nervously denouncing all of the bad takes that you see on Twitter, instead of the global mobilization towards genocide, you have lost the plot. And it's a failure. And we need to call it for what it is. I am just an entertainer, okay? On this website, I talk about political issues, sometimes serious issues, but at the end of the day, I'm a fucking YouTuber, okay? So it's not like I'm getting super high and mighty here, but I think I can call it when something's really important and that we might not have been doing collectively a good job. And there's a lot of people out there who don't have the same type of entertainer approach that I do. There are a lot of people out there who claim that they're sources of information, who are serious political people who are doing just this, who are spending so much time and energy, spending so much attention trying to make fun of random irrelevant people having bad takes on Twitter. It's a fucking brain disease. And it if the argument is that people are being like cringe or useless virtue signaling, then what is the point of virtue signaling in your own direction on top of an already cringe and wasteful virtue signal, instead of actually talking about what matters, instead of pointing out the fact that as we speak right now, there is an entire propaganda machine operating to justify the flattening of residential blocks. And I don't want to spend this time calling out individual people because I think that's a waste of time. Instead, what I'm calling for is I'm calling for lefties, people who consider themselves a part of the online left, to think for a fucking minute. It's really funny because there's been this this thing echoing in my mind. You know in SpongeBob, you know the salty spittoon? Imagine the online left is the salty spittoon. And you walk up to the salty spittoon and they say, "Welcome to the online left. How stupid are you?" And that's been how I felt through this entire thing. Has been a giant contest to just waste time on an issue that everyone seems to agree is important. Everyone seems to agree. Nobody seems to be saying this isn't important, okay? So it's not like I'm targeting people who are just shit posters who don't give a shit. I'm talking about people who claim to give a shit about this issue. People who claim that this is a major moral, political issue. And people are wasting their time, like, I don't know, bending over backwards to like denounce some irrelevant idiot somewhere else. Like, I don't know, what the fuck is the point of that? Why wouldn't you just use your platform to talk about what matters? And this is why I shouted out people like Vosh. Vosh has spent almost no time. Now I've seen him say a couple little jokes here and there, making fun of people saying bad things. No hate there. But most of what he's done has been to stay on point, pointing out the fact that a horrible terrorist attack happened. And that horrible terrorist attack is now being used as a justification to commit a even more horrible, more numerous, less escapable terrorist attack. As if that's a fair thing to do. As if when a single group of people go and do a terrorist attack, the right answer is to punish another unrelated group of people. And this isn't even getting into the misinformation shit. And it's also not even touching on the liberals, okay? You guys want to truly blackpill yourself. Go see what liberals are saying about this, okay? Because let me tell you, for all of the anger that I have at the online left, part of it is because I hold the online left to a higher standard than I do liberals. Liberals, they're done for. Liberals are like ready to do a genocide right now. The moment this shit happened, they were like, Biden is right. Let's ship a nuke to, let's ship a nuke over there and show these terrorists what's what. It's like Iraq war all over again. Like they didn't learn anything. They're just totally ready to kill unrelated people for no reason. It's insane. The liberals are like, it is pathetic. The arguments and the conversations and the statements I've seen from the liberal sphere is fucking pathetic. It's genuinely so fucking sickening, I can't even believe it. War crime, war crime, war crime after war crime after war crime after war crime after war crime. I'm sorry, I just, I don't see how memeing about Hamas is helpful, and I don't really see how it's helpful to spend your time getting angry at people memeing about Hamas. From just a purely mathematical perspective, this is just a think moment. Think, okay? Think, lefties, okay? Who do you think is getting more attention right now? Is it the fact that Joe Biden spread explicit misinformation about 40 beheaded babies and then immediately had to issue a correction that nobody saw? Did you know that? Did you know that Biden went and made a statement saying that he had seen pictures of beheaded babies and then had to issue a correction afterwards and said, oh wait, actually no, we didn't. Even though I gave a speech and said that I saw pictures, we weren't actually provided any pictures and we haven't seen any evidence of that? Who do you think is more important? Joe Biden saying we unequivocally support Israel's action as Israel is dropping 6,000 bombs into one of the most densely populated civilian areas on Earth, or some random really fucking cringe and annoying lefty? Which one do you think has just on a pure mathematics level, like a fucking, let's think for a second, on a pure mathematics level, which one is more important to deal with? Do you guys remember the IMPS code? I found myself desperately wanting to repeat the IMPS code this weekend. The first part of IMPS code was immediately stop discoursing on Twitter. Because that's what a lot of this was. There was an absolute shitload of meaningless discourse, of wasted energy, of people just literally, it would have been better for people to just make a statement stating even a single fact about the situation, retweeting a single piece of evidence that wasn't misinformation would have been more useful than people getting mad about nonsense. And I want you to think about this. We can take this to the next level too. I think that it's very easy to denounce that really cringe ass meme post that was posted by BLM Chicago. Some people know what I'm talking about. BLM Chicago tweeted like an image that had like a picture of like a parasailing soldier, like a soldier in one of the little paragliders that was used to invade and do a terrorist attack, and it said, "We stand with Palestine." Incredibly stupid and thoughtless position. But guys, BLM Chicago is one city's chapter of one organization, and it's their Twitter account. So we don't even know if the full org supports this shit. They also deleted it and issued an apology. So I don't think the entire org does that. So what do you think is more impactful? The Chicago branch of the BLM's social media manager posted a cringe meme, or the president of the United States and the heads of all of the United States allies unequivocally saying that they support this? Which one of those is more important? Which one of those is more impactful and more worthy of talking about? Also, the main, as people are pointing out, the main BLM org said that the BLM Chicago is not even an affiliated organization. So we got another fake news. We got another fucking fake news situation here. I haven't sucked on left. Take a look at that. Yeah, see, this is part of the, again, here's part of the reason why I shouted out "Sock done left." Why don't we see journalists hounding these politicians? Israeli military, we will flatten Gaza. Marco Rubio, they should flatten Gaza. Lindsey Graham, they should flatten Gaza. Joe Biden, we 100% support Israel. All I hear about is some cringe DSA statements. Let's hear this. Let's hear this.
We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place. We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place.
It doesn't get more unequivocal than that. And this is why I am so mad at the online left right now. I'm gonna retweet that. I just get so mad because leftists online, and a lot of this is because so much of the online left has not yet adapted to the fact that Twitter is done, that they've let themselves actually get Twitter mental illness, but that we can't handle it. The online left, and remember, this is me talking as a fucking entertainer, okay? I'm a goofball, I make silly noises, and I play Dark Souls, and I occasionally talk about issues that are important to me. Most of the time, I don't get super heavy. But when I do, I try to take it seriously. But the online left as a whole, we get tanked. We get aggroed way too easily. We get trolled. We are susceptible to complete and utter undermining of our own positions because we don't know how to even fucking focus on the issues. And this is what I would consider to be an easy issue, okay? We have politicians explicitly, we just watched Lindsey Graham say we should flatten them. We've been through all this. You can see the public statements of Netanyahu and the Israeli officials unequivocally saying, we are just going to kill a ton of civilians. We are just going to kill a ton of people who didn't do any damage to us. Innocent people, we're gonna kill them as revenge. And this should be easy. The left should go, we need to act against this. We need to do whatever we can to stay on message to oppose this. We need to make sure that information is getting out of our bubbles and into normies' hands so that they can be more informed on this issue. And instead, tons of people are fucking wasting time dunking on some fucking idiotic Twitter poster who said something stupid and heinous. Instead of actually going after the targets that matter, instead of actually talking about the fact that tons of people are dying, giving people the tools to be smarter on this topic. The online left is failing, like just utterly and completely failing, okay? And there are some of us who are doing our best, but let's just say the online left is not sending the good warriors who are actually fighting the fight. You're not sending us a whole lot of support, okay? And I'm not talking to my audience, obviously. I love my fucking audience. I know that a lot of my audience doesn't engage in this shit because you guys get fucking yelled at by me about it all the time, to be fair. Not saying there's nobody in my audience who hasn't engaged in this shit, but I'm just saying I go through this all the time, all right? But the online left, the big left, the lots of left, okay? There's a lot of fucking stupid behavior. And I'm talking mega stupid. I'm talking so stupid that it's infuriatingly stupid. Did Lindsey Graham just Deus Vult live TV? Yeah, he did. And I'm not saying that like lefties need to like American lefties and the online left or whatever need to solve the Israel-Palestine situation, because we can't, okay? But we could be doing a hell of a lot better than we are now, okay? a hell of a lot better than we are right now. We could be doing way better. And part of it comes from bad habits being encouraged, okay? And being enabled. Part of it comes from so much of online left thought being filtered through Twitter and Twitter alone. There's been so much misinfo too. That's just another thing. Like, so many lefties spending so much time on Twitter means that they just get bombarded with misinfo and they don't know how to actually filter it out. Like I said at the beginning of this, I don't even know where to go from here. I'm just fucking tired of it. And also I'm tired of everybody acting like they're super high and mighty when they get face tanked by the most obvious, like, child idiot posting. Like, 90% of the cringe lefty takes that I saw online were irrelevant nobodies who have next to no reach saying something really stupid and easily disprovable, and the other 10% were from people who I have no idea who they are, who are almost assuredly posting from Langley, Virginia. Like, seriously, can you imagine, like, being, like, not understanding the issues so poorly that literal children on Twitter can successfully take you off message? What would be your call to action to help this issue? Get real. Wake up. If you're actually serious about politics, if you consider yourself a lefty and you're actually serious about politics, fucking do a little bit of basic math and realize that right now, the topic of conversation should be doing whatever we can to effectively educate people about the way that this genocide is unfolding in real time, being supported by state actors who have a vested interest in maintaining power. The reason why America backs Israel is not because America thinks Israel is morally correct. It's because America wants Israel for a strategic reason. So they will find any reason to justify anything that they're doing and will stand with them no matter what. The reason why Israel does this is because people in power in Israel want more power. People like Netanyahu want control over the people. They want to control more space. They want to control more land. They want to grow their own power. And they found ways to justify weakening people that they think threaten their bid for power. Innocent people who are standing in the way of their bid to power. And we should be teaching people about that, not fucking getting distracted, fucking arguing about getting tanked by idiots talking about Hamas in a positive way. Again, I pointed out the whole Hamas thing. In 2 seconds, you can just go and go, why the fuck would you praise Hamas? Hamas is a faction that advocates for the worst possible outcomes. We don't support that group, but we know why they're in power. We know how they got in power. They didn't get there democratically. They didn't get there through any sort of fair means. They were supported by by Israel, by the conservative powers in Israel wanted Hamas to take power and made sure that that happened. undermining secular parties, undermining peace talks, literally killing people. Do you know about the what's it called? What was it called? Shoot to maim policies? There was a movement in Palestine of peaceful protesters who would simply walk. A big group of people, hundreds of people would get together and they would walk up to the border walls. And Israel, the Israeli Defense Force, had a policy of shooting those protesters with the goal of disabling them. And there have been records of IDF members keeping track of how many kneecaps they blew out with their sniper rifles. This is well documented. This is not hard to find out. That peaceful movements were treated that way. Yes, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Mycena says overly fixating on pro-Hamas lefties paints an inaccurate picture. It's literally helping right-wingers. It helps right-wingers to overly fixate on stupid assholes instead of going, shut the fuck up about some irrelevant fucking Twitter poster. I'm talking to you right now about the facts of the situation. As we speak right now, Israel and all of its allies is justifying revenge on civilians. Address that. Don't fucking talk to me about some stupid, irrelevant moron on Twitter. What do you fucking care about some stupid mod or Hassan mod or something on Twitter? Talk to me about the facts of the issue. Stay on topic. Don't fucking pivot away. No, lefties go, well, they choose one of two paths. They go, no, I'm not that type of lefty. Please, I'm one of the good ones. I'm not like that. Watch, look, I'll make fun of them for 3 days just so you know I'm not one of them. As the person on the other side is making the psycho Wojak face with their sharp teeth grinning from ear to ear going, yes, the lefties are infighting while I drop bombs on innocent people. Yes, we get to do an ethnic cleansing. The lefties have no fucking clue how to engage on these topics, despite supposedly giving a shit about them. It's so fucking infuriating. And then, of course, the other option is equally stupid. The other thing that lefties will do is they'll go, well, no, actually, what that stupid idiot Reddit mod who said Hamas is based actually, well, what they actually mean was, and spend fucking 5 hours justifying somebody they don't even know saying something stupid. If people really care about these issues, seriously, and I mean this, and this goes out to all of the lefties out there, okay? All of them, of all types, whether you're a viewer or a lurker or a content creator, all of you out there, okay? If you really care about this issue, get fucking serious about it, okay? Like, get real, okay? Think for just a second about how you decide to use your voice, your time, your platform, okay? Well, think about it for just a minute. Just think for one goddamn second. And get the fuck off Twitter. Seriously, get the fuck off Twitter. The misinformation going around this time is worse than it's ever been. Ever. And I mean that. And I say this as somebody who uses Twitter as a part of trying to find out information to talk about things seriously from a creator's perspective, okay? I've used Twitter For years, I was on Twitter during all the Ukraine stuff igniting. I was on Twitter during all the various BLM stuff. Okay. I've seen various waves of this, and this is the most misinformation I've ever seen. The trending tabs are genuinely useless. If you look at like the trending tabs for this topic, you will see blue check British journalists calling for an ethnic cleansing of the people in Palestine mixed in with endless blue check spam of videos that have no date, no information, no context, just sometimes not even any commentary. Just videos of unknown things. You'll see like a picture of like a protest where some guy with a Palestinian flag is saying something in a language and going rah, 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 and there's no context, no date, no information, no verification, just spammed. This shit gets out all over the place, and there's 100,000 quote tweets of it, all of them saying it's one thing or another. There is stories that are completely unverified, pictures of buildings getting blown up from different conflicts, not even an attempt to verify any of this shit. There was the fucking Arma 3 thing. There was footage from a video game that people were saying was a Hamas fighter shooting down an Israeli jet or an Israeli fighter shooting down a Hamas jet. And it was from Arma 3. It's crazy, okay? And I want to top this off. I was sent a really cool article earlier by a friend, by my friend and friend of the show, okay? Grime Dango. Just a quick little way to top this off, to get off of fucking Twitter rant, okay? 6 months ago, NPR left Twitter. The effects have been negligible, okay? NPR, all of NPR left Twitter, okay? All of their associated accounts left Twitter, all right? NPR's main account had 8.7 million followers, and the politics account had 3 million, okay? And guess what? NPR officially announced that their internal analysis of their metrics says that their traffic has dropped by only a single percentage point since they left Twitter. Not even enough to make a correlation to the value of Twitter. Twitter is literally like shoving your head in a toilet bowl, in a filthy toilet bowl, and convincing yourself you're doing it for a good reason. An 8.2 million follower account, okay? Lost less than a percentage since they completely left Twitter, okay? Leaving Twitter will not have a negative impact on your life at all. What's more so is reducing your Twitter use will not have any negative effect on your life. In fact, I would argue it would have a positive effect, because it has for me. My biggest regret has been getting sucked slightly, and I mean just for a couple days, getting sucked back into Twitter as the result of this issue unfolding, and me out of habit going to do some of the things that I used to do. Back when the Ukraine stuff was unfolding at the very beginning, during the BLM stuff, you could go on Twitter and you could find people talking about stuff. You could find citations to articles. You could find all kinds of people having conversations about it. You can't anymore, okay? And I, out of habit and out of curiosity, I decided to see how it would work out if I tried to do some of my old research tactics that I used in the past on new Twitter. You can't. And instead, it sucks people's energy out. It sucks people into these warped perceptions where they think it's more important to get in a back and forth discourse with some random mod of some random streamer, instead of actually engaging with the fact that the Democratic president of the United States is unequivocally looking the other way as 6,000 bombs are dropped into civilians' homes. As white phosphorus is sprayed onto the skin of civilians and fucking children. As liberals and conservatives alike justify genocide based on misinformation. Can you guys imagine if every lefty that was engaged in like stupid Twitter infighting instead simply posted information that educated the average person about the fact that Hamas wasn't like fairly elected as representatives of the Palestinian people? Do you know how much more good that would have done than a bunch of lefties just arguing back and forth about who said what? If instead they just posted a link to an article that explained that, even if only a fraction of people actually read that article, even if only a smidge, it would have been fucking orders of magnitude more useful to a better world. A waste of brain power. Shoving your head in a toilet and convincing yourself that you're doing it for the greater good. The median age of Palestine is 18, is that what it is? It's 19.6. The median age is 19.6. And you're trying to tell me that in 2006, when these people, when the median person in Palestine was what, 13 years old? No, wait, sorry. Wait, hold on. 2006 was the last election. Sorry, I almost said 6 years ago. I'm so sorry. It was what? Almost 20. How many years ago was that? I can't even do math right now. How many years ago was that? I'm so terrible at mental math. No, hey, you fuck.
I am Adolf Hitler!
Of course, the soundboard had to be on when I did that 17 years ago. So you're telling me when all of these people were 2 years old, all of these median age people, all the median Palestinian civilian they elected to get bombed when they were fucking 2 years old? There's around 700,000 people in Palestine that are 14 or under. Oh, cool. So when they were literally in their mother's belly, they voted to get bombed in the future. Do you see what I mean? That if lefties just chose to ignore the stupid assholes, if lefties chose to ignore tankies, who, by the way, tankies are not a significant faction on the left, okay? I need you guys to understand that. Tankies are loud on Twitter. There are basically no tankies. If you actually consider the total number of people who are left and the total number of tankies, there's basically fucking none. They're just loud as shit on Twitter, okay? If lefties en masse chose to ignore tankies, ignore these fucking idiots, or just say that person's a fucking idiot anyway, can you stick on the point? The fact that you're justifying this attack because the Gazans voted for Hamas. Even that one single talking point, can you imagine how much more good would be done? Let alone if lefties could learn more than one talking point. Let alone if lefties could learn about the fact that Hamas was explicitly backed by Benjamin Netanyahu's party. The fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is openly gloating over the fact that they're gonna flatten civilians. The fact that American politicians are frothing at the mouth, ready to kill innocents. All of that shit could be used to actually make a better change in the world, at least something. I haven't seen enough to know what Hassan's takes are. The takes that I've seen of the takes that I've seen of Hassan on this issue have not been and there's some that I could have missed. I don't know. I haven't watched all of it. I literally only have enough time, and I've been watching a lot of different people's coverage. I didn't happen to catch a whole bunch of Hassan's, but most of what I saw from Hassan was not like super offensive. I could be wrong, but I know he's had bad takes in the past. I was one of the people who criticized his take on Ukraine. Killjoy says, the median age in Palestine is 18 years old. Israel has a median age of 29, and the median age of America is 39. They are kids. They literally don't have enough adults to actually create a functional or fair government, and the idea they are an actual threat to Israel is insane. He had really bad takes. He's pretty much justifying Hamas. Well, I haven't seen that. Maybe he did, but I haven't seen him do that. I am not closed to the idea that he's done that, but the clips that I've seen, and admittedly I've only seen a few, he was not doing that. Rhodes says, you know the 90-something-year-old soldier the IDF was celebrating recently? He was a member of Lehi, the Zionist terrorist group who assassinated a politician named Folk Bernadotte, who had saved 30,000 people in the Holocaust because he wasn't anti-Arab enough for them. That is psychotic and sickening. Anyway, I guess my rage is all over now. I hope it was cathartic to you to hear me get mad about this. I'm sure for many people in my audience, I know you guys are really good about this most of the time. Over time, over many different issues, I know that I've taught a lot of members of my audience, and that I tend to attract people who aren't super interested in wasting their time and instead care about the issues they claim to care about. I just wish that we could have more of that on the online left, because in its current state, the online left is failing massively, especially on issues like this that are of great importance. The propaganda is like, this is not, basically this issue is like, it's like playing on easy difficulty for dealing with propaganda, okay? When you have the heads of state in Israel just being like, we're dealing with human animals, that's words that they used, we're dealing with human beasts, you're dealing with, that is like that's easy mode for being able to point out propaganda. The left is never going to be able to deal with more complicated issues, actually complicated and difficult issues, as like a cluster on the internet, if we can't even deal with ones like this, if we can't stay on point and focus on what matters. What matters is the fact that Israel is currently using a terrible terrorist attack to justify an even more shocking terror attack. Okay? They're using overwhelming state power to kill people who are literally trapped and can't go anywhere. Mass killings of civilians. And it was justified using a terrible terror attack, and the left is struggling with how to handle messaging on this, with how to communicate on this issue. That's a bad sign, okay? In my opinion, that's a bad sign. Now, the good news is, of course, that the online left doesn't really matter all that much, okay? Especially because most of them are trapped on Twitter, which increasingly doesn't matter anymore. But what matters is the communities that do choose to engage. We are one such community. There are many other communities out there who are choosing to take themselves a little more seriously on issues like this, and who are choosing to engage more productively. And I do think that communities online can have more of an impact. Obviously, there is no border around the online left, okay? The online left is a very loose collection of people, okay? And as you know, I have always cautioned people from overly fixating on a group that is so broad that it contains liberals and tankies and both of those are supposed to be considered a part of like some sort of leftist tendency, I think that's absurd. However, this should be taken as a moment to recognize that that cluster is not as well associated or organized or connected or communicating as well as it could be. And so I think the goal is then to focus on where communication is upheld, where people are actually doing things, the communities where people are able to handle these things, and to get that shit out there. If you care about these issues, get videos like mine out there, share them with people so that it changes, so we can make it so it's not so fucking horrifying, it's not so stupid, it's not such a time-wasting nightmare to just go and be like, oh wow, the broad connections of the left are completely asinine and are paralyzed in the face of a fairly uncomplicated issue as far as political issues go. This is part of the Grand Gardener arc that I'm on, by the way. That's what we're calling it. That's what I'm calling it, okay? We're in the Grand Gardener arc, okay? The left is in shambles. We are standing in a forest that has been ravaged by a forest fire, mentally using our imagination here, and we are now planting the future of what online spaces are going to look like. And I'm doing my part, okay? I'm planting the types of things that I want to see more of in the world. And I'm building connections. I'm building those greenhouses, what's the scaffolding for all of the beautiful things that are going to grow in the future. That's what we're on. We're on the Grand Gardener arc, okay? We're connecting. Connecting, growing, planting, cultivating, okay? This shit is out of control, all right? We got to do better than this. We got to do way better than this. Rhodes says, I am outraged by the efforts of the Israeli government right now. They do not stand for the Jewish people, merely to maintain and enforce power that was bestowed upon them by British colonialists to oppress the people of Palestine. Yeah, and the truth is, there are a lot of Jewish people, a crazy amount of Jewish people, not just, and Israelis and Jewish people. Both of these communities have a huge amount of opposition to Netanyahu's plans right now. If you look at polling inside of Israel, polling is going very strongly against Netanyahu, okay? That doesn't mean that that it's 100% or that improvements can't be made, but there are a lot of people who oppose this. And what we got to do is get our shit together enough to make sure that the propaganda can stop convincing normies to take the wrong position intrinsically. We need to be able to get good at deflating these fear-mongering propaganda efforts that make the jobs of conservative powers easier. Anyway. I hope you all appreciated everything I said here. At the end of the day, there's only so much that American English-speaking lefties can do, but we can definitely do better than we did this time. And I think that it's fair, given that all of this is still ongoing, to try and give a little bit of concussive repairs by going, hey, can we have a collective grass touching moment? I've got 550 people approximately listening to my stream right now, and I bet if all of you choose to engage more productively, that it will have a notable effect on all this shit, and it will echo outwards. If you convince other people, give them the tools of the information that I give you here, and get some more of your own too, that we can have a knock-on effect. That we can improve this shit. And I'm just one small community. I know I'm not the only community engaging in this type of thing. Anyway, if you found this valuable, please make sure that you press like down below. Leave a comment if you have some thoughts you'd like to share, because God knows I'd love to see some productive and useful thoughts on this issue. And of course, make sure that you're subscribed to my channel so you can hear more cathartic, thought-provoking, and useful thoughts from yours truly, Demon Mama. I know that this is a kind of an intense issue, that I was very angry in this section, but I hope that my anger was directed in the correct direction, because I really want, if I'm going to talk about, if I'm going to analyze people engaging like this, I'd like it to be as productive as possible. And I hope I did that. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for watching. There we go, everybody. I hope that segment was good. Obviously, I'm still going to talk about a whole bunch of other stuff. What the hell has been going on in chat? What the fuck is going on in chat? Don't ask. Do a charity stream? I've actually thought about it. Charity streams take a lot of energy, and I thought about doing a charity stream. I did a lot. I did a lot of charity streams this year. Early this year, the beginning of the year was a lot of charity-related stuff and mutual aid stuff, and it takes a lot of energy. I've definitely thought about doing it, but also I'm limited in how much I can do, especially because at the end of the day, this is my life. This is my income. So I gotta I gotta do my job too, you know? But I'll think about it. I've been thinking about it. We'll definitely do some memes. I'll definitely do your memes in a minute, Mr. Krabs. I gotta catch my breath a little bit. Site chat is arguing about stuff. I'm looking through chat right now. I'm not trying to figure out what the conflict is. I'm trying to see what other people are talking about. Oh, okay, people are talking about another unrelated or another slightly related drama. Okay, all right. That's a good summary, Mixed Dizzy. Thank you. Nobody can get into Gaza right now. The international community has to get it together before that will be possible. Yes, it is literally blockaded. Aid is not being allowed in. So even if you were to give money, it wouldn't get in because Israel is controlling the entire flow of everything in there. It's insane. It's sickening, and it's disempowering and horrible. I can't even imagine what it must be like to be in the Gaza Strip right now. There have been a lot of people being genuinely deranged on this. Oh yeah, like, did you see this? Do you guys want to see something that will make you mad? This is the type of shit right now. Here, let me just show you. Watch this.
Do ba do ba do ba do ba do ba do ba do do ba do 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 a do ba do ba do do ba do a do ba.
So this is a guy claiming to be an Israeli settler making fun of Palestinians by drinking water, charging his devices, eating food. I want you to recognize that this is like, this is the type of disgusting behavior that is being enabled, by the way, on the highest levels, okay? When governments, like the US, unequivocally support the actions of Israel, it gives off the idea that these actions are somehow justified. It communicates to millions and millions of people, oh yeah, and then some of those people get on their fucking high horse and act like this, act insane and evil like this. Can you imagine the callousness that you have to be able to behave like this? People should be getting that guy's ass and not anybody else. And here in the US, people are being insane. It's crazy. It's like, again, here in the US, it's like baby 9/11. There's a thread I want to read real quick. A thread by someone we've talked to on the channel a couple of times. Shout out, if anybody knows who Mix Vivian Wolf is. Mix Vivian Wolf is great. But I want to read this thread real quick, okay? 1 second. All right? This is a really good thread that Mix Vivian Wolf wrote. Mix Vivian says, hey, as someone who spent a long time in extremism research and CVE, countering violent extremism circles, I want to talk about the word terrorism. Because it's being thrown around a lot right now, and I don't think most people know what it is. First off, terrorism, for all intents and purposes, is essentially a derogatory term. Its actual definition is unlawful violence in pursuit of political aims. But its functional definition, how it is used colloquially, is political violence we don't like. Thinking on the current conflict, Hamas commits awful atrocities, war crimes, but were they unlawful? For all intents and purposes, Hamas is the governing force in charge of Gaza. And of course, that is, obviously, you can interrogate that further, but for this purpose, for the purpose of this conversation, pay attention. For all intents and purposes, Hamas is the governing force in charge of Gaza and its 2+ million citizens. This makes them essentially a state actor, the government of a small country. Oops. Okay, as a state actor, whose laws are they bound by? Well, their own, and any international treaties they sign up to and decide to honor. Essentially, they decide what is lawful. But what about international law? You may say, if they are war crimes, then that's because they break some international law. And I would agree with you. But if international law dictates what violent political action deserves the designation of terrorism, then America, Israel, and the UK have all broken it in conflicts. All of these are terrorist states. Yet in the West, we do not generally refer to them as such. For the record, I personally often do refer to acts of state terrorism committed by our nations. So Hamas committed atrocities, war crimes by the standard of international law, an act that I am happy to call terrorism. But in response, Israel are cutting off water, power, and food to 2 million civilians. They are bombarding them, leveling entire city blocks, not merely targeting specific hideouts for Hamas militants. I also consider this an act of terrorism. For all their abuses over the decades, the deliberate targeting and killing of journalists, the shoot-to-cripple policies of the Israeli snipers, the state-sanctioned acts of violence, including murders by settlers, so on and so on. I consider them to be engaged in acts of terrorism. So what is worth thinking on is this. What Hamas did just recently was a stunning atrocity, a vile war crime. I think it's right to call it terrorism, but state actors are often exempted from that term being applied to their actions. When the police beat protesters in the US and UK because those protesters are voicing lawful opinions the government or the police find objectionable, how is that not terrorism? Terrorism, when it can be applied to state actors, encompasses such a broad array of actions, but there needs to be consistency. Either Hamas, as a state actor, is immune from being called terrorists, or they are not. And all other state actors should also have that label applied to whatever violent violations of human rights under international law that they commit. There is, of course, one other option, and it's this. Hamas is not a state actor. And this is what I believe is at the crux of why Hamas are being called terrorists by our politicians and media. It is to say that Hamas are not the legitimate governing authority of Gaza. But the implications of that, I think our politicians would not like either. Because if Hamas does not govern Gaza, it is not a state actor, then who does? Only one answer: Israel. It would mean that Israel occupy Gaza still. They do. And it would mean that they are bombing their own civilians. Israel occupies Gaza. Israel is responsible for the well-being of the people of Gaza. And Israel have failed in that duty and are actively killing the civilians that have lived for so long now without a vote, without legal rights, under the brutal and authoritarian governance. So who are the terrorists in this situation? They are all, none, are, or whoever you don't like it is. Terrorism just means political violence you disagree with. So I think it's worth thinking about when that label is applied, because it's not an objective classification, but a subjective one. P.S. If you're already familiar with this topic, this thread will seem reductive to you, and it is. This is obviously a much deeper topic. I'm just trying to introduce the topic to the layperson and get folks to start thinking, because terrorist often functions as a thought-terminating cliche. Excellent, excellent thread, okay? And if you want to share this thread, or perhaps learn its arguments, there's the link right there for you. This is exactly what we've been discussing in more depth, but in a different frame. This is a sort of very concise and well-organized version of what we've been talking about on stream lately. It's incredible the double standard that is currently being upheld all over the American discourse, all over it. Damn, I didn't even see this. Egypt rejected safe corridors for refugees fleeing Gaza Strip. Literally nowhere to go. Why won't Biden condemn Israel? Because Biden is the head of state of the United States, and Israel is a major tactical foothold for the United States. The United States, being a state power, first of all, doesn't like the implications of denouncing those behaviors, but they're especially not going to do it to someone that they have that they want basically a little America. They want to be able to have a little foothold in the Middle East. Did you see this ad that was put out by the Israeli government? "40 infants were murdered in Israel." This is referencing the 40 children beheaded, but keep in mind there is still no evidence that that actually happened.
What the fuck? Fuck.
By the Hamas. Oh, I've seen this all over the place. Israeli official says government cannot confirm babies were beheaded. Yeah, this is the type of shit. Like I said, it's post 9/11 shit. It's desperately trying to build a state of constant fear, so that people will look the other way when horrific actions happen. Horrific actions that are taken for a reason, by the way. Nut says, do you condemn Hamas, though? Obviously. Jesus Christ. What a meme. I saw that interview, by the way. I saw the one where the Palestinian representative, the definitively anti-Hamas Palestinian representative, the guy who is actively opposed the rise of Hamas, was talking about how a bunch of his family members just got killed. His family members who are not fucking Hamas, who are all anti-Hamas, just got killed by Israeli airstrikes, and they just kept going, yeah, but do you denounce Hamas? Yeah, but do you denounce Hamas? And he was getting increasingly upset, desperately trying to communicate. Yeah, obviously. It was one of the most sickening things I've seen. The British media just obsessively hounding this guy when he literally is actively mourning family members, and they're so obsessed and so on message to promote this idea that, oh yeah, well look, we need to condemn Hamas. We need to build this message that that everything, Hamas is so bad that it justifies everything that Israel is doing. Hamas is so bad and so roundly rejected that everybody should be able to say that Israel's behaving rationally, right? It's totally rational that Israel should be flattening residential blocks. All right, everybody. I know, we got to move on to a different topic. We have to move on to a different topic because there's only so much we can say about this. If we could go on forever about, we could go on forever about this topic and all of the things, but I think I've made my point. Randomly untangling my headphones. Yeah, I accidentally tangled them during the last segment. And so now I'm trying to untangle them because I'm going to need them later. I was messing with them during the last segment. Brought to you by ADHD. Yep. Do not doom pill, okay? Seriously, do not fucking doom pill. And I'm going to tell you why you shouldn't doom pill, okay? Because chances are, if you're watching this right now, you're doing okay. All right? You're doing okay right now. If you're watching this, chances are you're doing okay. And that means you've got a future in you. There is still life in your heart. There is still air in your lungs, which means there is hope for a future. And you have more knowledge now. You have been given more knowledge. You are equipped now to do a better job and to help other people do a better job so that we can build a world where this shit doesn't happen. Do not doom pill. This is the last thing that you should doom pill about. Getting angry about this is perfectly justified, but don't doom pill. There's no reason to doom. If you're in a position right now to help make the world a better place, to keep fighting another day, and to engage with people, to build things that make the world better and not worse. And it is difficult. It's sad to think about. It's devastating and stressful to think about all of the shit that's going on and the callousness, but also you can understand why it's happening. And once you understand why it's happening, you can start to fight against those structures. We know why this shit happens. This shit happens because people want to seize the power of the state. They want to grow the power of their state entity. Usually the people at the top of it, like Netanyahu and his party, are the ones pushing this type of shit. They are trying to further consolidate their power. We can acknowledge this and we can fight against those people. We can remove them from power. We can fight against them ever getting from power in the first place. Getting power in the first place. And yes, there is not much you can do for people trapped in Gaza right now. The best that we can do is attempt to pound the world in the correct direction so that it can end sooner, so that their terror can end sooner, so that it won't happen again. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. I've already talked about how we do that, okay? In the last segment. Pound. Yeah, true. Hey, listen. Pound him if you got him. That's what I'm saying, all right? Oh, I see people. I pinged the Discord earlier, and since I pinged the Discord earlier with new emotes, everybody's been talking like a lot in Discord. I should ping the Discord more often. Oh, I saw this. I saw this deranged shit. Yeah, I added a whole bunch of emotes to the Discord server earlier today. I brought some from the website chat that weren't on the Discord over. By the way, if you're listening now and aren't in the Discord is poppin'. It's sick as hell. The Discord has been growing like crazy lately. There's been more and more active users. And of course, it's a really easy way to know when I'm doing something cool because I let everybody know on the Discord. You should join it. Discord.gg/DemonMama. It's that easy. Does it still have the jank bot? Nope. We have cleared out the identifier. It is easy as ever to join the server. It is super easy, in fact. We have fixed so many issues on the Discord. The Discord is running as smooth as ever. And also I added like a ton of new emotes. I not only added the ones from the site, but I added a bunch of Doe emotes that have been lost to history after Doe closed its Discord. Yeah, they have been preserved by the Doe Appreciation Society. I am the founder, the president, and the sole member of the Doe Appreciation Society. I am so hungry right now. Oh wait, I have snacks behind me. Yeah, you know what? Let's hit some memes. We got some memes, and then we're gonna talk about some other stuff. All right, let's watch these memes. Let's see if these memes are any good, okay? Everybody, time to judge some memes, and then we're gonna decide what we're gonna do next.
You both! I can't take it! Are you guys like in sync? What is happening? Stop it!
Wait, did someone else shout it too? Wait,
Yes,
what?
you and Nick keep saying things the same way over and over again. How? Stop it!
Oh my god. I did. I was so loud, I didn't even hear you.
How am I the only one noticing this? How am I the only one? That makes no sense. Jesus Christ.
Verdius, you're saying all this as if it's a bad thing.
No, it's.
All right, he said Wario. That's my judgment. Wario. There we go. Holy shit. As always, the Kinnikuman animations are top notch. I'm always super impressed with the animations in these games. I don't know any of the context for any of these characters, except for what I've picked up over the years, but the animations are sick as shit. They're awesome as fuck. These snacks are so good. We got a Dark Souls meme. By the way, if you're watching right now, we have like, there's still like 450 or so people watching right now, even though we're in like a little middle segment. If you're watching right now, you should stick around for when I do Dark Souls in a little bit. I'm gonna be doing Dark Souls video game playing in a little bit. And real quick, this is your chance. Imps, sound off with a hypers if you have been having an amazing time in the gaming sections lately. I've been encouraging more and more people to come hang out and give my gaming sections a chance because they're awesome. And as you're gonna see, a ton of fucking people have been having a really good time. Lots of new people have been showing up to hang out in the gaming sections. Look at this. Look at how many people. Look at it. Look at it. We got a 5 combo, an 8 combo, a bunch of separate people. People have been having a fucking sick ass time. Earlier when I asked, we got like a fucking 50, almost 50 combo right off the cuff. It was sick as shit. The gaming streams have been awesome, and if you've never watched me game, I still end up talking about politics a bunch all the time anyway, but the gaming is awesome, and I'm good at it, and you'll have a fun time with it because I'm funny.
Hot seat.
This is a 20-minute video. I am not watching this. This is a 20-minute Dark Souls video. What are you... 1852? Oh, okay, hold on.
Is to stay close to him.
Okay, I'll stay close to him.
If you can position
Do
yourself
I have to go through
properly-
that? Oh, there he is right there.
I was gonna give him a tip, but it seems the fight's already started, so we're just gonna
What's the
go
tip?
with it. No.
What's the tip?
If you can position
What's the
yourself
tip?
properly, being close to him isn't an issue. However, that's an issue. Right. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh! Oh!
Ah.
Oh! 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 Take that, stupid Taurus demon! You suck! Yeah! Oh! Seamus? Alex, what in the world just...
What a glorious moment to witness. What a glorious moment to witness. You can do that? Yeah, there's actually a couple of bosses you can kill in ways like that. The most famous, of course, is the Taurus demon. But that's so awesome. the demons are a hard check for most players. The Capra demon is the one that most people really struggle with. And to be fair, the Capra demon is a challenging fight because it uses the environment against you. It's a very strange arena. Why, hello there.
Hi.
You want to say hi to the stream real quick? We were just talking about you.
Talking about me?
Not like literally this second.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, speak of the dough. What's up?
We got Mexican food. Do you want some on a plate right now, or you want to wait?
I should probably wait. Okay. Oh, but
You got a video you can watch?
I am hungry. Dough comes bringing Mexican food. Should I eat it on stream? Do we have a video we can watch? Oh, wait a second. Chariot made a video called Being a Trans Woman on BreadTube is Rough. Wait, that sounds awesome. Okay, we're doing a reaction segment. That's right, everybody. That's right. Unplanned reaction segment. Yeah, I'd love it. Okay. I'll watch this Chariot video.
Hell yeah.
That's right. We're gonna see a video of a fresh reaction. I've never reacted to this at all. This sounds amazing. Quick meme. Oh, I don't want to watch that. I really don't want to watch that. Posadas John, I saw it already and I don't like it. It just seems like pointless, horrible toxicity. All right, we're gonna talk about being a trans woman on BreadTube. So you guys want more politics? You're getting bonus politics. That's right, bonus politics. And then after that, I'm playing motherfucking Dark Souls. Also, can I talk about something that I meant to talk about earlier? I watched a FromSoft critique video that made me really mad. And one of the things that they complained about was the Capra demon. And they complained about the Capra demon because they said that it was an inconsistent difficulty because of the arena design. And I'm like, but arena design is a legitimate form of challenge, and you shouldn't fight every boss in a big circular arena. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of like Dark Souls critique videos lately, and I also watched a Dark Souls counter critique video. It was an Elden Ring counter critique video, actually. And there's this weird thing that is really common in Dark Souls and FromSoft and Elden Ring critique videos, which is just like, if you took out one of the things that makes the series so great, the series would be better, totally, bro. And I'm like, why? Why do people say things like this? What creators are encouraging bad Dark Souls opinions, or are they just bubbling up organically? Really, Baphomet? I've killed the Capra demon twice in like the last 2 weeks, and both times took me less than 3 tries, right? No, 3 tries for the first one and 2 tries for the second one. One of the things that people complain about is like unfair situations. And I'm like, but unfair situations are like a part of what makes Dark Souls amazing. It's the fact that you are put into situations that are very difficult and how you are going to overcome that difficulty. Like, for example, I've seen a ton of people complain about Tomb of the Giants, which we might be doing tonight. Ooh, oh shit. Yeah, I'd love more drink, actually. Oh man, this looks awesome. All right. Tomb of the Giants, it's like pitch black. You guys are gonna see it when we get there tonight. We're probably gonna get there tonight. And a lot of people get mad because Tomb of the Giants requires them to drastically change their playstyle. And in fact, I've noticed that increasingly over the Dark Souls critique videos I watch, people seem to get mad when they're forced to change their playstyle, when they can't just pick a playstyle and run with it for the entire game and defeat every enemy. And I find that weird because to me, that's the stuff I like the most in Dark Souls. The fact that Dark Souls forces you to change. It forces you to change yourself in order to overcome. You have a desire. I want to beat this boss. And you have to change yourself to defeat that boss. The game doesn't change to meet you. You have to learn how to evolve and change yourself, which is actually a big theme of the games. Change and transformation as a result of experience is a huge theme in all of the FromSoft titles. And I find it funny that people rage about that because I feel like that's like part of what makes them so good. Right? I don't know. Another thing, this was another thing that was, I feel like maybe I should just start watching some Dark Souls. Would you guys watch if I reacted to Dark Souls critiques on stream and gave my opinions on them? Would you all watch that? Because like, I feel like nobody does that as stream content, and it would also be like really cool. And also like, oh, a lot of people would say they would. I need to react to the Shadiversity Elden Ring review. How long is it? Do I want to do that? Maybe I'll do that. What pisses me off about Elden Ring's story and world building? Oh, we're doing this. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, this sounds sick as shit. Oh, we're totally doing this. We're totally gonna do this. Okay, first, all right, everybody. First. Oh man, oh, this could be such an amazing arc. We're doing Chariot first. No, don't worry. We're doing Chariot first, but we're definitely gonna do this Elden Ring thing. Oh man, you are all getting some free content tonight. You are all getting a boatload of unprepared free content. Mixed Dizzy says, I don't actually find the gameplay itself that interesting when you do game streams, except for when you were in Ash Lake. It's your opinions about the game that are neat. Oh, thank you. Well, I have, here's something, I'm gonna let you all in, already? I'm gonna let you all in on something that I'm gonna try and get better at. One thing that I am, first of all, I've mentioned already this year on multiple occasions that I want to do more review, analysis, and media related content, that over time I want to infuse more of this into my streams. But one thing that I've been thinking about a lot in my own time is how to improve the way that I talk about art. And that's something that that's part of the reason why I mentioned that I've been watching lots of Elden Ring critique, not Elden Ring, FromSoft and Dark Souls reviews, and I've been trying to think about how I would respond to them in a productive and useful manner. Somebody that I've actually learned a lot from is Chariot, and I want to give credit to Chariot for that, because Chariot has been one of the people who has inspired me to think more deeply about art. So yeah, but it's something that I really want to do, so I'm glad to hear that people like that. Especially because games are really important to me. They're like a huge and incredibly important part of my life. Like, not just games, but games are very important. Especially the Souls games are like really important to me. They've been something that has constantly creatively inspired me over the years. I mean, some of it literally even shows in the stuff that in the artistic flares of my stream. The styles that I put on, and even sometimes some of the stuff that I have on my stream itself are directly inspired by the Dark Souls games. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna eat this food and we're going to react to this Chariot video. By the way, I'm gonna link Chariot's channel for anyone who doesn't already subscribe to Chariot. Chariot is somebody who I have massive, massive respect for. Chariot, Chariot's channel is actually growing a bunch recently, but you should all subscribe to Chariot. Chariot is awesome. There are already a bunch of imps in Chariot's community and a bunch of Chariot fans in my community, but I love Chariot's videos and they are always rewarding. Anyway, my lovely, lovely imps, we are about to react to Chariot's video called Being a Trans Woman on BreadTube is Rough. This is the video right here, okay? Being a trans woman on BreadTube is rough. The link is going to be provided in the chat right now for anybody who wants to check it out. I'm gonna pop it in chat. I'm gonna pop it in the YouTube chat too. But we're gonna watch and react to this right now together. I didn't even know this video had come out, so this is a fresh react. I haven't seen it, but I am a big fan of Chariot's work generally, so I'm very excited to hear what Chariot has to say. Anyway, without any further ado, let's check it out.
In a manner that I hope is brief and also easy to understand and not overly antagonistic, I am going to talk about something that has happened recently that at the time kind of set me off a little bit. I want to make it clear that I'm not angry with any of the people involved, but it is always an upsetting experience for me. And I also want to make it clear that I understand how I come across in this regard, aesthetically, rhetorically, etc. And that's part of the point that I'm making. So recently I watched a video and then saw it again when I was on Demon Mama's stream while I was sick, unfortunately.
Oh, this is a video about, this is a video reacting to and talking about Catherine's BreadTube video, which we watched and quite liked. Wow, name dropped. That makes sense. Oh, I'm so happy we're watching this then. I didn't know for sure if that was what this was gonna be about. Damn.
And I wanted to do this stream as soon as possible because I didn't want to just let things fall away. But it's hard, and I don't have a script for this, obviously, because I'm just talking on stream. But I feel very strongly that I have to say this because it has been bothering me very recently how much of critique of this space of BreadTube is fixated on aesthetics. It bugs the hell out of me. That's not how you spell her name, Irked, but you are thinking of the person, yes. Yeah, for me, there is, and I just want to say that the video that I was thinking of in particular is like BreadTube has a patriarchy problem. It's by Catherine, a fellow like small like kind of left-wing politics YouTuber. Lovely person, very, very, very kind, very sweet, very, very interesting material, very like provocative intellectually. I think.
Can we get a close-up of the food? Yeah. What I have here is over on this side, there is a chile relleno. And then over here, we have a tamale. And we have some beans and rice and guac. It is really, really yummy. It's from a local restaurant that we really like. One of the coolest things about Seattle is that Seattle has a crazy amount of really, really good Mexican food. And I love Mexican food. And so do my partners. And so we get it frequently. And this is one of the restaurants we really like. And they have a killer chile relleno, which is awesome. It's so good. It's, for those who don't know, a chile relleno is like it's a big pepper that is toasted and then dipped in egg. So you basically get like a giant omelet filled with pepper, filled with cheese, and then you dip it, and then they dip the omelet in salsa. So you get this super flavor-soaked, peppery, cheesy, eggy, savory, amazing thing. It is just so good. And then of course tamales are a like cornmeal with meat stuffed inside of it, and they wrap it in a leaf and then boil it, and it creates basically like a meat pocket with a really flavorful, textured cornmeal encasement. So I'm eating this while we react to this Chariot video because I'm really hungry and I want to hear what Chariot has to say. And of course, we're going to react as necessary, but I also want to hear what Chariot has to say. So let's continue.
I think overall the video was very good. Largely, it's a deconstruction of rhetorical political participation and also ways of understanding politics in these spaces. And it gets more specific and also broader than that. But I had a sort of difficulty with it. And I just want to lay out that one thing that Catherine says in the video is that she was not saying that certain types of political rhetoric or participation are necessarily feminine or masculine. But she does talk about a kind of masculine or stereotypically masculine is how I'd prefer to say these things. Political participation and communication and rhetorical style. It seems to me that she saw the benefit of an alternative to that, and I appreciate that from her. I want to talk a little bit about my experience, not just in this space, but in politics in general, so that you guys can maybe understand a little bit about me and why, for somebody like me, a video like that or a conversation like that doesn't really serve us all too well. And I want to communicate it in a way that's empathetic and constructive, in the way that I've kind of been trying to do more so with these segments. I have a video that's going to be coming up this Friday, the 13th. Oh my god, Friday the 13th. Yikes, spooky. It's the spooky day, guys. It's a spooky day. I can't believe it. But no, I'll have a video that hopefully everybody will be pleased with. That'll be synthesizing just a couple of my kind of thoughts that I've been having lately in a scripted format. But I want to reach you guys this way first about this in particular. That video is going to be about something related. This video, this segment, this stream right now, I just want to say that it is tough to be trans feminine or a trans woman or any kind of woman who is stereotypically masculine or who is perceived as such. Yep. On the basis of how she's read socially. Yep. You might be familiar with ways in which trans women, lesbians, women of color, especially black women, are often read as being more aggressive and masculine sometimes than they otherwise would be necessarily if they were not of the particular marginalization that they are. And these kinds of injustices trickle into our perception of them even aesthetically, and it's unfortunate. And I think that some of these ways of talking about this stuff feel a little bit like they do a disservice. And there has been a great fixation. Catherine handles this pretty well in her video, but there's been a great fixation in like politics of late, seemingly, where with the rift of the streamers and the video essays kind of occurring, there are a lot of creators who have started talking about politics as if what is stereotypically understood to be masculine and what is like kind of bombastic and just rhetorically aggressive and things of that nature, as if that's more or less toxic or patriarchal. And in Catherine's framework, this was not necessarily how her video talked about it. I originally wasn't going to bring her up by name in this segment because I didn't want to. It's not intended to be a personal attack on her.
This is something that I used to talk about a lot more frequently when I was in the debate space. where when I used to do debates, there a lot of the hate that was directed against debate bros, so to say, was like this, where it would basically be like, people would be like, well, the problem with debate bros is that it's hyper patriarchal, masculine combat. And I'm like, is that really what the problem is? And meanwhile, while I was a woman, and openly a woman, doing debate content, you would be treated with like doubly as bad treatment, even though like it doesn't just, it's not so simple as just denouncing the act of debate or whatever as masculine. That doesn't really take us anywhere, and it also reinforces a binary view of behaviors. And it also further reinforces this idea that like a woman can't engage in this type of stuff without being stripped of her womanhood. Like when I would engage in debate, I would be treated as super aggressive and shrill, and even if I did only a fraction of what my male opponents would engage in, they would still call me super hyper masculine. And then on the other side, you have these people who are anti-debate bro, who are basically claiming that I'm being super masculine in some way by engaging other people in like debate. It's a really weird, like you get hit in this weird two-pronged thing, where on one hand, your aggression is overstated and denounced, and then on the other hand, your aggression is like seen as somehow a flaw in the way that you're going about things. On one hand, you're treated as like this hyper masculine, totally irrational person who's just, oh, you're just the woman who's screaming and screeching and being weird, and then you're also invalidated for not doing politics correctly by presumably a side that would otherwise be willing to critique some of the behaviors going on in these circles because it's convenient for them to aestheticize debate itself. I didn't say it as well. I probably should have just let Chariot do the talking on this particular subject, but I used to talk about it a lot, and some of you can have seen my videos on this in the past, talking about how there's like no way to win when you're a woman, especially a trans woman, engaging in debate spaces, because no matter what you do, if you don't speak up, no one lets you talk. No one will ever let you talk. If you don't elbow your way into a conversation, no one lets you talk. And on one hand, you will be treated with incredible aggression in response. Your aggression will be overstated, and then it will also be denounced as somehow invalidating of your woman status. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
But I feel the need now to acknowledge it. I've seen videos where people talk about toxic masculinity as if it is also this element of male socialization that trans women have. And in the comments of Catherine's video, I did see a couple comments expressing sentiments like that, and it might seem, it's funny, at one point in her video, she talks about,
Merrick says, Demon Mama, once FD Signifier told me that we don't get talked about, meaning Merrick and I, both women who have engaged in the debate sphere. We don't get talked about because we aren't the problem, but that still pretends that we don't exist. Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mentioned this many times, that in all of these denouncing of the debate, of debate streamers, they would conveniently cut out the people completely from existing. While denouncing the debate stream as an entire concept, they would erase the people who fly in the face of their case, who say, oh, wait a minute, we're engaging in this shit, and it's just like, oh, well, you know, well, you're not the one I'm talking about then. And it's like, well, you're spending all your time fixating on other people, sometimes people who even have mistreated us, and you don't even give us the room to present our own case for what we're doing. Yeah, it's very that's a really good comment, Merrick. Thank you for bringing that up.
You know, this kind of like pick me behavior where someone will say, "Oh, I'm not like other girls. I'm okay with like sexist remarks," which I don't think sexist remarks are good. Just so we're on the same page. However, I do think that it's very interesting to talk about that in kind of the same conversation as fixation on like aesthetics of leftism, when for my money the pick-me's of feminism have always been the feminists who were uncomfortable with masculinity and aggression, who were by contrast, at least in my generation, this always seemed to be the case in my experience, they were the pick-me's were the ones who kind of wanted to have this, you know, have their cake and eat it too, where it's, you know, I support women's rights, but also, you know, I want to have this other lifestyle, and, you know, we're not all, you know, I'm not like those other feminists. We're not all, you know, screeching, dyed-haired liberals, you know, with unshaven legs or whatever. That was always how that came off to me in the past. I don't know if that's necessarily how other people have experienced that in their lives. But it is interesting to have those two different ways of looking at that scenario. I don't think her way of talking about it or my way of talking about it are either necessarily incorrect, because they're both, I think, pointing to a real problem. But the thing that really troubled me about that video, and the reason why I want to use it as a jumping off point, is that it was a little rough for me to watch and to feel like there was no space in it for masculine women, or stereotypically masculine women. That there was no room made like that, and yet there was lip service paid to intersectionality. But like, where does like a non-traditional woman go? A woman whose womanhood is non-traditional, or who lacks a stereotypical femininity. What is there for her exactly in this debate? It felt to me like
the rough answer for this is mistreatment is what is there for her. And it's something that in a lot of ways, like I've just come to understand as, you know, a part and parcel of the space, and also of life in general. Because like butch women, trans women like myself, who are not afraid of engaging in so-called typically masculine behaviors like debate, or like calling someone on the spot and being willing to be like, fuck you, asshole, I'm not gonna take your shit. Women who have like a slightly deeper voice, such as myself, are constantly treated as simultaneously, you know, like I said, simultaneously bad by certain aspects of the left for being too masculine and engaging in toxic whatever, but then also being considered not real women because they're not feminine enough in a certain way. It's a really rough position to be in, and it's very bullshit. Because the truth is, and this is something else, there are a lot of people. It's not just a matter of like people not like finding us attractive or whatever either, because there's tons of people who find, you know, all different types of women attractive or interesting or whatever. It's not just like a purely patriarchal, oh, you're not a beautiful woman there or whatever, or a traditionally beautiful woman, and therefore I'm not interested in you, because that's definitely a thing that happens. Like, there are women who are just like, who are overlooked and not given credit because they exist in a hyper-patriarchal environment where they're not pretty enough or whatever for those men to take them seriously. That's definitely a problem. But it's not just that. For women who are sort of forcibly categorized as too masculine, which happens all the time, there's just this, there is like a dual-pronged invalidation that occurs. And it leads to people just being really, really derangedly unfair. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. No, I don't think that's entirely wrong, Nuts. But also, I think that's what Chariot is doing. I think that is what's happening here. It's also important, though, to get people to think about it, right? For the same reason that I've said that people ruin their own, they ruin their own lives. Their prejudices, their unanalyzed prejudices make them miss out on things. White people with unanalyzed racism miss out on the incredibly valuable and wonderful insights of people of color. Cis people with unanalyzed transphobia miss out on the incredibly beautiful art and the incredibly insightful political insights that trans people have to offer to the world. So sometimes it's important to simply point that out and recognize that, to get people to think about it so they realize what they've been missing out of because of a prejudice, because of a form of prejudice. Let's continue.
Like a very lonely experience watching that video. I think that would be the word that I would use for it. Because it made it feel as if there were these two sides to this conflict, and I wasn't on either of them, which is definitely what my experience with a lot of the streamer and essayist intro critique has been. Is that
I feel that way too, and I've brought that up. I brought that up a ton in the past. Chariot, you might have even seen me talk about it on stream before. Again, I don't talk about it as much because anymore, because first of all, I don't really do debate. I mean, I do debates, but I don't do the debate community that used to exist doesn't exist anymore. And also, I explicitly left the debate panel scene because it was trash. I still do lots of debates, as you guys see. I still engage in plenty of debates, but you know, I used to talk about this more frequently, how it would it would feel like you were erased by everyone constantly. Yeah.
I am sort of in the middle of something, and I will never really have a place on either hand for real reasons, for real, almost seemingly intractable reasons that most people don't seem to recognize, let alone have any idea what to do about.
Hold on a second. Let me say something very unequivocally. You do have a place in the fucking Grand Garden, okay? Like I said, we're in the Grand Gardener arc, and the Grand Garden is beginning. It is the seeds are being planted. The garden is growing. You definitely have a place in the Grand Garden. That is for sure. The truth is that as much as it sucks, and as much as it was very annoying and also wrong and unjust, the way that like I was treated in the debate spaces, and I was treated when discourse would come up around the debate spaces, and of course the way that I've been treated in the discussions about streamers versus video essayists. The reality is, we don't want to fucking be on the video essayist side of things, okay? Those people are fucking miserable. They make themselves miserable. And we don't want to be on the streamer side of things. We want to be in the Grand fucking Garden. That's where we want to be. And you do have a place there. The Grand Garden is not so pettily defined as by something so pointless as, do you stream or do you make video essayists? Do you do debate or do you hate debate? The Grand Garden is about something much bigger, and you definitely have a place there. Is the Grand Garden different from Hear the Signal? It is. It is, but it's tied. They are all tied, okay? I am definitely we're definitely still hearing the signal, okay? Trust me, we've even got a I got a surprise, a Christmas surprise for you all coming. Just you wait. When Impmas starts this year, boy oh boy, am I gonna have a big surprise for you. We got a Hear the Signal related Impmas special coming up, okay? Trust me, it's a big deal, all right? But The garden is a different project, okay? Hearing the signal is about viewers learning how to find information and learning how to find cool things in a increasingly deranged online environment. The Grand Garden is about building something new out of the ashes of something old, okay? These spaces that we exist in are devastated, okay? People don't have connections with one another. People don't, there's the affiliations that existed in the past are pathetic and embarrassing. They are at best, at best, there are cliques, and at worst, there are orbits, like extremely horrific content farm based orbits where people basically force content creators to be simps for them in order to get drops of attention, and then they can be consumed and rejected at any moment. We need something new, something organic, something healthy and vibrant that can grow and can carry these spaces to a new future. Like it or not, the online left-leaning spaces, especially around politics, are in their infancy, and they are. Let's just say they've been the infant of the online leftist space has been dealing with a. It's been fighting off a fever. Okay. And this is what happens now that the fever has run its course. Now we decide where this infant space is going to grow. That's the Grand Gardener arc, okay? Keep that in mind, all right? Let's continue.
The experience that I've been having is looking at a lot of this stuff and thinking to myself, well, gosh, you know, like, you get to say, okay, on the one hand, you have these cis men and they sometimes have these toxic behaviors, and this can absolutely feed like not just a kind of loosely understood patriarchal mindset, but a very real like a patriarchal social structuring of this space. And then on the other hand, you have these left-wingers and feminists and such who are very obsessed with cultivating a softer and less offensive aesthetic, even in the face of a genocidal movement that will never accept that from us, and should elicit righteous anger. It seems to me that the anger of women is usually conceived of as it's either like, I don't want to use any demonetization words, but on the one hand, it's conceived of in this kind of like misogynistic stereotype of a woman or a feminist, the crazy woman, whatever.
Yes.
Yep. And on the other hand, it's conceived of as this like woman who has like discursively imbibed like male toxicity into her being, and that just to me seems like a total like contortion to refuse to reject these labels as we're given them. And I think that if we do understand that these things aren't necessarily that way, that these traits aren't necessarily toxic and they're not necessarily feminine or masculine. Yeah, that Lily Alexander video on pop feminism, I have seen it and it's very good, and it's actually Felsen Forma, I'm so glad you brought that up, because that was actually something that I thought about doing. I thought about doing a video for patrons or something where I criticized Betty Friedan on kind of similar grounds, actually. There's just something really interesting for me, because like, and I don't know how to convey this to you guys in a way that's inoffensive, but for me, like, when I was getting called like homophobic slurs when I was a kid, you know, which is a very real thing that happened to me, and that marked me out at a certain point in my life as being different from my peers. When I was having that experience, I knew, first of all, that it couldn't be resolved from a situation of power. The teachers weren't capable of resolving it. Nobody's parents were going to fix that situation. And in that situation, I was alone, you know? So I was just the person who had been singled out. And when you're a child, especially in like the late 90s, early 2000s, like you didn't have that understanding of queer identities necessarily that we do now. And I just, like, I had to be the one to stick up for myself. And at first I would go home and I would cry and I would be very, very sad, and I would be a bit softer. But over time, that softness just hardened a little bit in my political position.
Yep. Yep.
And in the way that I talked about social issues. And it became a kind of like aggressive tonality. And, you know, same reason, you know, when I got remarks about my gender, which started pretty young, but there was still a time prior to trans issues being of very public knowledge. There was still a time where people would just be homophobic if they would see me in like makeup or something, and they wouldn't put two and two together necessarily. At that point in time, I'm kind of fast forwarding a little bit from like elementary school, middle school, high school. I just remember like developing a sense that we were queer people, strong because we could be together. And that sense of togetherness and that sense of community was what gave us strength, and our ability also to defend ourselves in that community. And I know that there's a lot of strong people who have softer ways of speaking or tones or aesthetics. And in my private moments, I can as well. I don't usually let it out a lot, but you know, some people know me. They know I like flowers, and they know I like romantic poetry, not as in romance, but as in like the romantics, the tradition. Getting to use that for an upcoming video, actually. You know, that's me privately, and at a certain level, if things had been otherwise, that probably just would have been who I always was. But, you know, I remember situations also when I was like with my family when I was younger, and somebody in our family would make a homophobic remark, and who was the one who had to defend myself and say something? It was me. Nobody.
Wow. I really really empathize with this entire section, because boy, oh boy, has this been something I've been through a lot. Like, oh my God, when my whole family, that whole thing came down, like, it was me against the entire world in so many ways. And yeah, you have to learn some sort of fighting techniques, and you have to learn how to be able to assert your position, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Again, I mean, I remember the story I've told, the source of my name on this website, Demon Mama. I've told this story 100 times. Some of you know it already, but it came from I went to a family dinner shortly after my dad had outed me to my entire family, and there was a brief period of a couple of months where like there was this like awkward attempt to still maintain some communication, as more and more family members sort of like pulled away, but I would still go to some family events as in hopes that I would connect with my dad, mostly. And those events, there was a number of them that got really hostile. And one of them, it wasn't even about trans stuff that time, although I did get made fun of a bunch of stuff because of the pants that I was wearing, which were not even women's pants at the time. They were just like skinny jeans. And anyway, whatever. The fact of the matter was, at that particular night, there was literally a point where like half of my family was sitting on one end of the table and I was sitting on the other end of the table, and they were arguing with me about religion broadly, a couple of different topics, including homophobia and a couple of other things. And my aunt was literally like, you know, it really feels like you were, you know, sent by Satan to deceive us here. Like you're some kind of a demon sent by Satan. And that's where the name Demon and Demon Mama came from. That's when I started picking up the demon aesthetic, was because my family, you know, like in this moment of like repeated and increasing confrontations that eventually led to me not going to family dinners anymore and literally no one talking to me anymore. The one that really did it was an intervention, more or less, that my family... I'll just tell you the story. The sort of final thing that stopped most of the communication with the most of my family was my dad inviting me out to my uncle's place for dinner. And at that point in time, it was still in the period when like right after I had come out, right after I had sort of been kicked out of my house, but I was still desperately trying to restore relations with with certain members of my family. And it was a very weird and awkward time where sometimes my family was just completely like ready to throw me away, and other times they were inviting me to dinners like this. Anyway, my uncle lived in the middle of nowhere, and my dad was like, "Oh, we'd love if you came for dinner tonight." And I'm like, you know what? All right, maybe this is a good sign. And so my dad offered to give me a ride, and boy, was that a mistake, because letting my dad be my ride meant that I couldn't leave, because it was in the middle of nowhere and it was the beginning of winter in my home state of Maine. And I went out there and we were eating dinner and whatever. And at one point I was sitting on the couch and everybody just came into the room. Like all of my family members just kind of came into the room and surrounded me and started interrogating me about being trans and whether I was going to be trying to get surgery, and if I had realized how dangerous and fucked up that was. And it was an incredibly uncomfortable and stressful moment. And I had, like, that was something I had to grapple with at the time. And I wasn't even like super debatey or anything, but it meant that I had to be able to handle on my own multiple family members coming at me and saying untrue things about me, saying, you know, implying all kinds of shit about me in a confrontation moment that I had no control over, which meant that I was basically a surrounded animal. And so this whole thing that Chariot is talking about here really echoes with me. That, like, as a product of being trans, of being queer, of being a trans woman, it often puts you in situations where you have no option for survival except to fight. And then your fighting is sort of perceived as proof of your masculinity and not your will to survive, as if women don't fight when they want to survive. Yeah. Yeah. No problem, Galaxy. I mean, I feel like it's valuable to talk about these types of things sometimes. Maybe I don't know if I've told this story on stream before, but it was a very, very uncomfortable and upsetting moment. And it was one of a few. There, of course, have been all kinds of other moments of confrontation throughout my life where, you know, you have no choice but to learn how to fight, how to assert your position, and sometimes against stacked odds, you know? Oh, so I did tell it before, Rhodes. It's been almost a year. Okay. Yeah. Let's continue. Let's hear what else Chariot has to say. I just figured I would share my agreement, why I agree and why I think that what Chariot is saying here is so relevant and valuable.
Nobody else was gonna, in the moment when somebody needed to do so because it was a matter of my human respect and my humanity, step up and say something, because that's a situation of injustice. And who had to be the person to say something? It had to be me. So I had to be a little, you know, not a lot, but a little bit tougher in that regard. And it has made me, I think, tonally more aggressive in politics. And the funny thing is, I think a lot of people would say, well, that's something to unlearn. No, it's not. You people are so naive. I'm sorry. This is not addressed to Catherine. There's just people out there who I've seen say things like what I've just articulated.
It's so not a matter of unlearning that. If it was like, oh, you're super aggressive to your partners or something like that. No, but these are political issues you're talking about, and the treatment is the same online. Getting surrounded by people who oppose your basic identity for no reason. It's a survival technique that is still relevant. Being able to fight and stand your ground and assert your position and say, no, you can't take this from me and you won't take it from me, is still relevant in all of these conflicts. And not only that, but I believe in its power. My stream is not the world's most successful stream, but we have a incredibly intense core community of people who this message resonates with. The fact that I am willing to say, no, I'm making a stand on this issue. Bam, this is where it stops. That I'm willing to take and stand that, stand and fight for a position. Take a stand on positions is valuable to a lot of people, and I think it's more valuable than people let on, because I'm not the only person who does this, right? I get judged differently for it, but there are other content creators, I'm sure you can think of a whole bunch, who don't share the same identity matrix or whatever as me, for whom this type of behavior is considered a massive advantage, right? Like, how many people resonate with a Vosh's type community, where Vosh is willing to strongly fight for a specific position, and people find reinforcement and solidarity in that, and the ability to go, wait, yes, I should be confident in opposing transphobia. Yes, I should be confident in opposing misogyny. I should be confident in opposing apartheid or whatever. It's clearly an effective tactic. It's just that we're judged differently. The queer trans women are judged differently. And people tell us, oh, you're doing something wrong. Even when we've been successful. My stream tonight has had like an average of over 450 viewers. That is insane. I know that to some gigantic Titanic streamers out there, they're like, oh, that's a small stream or whatever. The vast majority of streams never can sustain these types of numbers, ever. And I do it talking about whatever the fuck I want. I can get 300 people to listen to me rant and rave about my opinions on Dark Souls. So I know that there's an appetite for this out here, even if a lot of people will judge me unfairly as a result of it. And the same goes for Chariot as well, who's obviously bringing these issues up.
Catherine, if you, on the off chance you ever see this, love your video. Please keep doing what you do. That's not addressed to her, but I have seen people who act like, oh, when I was younger.
Good point, Rhodes. Rhodes says, hell, you got us going on about monster fucking for half an hour. Yeah. There was almost 450 people watching me go about over that back and forth for like hours. You're telling me there's not an appetite for my type of stuff? There definitely is. I know there is, and I'm confident in that. Even if people try to say otherwise.
I had to be tough, but the world's different now, so I have to change. It's not that different. It's not that different. Few things are the same. To a little bit, somebody's got to be aggressive, you know? At one point, Catherine uses this phrase, this paradigm of like the trickster versus the martyr, which I think is kind of uncharitable, because I don't think that people who are aggressive in situations of injustice, tonally aggressive, see themselves as martyrs. I think that's a mischaracterization. I think we see ourselves as throwing hands.
As guts. That's who we see ourselves as. Guts. No martyrdom. Early arc guts. We fear not death. We live for the fight. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking, obviously. But yeah, no, it is a little bit more like that. We see ourselves as the great sword wielders, okay? We're willing to pick up the big sword and say, no, you don't get to just hurt people. It's not about martyrdom. It's about saying, I personally have had enough, and I'm going to fight back, and I'm going to make space. I'm going to push back our opponents ideologically, physically, however. We're going to push this out and carve out space for the rest of everybody else. Sometimes it does involve taking pain, but there's not a martyrdom there. I think that the martyrdom and trickster analysis, upon reflection after the video, I do think that dichotomy was sort of falsely constructed, especially because when we were watching the video, I was like, you know, I think this is one of the things that Vosh is good at. He's got a little bit of goofy in him. But I realized that in that particular segment, Catherine would have been framing Vosh as the martyr type and not as the trickster, even though I would have categorized Vosh as the trickster. So I think that dichotomy in that moment was less meaningful upon reflection. It's from Jungian psychoanalysis? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Anyway, sorry, that was a little bit of a goofy side section. Didn't mean to be a trickster on you all.
When no one else is. Somebody throws the first brick, right? And everybody loves that person in hindsight. Maybe not in the moment, but in hindsight, oh, that person's the person who gets the stories written about them. And everybody else had to be there too to be supportive. They weren't less important, you know? There were probably people at protests who are kind of heroes, whose names you'll never hear because, you know, they were just there to help. They were just the helpers. And that's good. And that's good for them. And then they went home, and there were people in their homes who were the helpers, who were making them food and you know, maybe help them take their medicine or something.
Yep.
The other helpers. For me, I don't see these things as superior or inferior to each other, and it bothers me when people talk about them in a manner that suggests that they do see it that way. What permeates this entire discussion is a view of female aggression and a view of masculine women that positions it and them as lesser. Mm-hmm. And it is not, I don't think, intentional, and it is not, I don't think, a matter of like sinister malice or anything like that, but it is there, it lingering in these discussions, you know? And it's tiring. It's very tiring. It's tiring to hear people talk about patriarchy and white supremacy on aesthetic terms when they could be talking about them on logical terms that helps people understand them, and not do this like fly-by-wire rumor mill analysis where you're just kind of like squinting and looking at something and going, oh, I guess that kind of looks like that other thing, so I'm going to treat it like it is. I don't like that. I don't like analysis that sets itself up that way. It actually, in some cases, I think can have some pretty bad consequences. You know, we talked about pick-me's earlier. You know who the real pick-me's are? It's the trans women in people's comment sections who are talking about being male socialized. I'm sorry, that is some self-hating behavior, and
You all remember my video on why male socialization is bullshit? If not, search it on my channel, because I did a whole video on that. I did a whole fucking video about how the male socialization fails as a concept, how it's conceptually fraught. that it relies on a baby brain stereotypical analysis of what is and what isn't. That there isn't even, it's difficult to even distill a single experience for all males. That even within males, there's not a singular type of socialization. And the best example of this is, of course, the fact that gay men who don't end up transitioning, gay men who are sort of openly different in their gender presentation. Maybe they're a little bit softer in the voice. Maybe they have a lisp. Maybe they do the stereotypical this, you know, who knows? Any of those things, that those boys will be singled out and treated completely differently from other males. That there is there is no single male socialization. It's a bunk concept, and that's why I urge people not to like rely too heavily on male socialization. And you can go watch my video on it. Search male socialization on my channel, and you'll find it. Actually, yeah, here, I'll just grab the video so you guys can watch it if you want to. Hold on.
I feel very strongly about that. You know, maybe they're articulating something real, but just using language that I personally don't prefer. But God, that is...
There you go.
There is something rough there, and we need to talk about how, on the one hand, you've got people who are just willing to be kind of rude to women unnecessarily, and on the other hand, you've got people who don't understand the need for aggression and how it works. Again, not lumping Catherine in there. I want to be very specific here. But these are social problems of this landscape. So to me, it's not that BreadTube has a patriarchy problem that has exhibited in the way that people sometimes value aggression over softness. To me, that patriarchy problem also extends to how people sometimes value softness over aggression. And I think that there was a whole other wing to that video that, you know, maybe one day we'll get a second Catherine video. A second Catherine video will hit the discourse, and you know, it'll be just as good as the first one. And I really want to make it clear that I like her and I like the video, and this is not a roast or anything, and this is not even a rejection of her talking points, because she's basically right about everything that she says. I just have mixed feelings about the discourse as a whole because of other things that I've seen people say.
Yeah. And
how a lot of that stuff doesn't get addressed, you know?
The analysis is limited and needs to be taken as such. That a lot of the claims that Catherine made were correct, but the larger framing has to be interrogated more deeply to come to a fully, like a holistic view. I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah, I agree with Chariot here.
Like, I don't know, it's just like another...
Because I also, by the way, really liked Catherine's video. Though I agree with the critiques that are being presented by Chariot here. I still really like Catherine's video, and I think a lot of what Catherine said is very true.
Situation, like, I brought this up in Demon Mama's chat at the time when she was reacting to Catherine's video, which is another reason why I thought, okay, maybe I'll talk about the video by name.
I'm glad
if I can praise it enough, which I think I can. I mean, if you want to talk about somebody who's been mischaracterized based on having like feminine aggression, but also like stereotypically like heavy air quotes masculine gender norms aggression, be like kind of like, I don't know what you want to call it, like just negatively jacketed in public spaces. If you want to talk about somebody who's been mistreated along those lines, there's somebody who I think everybody can learn a thing or two from. It's been incredibly resilient of her to keep operating in the way that she does. And frankly, maybe that's what Friday the 13th video is going to be about a little bit. Who knows? Maybe it's going to be relevant or something. I don't know.
Hey, thank you.
But there is a capacity in which left-wing YouTubers should embrace their responsibilities to their audiences, I think. And that is as partial educators. You are doing something wrong if you are giving people misinformation, and if you're giving them an analysis that produces misinformation or that teaches them to think about things in a way that is not productive and oftentimes incorrect or just completely out of step with the truth, that is also wrong. Again, not a thing Catherine did. Want to be absolutely clear about that. But there's a real problem in these spaces, and I call it, in my head sometimes, I call it analytical transmisogyny, because it is not a matter of seeing trans women actively as lesser or as predators, the way that like a TERF does sometimes, you know? Transphobes in general tend to talk about us like that. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a way of seeing women and masculinity in general. Transmisogyny, a thing that cis women sometimes are victims of, although, you know, albeit not necessarily intentionally, but even so, I mean, this is something that affects a lot of different groups of women. I outlined some of them earlier when I was talking about this. It's important to return to an understanding of these things in terms of their logics. That's why I use the phrase analytical transmisogyny. I would say BreadTube has an analytical transmisogyny problem. And as with an analytical racism problem, actually. I'd go so far as to say that as well. Somebody driving their motorcycle past. Usually we just say racism or transmisogyny, but I want to be correct that I'm talking about like an underlying philosophical logic, a way of thinking, not necessarily just a belief. Everybody treats things like it's just, you just have positions and those are your politics. But the way that you think about stuff, I saw somebody say in Demon Mama's chat when I was there the other night, why do so many left-wing figures fall off? What happens? These people just become reactionaries out of nowhere? Well, no. They have ways of thinking, some of which get influenced over time, some of which change drastically, but some of which are just, you know, kind of go ahead of what they come to believe that becomes reactionary.
Yeah, there are certain types of framings and baseline assumptions about the world that as people spend more and more time digging into these roots of their baseline, you know, sort of eroding away into, you know, deeper and deeper, they're based on their base assumption, it sometimes leads them to terrible places.
When I do these videos now, I want to try to give you guys just a little pinch of how to understand what I'm talking about, the way that I am understanding it, just so I'm making myself understood, but also so that you then walk away with a way of thinking that, I know, vroom, right? With a way of thinking that allows you to navigate these issues. So I want to say again that Catherine made a great video about this. It's called, like, BreadTube has a patriarchy problem or something to that effect. You should go watch it. You should give her a lot of love and support. But these discourses have definitely been very difficult for me personally to navigate. And that is part of the reason why, what I've just said. So thank you a lot. Appreciate it.
Part of the demon part of Demon Mama is has been recognizing that for no reason other than who I am and how I am perceived by other people in a way that I can't control, you know, or at least I have very little control over outside of completely selling out my genuine representation of self, I will be perceived as a villain, or I will be perceived as a demon. I will be perceived as somehow evil or flawed, regardless of how far I go to try and change my presentation. This, I think, is a part of it. I think this is one such thing, where in the current dichotomy of the world, this hyper-binarist view that so many people grow up in, basically all Americans are raised and inundated for most of their lives in a hyper-binarist world, where there are masculine and feminine traits, and there are men and there are women, and that is it. And fighting is masculine, and you know, hugging someone is feminine. being kind is feminine. That this binarist framework that everyone is locked into means that certain behaviors will always, because of who you are, will always be interpreted by many people in a negative light. Not by everyone, but by many people, especially people who are not capable of challenging their baseline assumptions. Because I am a trans woman, when I fight back hard against something, people aren't going to see that as a trans woman fighting righteously for something. They are going to see it as a trans woman acting masculinely. I mean, in many ways, that will be interpreted that way. Or it will be interpreted as, if I'm lucky and they're not super transphobic, then it will be seen as a woman behaving masculinely, which is, for many people of all types of worldview, inappropriate and bad. This is part of why I am a gender ascensionist, because no matter, even if we relax the idea, oh well, it's okay for men to have a little bit of woman in them. It's still, the binary is still informing our actions and telling us that certain actions are intrinsically masculine and intrinsically feminine, when I think that's ridiculous. I think fighting for your position is a universal trait that is neither masculine nor feminine. I think that fighting aggressively for things that you strongly believe in is a universal trait that is not necessarily masculine or feminine, which is, why we gender ascension. You think I should change it to gender transcendentalist? I sometimes say that too. They're both valid, but this is part of the demon thing, is this recognition. Taking a demon aspect into my identity is it is an acknowledgement, a recognition of, and an accepting of the fact that there is no way around it. There is a quote that I've often referenced from Game of Thrones, where Tyrion, one of the beloved main characters of the series, talks about wearing what people say about you as your armor. If they call you the imp, if they call you the bastard, wear it like your armor. There's no need to be ashamed of that. They're saying it to hurt you, and that can hurt, but at the same time, so what? So you are the bastard. So you are the imp. What? Now what? And that's something that I've found to be a particularly empowering position to take personally. People will see me as a demon, and they still have to grapple with me because this demon isn't going fucking anywhere. And I think that's just, I think part of that is very much, there's overlaps with that particular position in this conversation, in the idea that if you are a trans woman, everything you do will be deemed incorrect, no matter how you do it. If you don't stand up for yourself, and you're too feminine, you're wearing femininity like a costume. If you do, then you're masculine and you're engaging in problematic patriarchy and whatever, and therefore you're threatening women. No matter what you do, people who don't like you are going to find a way to demonize you. And sometimes it won't even be people who dislike you. It will just be a product of the baseline flawed assumptions that are still carried forward in our system. The problem with engaging, one of the problems with engaging on a purely binaristic view of patriarchy, even though patriarchy operates on a binary, one of the problems of meeting it on that battleground is that you have to step into the assumptions that it's made. And that doesn't mean that it's not valid to do so. it doesn't mean that it's not valid to sometimes step onto onto a binarist assumptions in order to tackle claims within patriarchy. Sometimes by just saying, okay, these are the assumptions we're operating on, you can start to poke holes and weaken the case. But it's a limitation that has to be acknowledged, which I think Chariot did a really good job of here. And I really appreciate this video. Yeah. I think this is a very necessary video, and I completely sympathize and empathize with everything that Chariot said in this video. I think it's something that people need to keep in mind. And yeah, it is really rough. As the title of the video says, being a trans woman on BreadTube is rough, and it is. Being a trans woman in any space that puts you in contact with the general public and the biases and prejudices that just are like a miasma, and you have to deal with it. You can't just retreat. It is very difficult. It is draining and very hard. But also, I want to say one thing to end off this video. First of all, Chariot, you are not alone out there. You not only have direct support, but there are a ton of people out there, such as myself, who deeply appreciate you, your presentation style, the way that you do things. And you are not alone, and you will not be rejected by everyone. People who cannot challenge their prejudices may perhaps reject you, or may perhaps leave you out of their analysis and erase you, but not everyone will. And I support you, and so does this community. If you would like to leave some love for Chariot and help Chariot's video get more eyes, I am putting the link in the chat. Please click that link, go leave a like, and also consider leaving a comment, and definitely make sure that you are subscribed to Chariot. Chariot's video essays are some of my favorite on the entire platform, and I mean that. Chariot's, for example, Chariot's series talking about The Last Jedi made me rethink my analysis, aspects of my analysis of The Last Jedi, and also made me feel very self-conscious about my own review of The Last Jedi, and in a good way. Chariot's, her videos are amazing, and so I highly recommend you go check out her channel and give some love. Oh, that sounds awesome, Chariot. Chariot says the video coming out tomorrow is called Trans Deer, Pedagogy for LeftTube, and I think you might enjoy it. That sounds amazing. Oh, I will watch it the moment it drops. I'm sure Doe and I will both watch it. Maybe I'll even watch it on stream. I'm more than happy. I always find your videos to be worthy of watching on stream, to be completely honest. I hope you're cool with us reacting to them. I will always try to make sure that we direct people and love and attention over to your channel, because I think that you're great. Aren't we do a Star Wars video? Yeah, honestly, I'm behind. I was supposed to do a Star Wars review a while ago, but then my trip happened. All right, are we ready to do something different? Are we ready to react to a shitty... Okay, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't say it's shitty. Okay, I know it's gonna be shitty, okay? Come on. I don't want to poison the well, but look at this fucking thumbnail. Are you telling me this isn't gonna be crap? Okay. All right, here we go. My lovely, lovely imps, I have been sent a gift. As many of you know, I love Dark Souls, I love FromSoft, I love Elden Ring, I love Bloodborne, I love Sekiro, I love Armored Core. I am a FromSoft super fan. I adore these games, okay? I'm stating my bias up front. I don't believe that these games are above reproach at all, but I've found in recent memory that when people try to criticize FromSoft games, I find a lot of people who do a really bad job at it, and it's annoying to me. It's annoying to me, and I feel the need to take up my Ultra Greatsword and Ultra Great Shield and my Havel armor with infinite poise and defend one of the most successful, okay, now I'm just sounding super white. Whatever, fuck it. I'm gonna defend one of the most successful series in the world from bad critiques. I'm sorry. It annoys the hell out of me, okay? It really annoys me when people do bad critiques. Like, Jesus Christ, it makes me angry, okay? And I just get annoyed, okay? And the thing is, I have seen good critiques of FromSoft games. I have definitely enjoyed and imbibed a few excellent critiques of FromSoft games. And in fact, I've issued a few of my own. But there's some things that make me feel annoyed. And I have been given a gift, which is that I have been told that the YouTuber, the right-wing sword fighting turned culture critic channel Shadiversity has done a big Raging Gamer review of Elden Ring. And I want to watch it because I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that what I'm kind of talking about here might be apparent in this video. Just because I'm fairly familiar with Shadiversity's other work, okay? Oh man. Anyway, I want to watch this together, and I want to critique the critique. I want to be, it's my turn. Instead of being a rager and critiquing things, I am going to defend something. So let's do it. Let's react to Shadiversity's What Pisses Me Off About Elden Ring's Story and World Building, which, as you can see, has this very curious thumbnail going on here of, he seems to be having conniptions. Let's see. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Whoa! That is loud. Whoa! Let's do it.
Shadiversity.
All I'm saying is, if you're gonna, listen, all I'm saying is, if you're gonna swing at the greats, if you're gonna be swinging at the gods, you better come swinging with a better fucking intro than this, okay? I'm really sorry.
Shadiversity.
Elden Ring has such terrible graphics, and the music is just dumb. How is the game so bad? Okay, and then your intro is like a fucking Fiverr animation of a sword. Okay, all right, I'm done being mean. I don't want to poison the well. All right, let's do this. Come on, that's a low blow. I'm committing my own sins here. All right, let's go.
Greetings, I'm Shad, and Elden Ring's world building is absolutely phenomenal, but what really annoys me about that is that I didn't learn how good it was from the game. And to me, that's a big problem. Now...
What? How?
I understand that the way FromSoft, the developers of Elden Ring, the way that they do story is very undertoned, mysterious, not in your face, and you have to do digging. There's a joke in the Dark Souls community that Oz told me about. Say hi, Oz.
Hello.
That you have to wait for a video from Vati Vidya to understand the world building. And what's interesting...
Vadi Vidya. What about Smothtown? Huh? What about my boy fucking Ziostorm? How come Vadi is the only one who ever gets any credit for this shit?
It was one of Vati Vidya's videos that helped me understand the world building of Elden Ring. So much to the point, and I'm really annoyed. Now, for people who love the way FromSoft does their storytelling, I have experience with writing. I've experience with world building. Okay, I do this as a career. I'm an author, and I've studied it a lot. And my own opinion, but it is also an informed one from a lot of.
Why is he out of focus? I'm sorry, this is a small nitpick, but this katana in the background is in perfect focus, and he's way out of focus. Why? He's in a static shot. Why? I would get it if he was like moving around a bunch or something. But what the fuck?
Study, right, is that
it's not even a little, he's like way out of focus.
They are shooting themselves in the foot a bit, and that they could achieve the same thing that they're offering the people who like their style in terms of mystery and stuff like that. They could still achieve that and not leave so many people in the lurch, myself included, in just not understanding what's going on. There are some fundamental elements in the story and world building of this world that I feel is actually essential. Now, and when I say essential, I'm going to clarify that so you understand. Essential for the player, the audience, to understand enough of what's going on to be invested to see what the results will be. To me, that's what I feel is essential world building.
I think Elden Ring should have started with a big dramatic intro, and they go, "In the beginning, the lands betwixt were created, and you are a warrior, and you've come to put things in the correct order. Will you be good and select the good ending, which is this one, or will you be bad and select the bad ending, which is this one?"
Or storytelling, enough to invest the audience, the reader, to want to know the conclusion. Now, why do I feel Elden Ring doesn't do that? Because I understood very little going into the game. There was an Elden
Ring didn't do a good job because I personally didn't get it. Okay, let me talk about something that people don't understand about the Dark Souls games, okay? And that includes, I'm gonna include Elden Ring as a Dark Souls game, as a Souls type game by FromSoft, okay? And this is something that, if you go and play Souls-alikes, you will find that basically no other gaming company is able to reproduce the mood and storytelling style of FromSoft games. And it's one of the things that's lacking most in a lot of FromSoft, Souls, FromSoft imitator Souls-like games, is the fact that they don't actually know what's going on. One of the things that is most special about FromSoft games is not that you need to be told what is happening in the story, but rather that the story is a process of discovery. That you are not almost ever told exactly what is, and usually when you are told something in-game directly, it is from the perspective of a very unreliable narrator. For example, when you speak with the Dark Serpent, Kingseeker Frampt, and he tells you that, oh yeah, you're supposed to be you're the heir. You're gonna be the next god of the sunlight, basically. We just need you to do this thing. You're being manipulated actively as a part of the story. In the games, the FromSoft library of all the Souls and Souls-like games in their library are games where the story is told indirectly through what you see, what you experience, what you find in the world. And here's another important part: the conversations you have with other people, because all of these games are designed to encourage you to connect with other players of the games, whether it's directly through the messages that are put down in the world, whether it's and the multiplayer and things like that, or indirectly through going online and engaging in a sort of video game archaeology where people come together and discuss and argue about different interpretations of pieces of the lore. Discovery, including that second portion, that part of engaging in a discourse with other people, is so integral to these games. And it's not just mystery. That saying the games are mysterious boils it down in a way that makes you completely miss the point. The story is designed at all points to encourage you to seek out other people, not just to be told what to think, but to hear what they have to say and therefore enhance your own understanding of things. You get little pieces of lore that you have to put together, and then you might think of it like this. Like I said, I use the word like video game archaeology for a reason. Imagine that you discover some bones in your backyard, and you spend a bunch of time looking at the bones and assembling them all together, and you go and you take the bones you found and you say, this is what I found in my backyard and I tried to put it back together. And what you end up with is you know, a potential reading of how those bones connected. And you take it to somebody else and they go, wait a second, I think you've misconnected this bone here. And then that person changes it. And the next person that comes together, and you are all working on these bones together until you're able to assemble back what was there. And then you realize, oh my goodness, we had mixed up two bones of two different beings. And there were actually two beings in the backyard because a third person comes in and points out something that you missed. It's just like that. That is how the stories of these games are designed to be experienced, not just to be told by somebody else. And honestly, this is oh my God, there's so many aspects of it. Bloodborne is an example of a community where the consensus on the lore has shifted over the years as various game historians have given their takes. There are multiple highly respected essays and pieces that have been written about aspects of Bloodborne lore that have changed people's interpretation over time. And there are actually eras of the internet where you can see where a certain theory on the lore had popularity and was changed by somebody else coming in and giving their bit. And the thing that's so genius about this, I know I'm like kind of going off on a big rant, but I felt like I want to address this right away. The thing that's so genius about this is that it ties in with the rest of the themes of the game. In Dark Souls 1, you are a single cursed undead. And you have arrived in the land of Lordran, where time itself has been interrupted, and timelines are all tangled upon each other, and you drift in and out, and you are encouraged to make connections and discoveries. And also enmity and conflicts with not just other players, but even the NPCs. You meet Solaire, who you can summon to help you. Solaire openly tells you, time here flows strangely. I don't even know how long our perceptions of the world are going to overlap. In 10 minutes, I might be gone and you might be somewhere else because time has disrupted itself. And yet you are encouraged by the game to work together with these strange passerbys. And if you want to go a little even deeper, Miyazaki, I don't have the article on hand, but in an interview about the Dark Souls games, and specifically about the multiplayer of Dark Souls, was asked where his inspiration came from. And the story that he told was that there was a particularly snowy day, and he was sitting inside his apartment and looking outside, and people kept getting stuck. Their cars kept getting stuck in the slush and snow on the hill outside of his apartment. And throughout the day, various unrelated people were just off the cuff helping each other get their car unstuck. People who didn't necessarily know each other, but who were in a shared predicament. And they went and helped each other unstick their cars, and they might never speak again. But in that moment, their lives, the lines of their lives overlapped in order to accomplish an end, to overcome a difficulty. And that was where he said, you know, a piece of his inspiration for the multiplayer gameplay of Dark Souls comes from. And it's pretty wild that that is an intrinsic part of the story, that there are NPCs in the story where you have this sort of collaborative and mutual experience of discovery and overcoming hardship, or overcoming adversity and obstacles, and that also carries through to how people discover the lore. That the lore has to be this this process of working together and sometimes arguing with each other and taking bits and pieces and assembling it in this process of discovery. Now that was a big rant, so I hope I haven't lost everyone's attention. I hope that actually I made it compelling, but I figured it was necessary for me to present this since the first 2 minutes of this video have basically, in my opinion, completely mischaracterized what makes the world design and lore of the FromSoft games so special. Felus Informa says, Demon Mama, none of this dismisses the core of Shad's argument. He's an experienced writer. Oh, come on. Isn't Elden Ring the most explicit narrative too? No, that would be Sekiro. Sekiro has the most straightforward narrative, and even Sekiro still has a lot of these aspects. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. I want to hear more.
Elden Ring, it was shattered. I needed to find it. I didn't know why. I didn't really know what. It was causing all these bad things, okay? The world has gone to crap. How? And the how isn't that difficult to explain. In fact, I want to explain it to you, and also, by doing it, show you how awesome and incredible this world building is and explain why I think it's so great. And in doing that, I would also be providing with people who don't understand the lore or the story, the thing that was lacking for me, the essential story or enough of the story that you need to know to be invested to want to know how it concludes. If you do not have that in a story, whether it's video game, novels, anything, the reader will just turn off. That's why it's essential.
Okay, but this argument fails on its face, as Elden Ring is the most popular and most played of any of the FromSoft library. More people picked up Elden Ring, and more people completed Elden Ring than anybody else. So the idea that the Elden Ring story has failed to like reach people is just like, it's numerically false. It's proven to be incredibly accessible. In fact, with Elden Ring was sort of a giant flex from FromSoft saying, guess what? We don't have to be considered a niche studio anymore because we believe that even the average gamer can appreciate what we do. It was a giant flex. So I don't think that this argument that he's sort of appealing to people, he's projecting onto other people what he personally felt. He's saying, oh, well, other people and myself definitely didn't feel invested in the story, when everything we can see shows that actually people quite like the story and that there's still community hunger for it, just like all of the other FromSoft games.
You want a story that actually causes people to want to finish it.
And they did. And they did. And the fact that... Okay, let's continue.
You need that. That's the essential, at least the bare minimum. You can go further than that, and I think even perhaps FromSoft could do this as well. They could go further because there is so much incredible story and lore in this world. And the ways they have implemented, right, there's a difference between telling a story and implementing it, okay? They tell very little in the story, but it is implemented in nearly everything in this game. And what annoys me is because you know so little of the story, you barely pick up on how it's implemented because you can't see the connections. But when you know those connections, you pick it up from the items to every single boss, every single creature, it's everywhere. The world building.
I just don't understand what he's saying with this particular point. Oh man, if I keep pausing at this rate, we're never gonna finish this video, which means we won't get to play Dark Souls. So we're gonna definitely have to, I'm gonna have to let him just go on some of these because I don't know how you can say you can't see the connections if you also say, wait, all of this context is provided in items and you go and seek them out and those items demonstrate their own connections. Whatever, let's go.
Is oozing out of every facet of this game, and what friggin' annoys me is that I missed all of it because I didn't know enough to even notice it.
Yeah, it's the old.
Okay, I really feel like 4 minutes into this video, the Angry Joe nostalgia critic gamer rage shit doesn't sell well. And look, I'm not completely opposed to rage reviews, okay? I've done one. Some of you will know. I mean, to be fair, I was being egged on by my live chat. I did my rage review of the Baltius boss fight in Armored Core 6. But I think that, I don't think that it's helping his case here, being really mad 4 minutes in about something that he hasn't articulated particularly well.
Story, how's it go? Show, don't tell, but the Japanese have show, don't tell. Actually, you have to be a detective to figure this crap out.
Yeah, no, this is.
How's it go? Show, don't tell, but the Japanese have show, don't tell. Actually, you have to be a detective to figure this crap out.
Dude, what? Was that supposed to be funny?
Yeah, no, this isn't showing, it's not telling, it's hiding. Now, some people like the detective mystery, reading every single description of every single spell and item to find the connections. This is what VaatiVidya does and things.
No, okay. Again, I'm gonna reiterate this. Video games are simulations of all kinds of things. Simulated worlds, simulated experiences. And one of the things that the Dark Souls story does is simulate discovery. It entices curiosity. They're not obscuring anything. There is an intentionality in certain levels of obscuring, but they're not obscuring it to obscure it for its own case, for its own sake. It's like okay, it's like if you went to an escape room event, and you went into the escape room and you were mad that in the escape room experience that an item had been hidden somewhere, and you're like, whoa, the item has been intentionally obscured from me. It's like, yeah, to a certain degree, you're not wrong that the creators of this space obscured that item, but they're not like obscuring it for the sake of obscuring it. It's to create a simulation of escaping the room. And in a Dark Souls game or in an Elden Ring game, the items are placed and the pieces of information are distributed in such a way that it inspires discovery and investigation. You're not, the instinct is not, I am going to go immediately have someone tell me all of this shit. The goal is that it's supposed to inspire you to try and come to your own conclusions, and then to seek out other interpretations that may change your own conclusions. It is to simulate that experience of discovery.
I don't like doing that, okay? I want to be immersed in a story. I don't want to have to freaking read pages of text to...
Then go play a different game. Then just go play a different game.
Connect dots and all that stuff. And for the people who do like that, I really feel that the game could still have that element and also provide the essential story and world building you need for most players to be invested to want to know how it concludes.
Okay, but it does. In fact, there is a completely valid path through Elden Ring that involves you literally following golden lines to go wherever you are told to go. And if you follow those golden lines, you will receive a complete and structured narrative from beginning to end. The guidance of grace literally tells you where to go. It's actually, interestingly, a part of the game's sort of self-aware commentary. It's funny that he should even say this at all, because and this isn't true. This criticism would be more true, not true, but more true if it were made about a game like Dark Souls or even Dark Souls 3, where the game doesn't explicitly tell you where to go. But in Elden Ring, there is a valid path to the end of the game that literally involves following arrows on your map. It just means that you might be being misled and not get a super cool and interesting ending because you're just doing the will of a higher power. Anyway, let's continue.
Because that's the build-up. Just, for instance, what is the Elden Ring? You could kind of piece it together, but it's not clear. But what they really don't share in the game, and this is where I was completely lost, is how the Elden Ring affected the world so much and what caused the world to be the way it's in. I think that's really important, and it's not going to take too much time to explain, and that means it wouldn't have taken too much time for someone, cutscene, the character creation, what caused your character to become a tarnish, and all those things wouldn't have taken long to have that, for us at least to get that amount, but they could have done even more. And so that's just the beginning part of what made the world its way, but there's still so much.
Oh yeah, I gotta put on the subtitles.
Much mystery. You learn about Queen Marika the Immortal, all right, but there's a heap of mystery of what happened to her to get the world in. So you could have all that mystery and still at least explain what the great runes are, what the Elden Ring is, how it relates to the world, and how the rune of death, for instance, by being broken, pulled out, like the Elden Ring is shattered, but first it was broken and that rune was removed, how it may be played, and that creates undeath and also the tarnish, all these things, okay? That's essential stuff. It really is if you want to know what's going on, but then all the mystery can still happen. Like you hear about, man, there's Godfrey, Godwin, and Godric. Which is the first one that got murdered by the Black Knives?
Yeah, there's Godfrey, Godwin, and Godric. Then there's Rani, Radahn, and Reich.
True,
this part is very confusing.
And then there's 3 others that all share the same suffix.
I know, I'm like, come on. But there's one of the God guys, Godric or so, that got murdered, right? And
He didn't get murdered. He didn't die.
well, I've gone down the lore building rabbit hole, and there's some interesting things of what got killed, what didn't get killed. But anyway, the Knights of the Black Knives, I think it was, for instance, there's great mystery on as to who the Black Knife assassins were, where they come from, why they killed Godric, or which the first God guy, right? Because then there's Godwin and the other one. So you can have all that mystery, which means the people who love that side of FromSoft's storytelling way, right, get what they want, but also all...
I can tell you, okay, we're 10 minutes into this, and I was correct to pause this video at 2 minutes and explain the fundamental misunderstanding going on here, because this entire video is built off of misunderstanding what From Software is doing. He just does not understand. He says the way that FromSoft does it, but he doesn't actually know what it is. He has identified that FromSoft has a style, but he doesn't know how to articulate what that style is because he doesn't understand the style. He just knows that a style exists. And that is like, so far, everything that he's said has been built off of that fundamental misunderstanding, that he doesn't know how they tell their stories in the first place.
So many people and players.
By the way, just to throw back to the beginning of my video, this is why I'm putting on my Havel's armor, ultra greatsword, and tower shield to defend FromSoft, because I can't stand it when people do bad critique like this. It genuinely pisses me off. It's bad. Critique the games, please, but if you're gonna swing at the gods, do so well, please.
Like me, wouldn't have been left in the lurch, and this is the biggest reason why I think it's a...
Chainsaw says, just say you don't like reading, bro. That's the funny thing. FromSoft, here's the thing that's crazy about all of this. FromSoft games don't even require that much reading. What they require is piecing things together. They require thinking. That's the thing. He doesn't like thinking. That's why his answer was you need to go immediately watch a VatiVidya video. By the way, I love VatiVidya, don't get me wrong, but VatiVidya only presents his own theories, and he's been wrong about theories in the past because VatiVidya can only give you his read of the world. It's not an objectively correct one, and he's often been incorrect. And that's why, by the way, as a deep FromSoft and Dark Souls enjoyer, I like to watch multiple channels' takes on various things, their own theories, and then I make my own. I compare them again. Not even then. I usually have my own that becomes changed as I engage with other people's theories on it. These games don't even require a lot of reading. There is no area of Dark Souls ever where you pick up a book like in, say, like Skyrim, and there's just 6 pages of lore, or like Baldur's Gate 3, where there's all these books that actually have pages of reading. The most of any single lore tidbit will be in an item description. So there's not even that much reading to be done. What there is thinking, comparing, and assembling. And he doesn't like that process. He's angry about the process, which, look, if you don't like it, that's one thing. But just say you don't like it. You're not doing some sort of objective art critique by saying that they're doing something wrong or that they're not doing something correctly on the most popular FromSoft game ever made, just because you don't like the process of finding tidbits in the world, thinking about them in their context. One of the biggest parts of lore analysis, if you get into Dark Souls lore analysis, is not even reading item descriptions. It's thinking about where items are placed in the world, because the context that an item or a character or an event occurs in is very important to the way that From Software tells stories. The context is important. Here's an example. Perfect example. Last time we were playing Dark Souls together on stream, we were running through Anne Orlando, and remember we found that secret basement where we found Havel's armor, and in one of the chests, alongside Havel's armor, is a cursed occult club. A club that's curse is that type of item, occult, does bonus damage to divine beings. So you go, why? And it was hidden inside a mimic, a chest that is designed to kill anyone who opens it without knowing that it's a mimic. So why would Havel have a god-killing club hidden in a mimic that's designed to kill people? Could it be perhaps that because of the environmental context of where that item was located, that we can come to some theories about the motivations of Havel? Maybe Havel was turning against the gods. Maybe he had vengeance he wanted to take out against a god that he didn't want people to discover. So he hid his most treasured items in the basement, and the item that was proof of his treachery was hidden in a chest that would eat you if you tried to open it. No reading required. Technically, you would need to read at some point in order to know that occult items are designed to kill the gods. But other than that, this is storytelling that is told by context. It is storytelling that requires you to think and come to your own conclusions. And that's what he's seems to be getting mad at here.
Important, right? I almost stopped playing Elden Ring because I got immersed in the gameplay. Really, I was having fun, but then I got that taste. That was fun. I decided, okay, maybe what will invest my enjoyment in the game is I'll try a different build. So I'd made a new character, Magic, got her quickly to like level 30 or something using all the fun little farming spots and everything. Got some of the cool spells, got the shockwave thing, went to one of the first areas. So I did all that, and then I was like, oh, that was fun. Now I'm done with magic already. I know I could get the big Kamehameha thing, but I know how that would go. And I was like, oh, wow. I've had this feeling with a lot of games. I'm already done with Elden Ring. Like, I've immersed myself in enough of the gameplay that I've enjoyed it, but now there's nothing holding me in Elden Ring. And so I was ready to stop. But out of curiosity, because there was so much I did.
Oh, out of curiosity. Oh, is he going to awaken? Curiosity, you say? You were curious about something? And it made you look deeper into the world? Oh!
Didn't know what's going on. I was like, I'll check out a lore video. The thing is, when I checked out that lore video, it was one of Vardy videos, it was so damn good, the world building, and I want to explain why it's good, I'm going to get there, was awesome that it pulled me back into the game where I had to know. I wanted to, one, interact with these characters that I learned about in the world building, so I want to find them, and if I fight them or if I interact, I want to see what happens in their story, and I want to know what the result will be, what the end will be. And so...
Oh my God, it's almost like this world encourages you to try and understand the things that you don't understand. And if you engage with the game on its own terms, and you try to understand the unknown, by communicating with other players of the game, or perhaps people who put a lot of work into thinking about these things, then it will increase your enjoyment of a game that explicitly encourages you to indulge curiosity and seek discovery. Wow.
An external piece of media gave me a crucial key thing I needed as a player, as a you know, a viewer, a reader, you could even call it, because I mean, partaking in a story. Crucial elements to make me want to finish the story, which makes me want to finish the game. The fact that the game didn't give me that is actually a massive failure in the...
It did give you that. You said out of curiosity, you sought out, think of it this way. Upon your journey, you were confused by the pieces of the scraps of history that you discovered. So you sought out a wise sage who could teach you some things. And upon seeking out that wise sage, you returned to your game with excitement to seek out what that wise sage had helped enlighten you to. Come on, why is that? How is that a flaw? That's like a game making you live your own journey. That's like that's a masterful way of doing a game that inspires you to seek out an expert so that you can understand it, because the world is so compelling, but difficult, that you wanted to seek out somebody else who knew more so they could teach you more. That's like a success. Whatever.
Game.
Yeah, but if they gave it to you, then Varty Vid, you'd be out of a job.
No, I reckon you could still do...
By the way, I think there are games you could say this type of stuff about. Like, for example, a game that does have this type of problem, has the type of problem that Shad is getting mad at here, is like Destiny 1. The first Destiny game does not have like contextual... like super contextual storytelling in a lot of the game. Instead, what it has are these little data pads that you pick up, and then when you open the data pad, it says, open the Destiny companion app and download the lore entry. And then you go to the Destiny companion app and you open up what appears to be a themed Wikipedia page that just tells you a random story. That is not what's happening here. What's happening here is that Shad was given all of the tools to assemble a narrative, but he was struggling, and so he sought out someone else to help him, which is valid, but he feels insecure about the fact that he was struggling to assemble a narrative with the pieces that he was given. He openly admitted at the beginning of this video that in his inventory there were all kinds of lore tidbits, but that he didn't know how to put them together. And so he feels invalidated by the fact that he had to seek out a wise sage to help him assemble the tidbits that were given. And now he's mad about it, and he's doing gamer rage.
More clear world-building things, because like I said, there's essential elements that you need, that they could still leave out a lot of stuff that Ziostorm gives, which gives you heaps of more story and all these things. And like I said, the fact that it gave me so little that I didn't even care about finishing the story, finding out what happened, I feel is actually the biggest criticism you could lob against Elden Ring.
Wait, hold on, let's listen to this again.
Me so little that I didn't even care about.
The fact that it gave me so little that I didn't even care. He's literally like, I think he's being stupid here and not lying, because I don't believe he's lying. I believe he's being stupid. You literally said that the stuff that you were given gave you enough curiosity to actively seek out a long lore video by a famous lore sage of Elden Ring. And then afterwards, you were so excited by what you learned from that guy's videos that you dived back in the game to seek out and find out if what he had said was true. So he's just misrepresenting his own experience with the game. The game didn't give him so little. It gave him so much that he was overwhelmed, but his curiosity led him to further engaging with the game. Chariot says, my emotions are someone else's fault. Oh my God, you're so right. Chariot, this has overlapped with your video about, oh my God, we're this close to reaching a theory, the Shadiversity theory of everything. We are this close to like actually distilling the entire psychology of this guy based on his different reviews. The fact that the way that he engaged with The Last Jedi was the same problem. It's him being angry. His emotions are the fault of like the game or the movie or whatever. And he's missing that in his own retelling of the experience, he's contradicting what he's mad about. His own telling of the experience shows that that's not what actually happened. Oh my God, this video is incredible. Oh my God.
About finishing the story, finding out what happened, I feel is actually the biggest criticism you could lob against Elden Ring. Now it's funny, I've already kind of talked about the questing.
No, one of the biggest criticisms you can lob at Elden Ring is that they overdid it for the budget and the time and the development time that they had, which led to them taking shortcuts which undermined the final project. For example, having like 12 repeating bosses for like 3 different types of boss. There are like 3 different boss types in the game that have 12 repeated versions of themselves with very, very small recolors and reskins. That's one of the biggest criticisms you could lob at Elden Ring that I think is perfectly fair. I'm not kidding you. I know that that's like an easy criticism. It is an easy criticism to make, but it's a real one. I don't know if that's really the biggest criticism, but it's one of them. It's one of the most blatant and obvious flaws of Elden Ring that stands out, that if they had given themselves, or if they had been given by Bandai Namco just a little bit more time, there would have been significantly less repeated bosses. I think the critique of the dungeons is actually slightly different than the critique of the repeating bosses, and I'll tell you why at a later point. But anyway, let's go. Let's continue. Let's fucking continue.
And stuff I've got a review on Night's Watch and things. And first I felt there was nothing there. Then I went through this small little thing with one of it's the first big boss you fight. Is he Godwin or is the last God guy? Godric, Godwin, Godfrey.
No.
I think it's Godric.
No, the first.
Godfrey is the first. Godfrey is the guy that was murdered.
The first boss you fight, the first main boss is Morgoth the Fell Omen.
Yeah, but
it's Godric the Golden.
Okay, Godric, yeah. There was some
Godric the Grafted, right? He's the Grafted. He's not the Golden. The Golden was his father. his whole thing is that he's grafted.
Story there that I was able to feel, hey, there was some mystery around it. I finally, you know, there was soldiers that served. Actually, it might have been the guy that was, but there was, you know, but there was all these little nuggets about this one character that made me want to meet this character. Okay, but once I met him, that was it. There was no nuggets to want me to find out the, you know, the queen, like the Queen of the Moon person and stuff. She's one of the other bosses. There was no hints.
Renala? What are you talking about? The game literally points you from Godric directly at the location that Renala is in. Like it actually literally the game puts an arrow on the map to tell you that. And not only that, but lore-wise, there's a ton of stuff that you can find out up at that point. In fact, if you really want to get technical about it, you can find out almost everything in the game that there is to know about Renala without ever even going to Renala's location because of the way the game is structured. Whatever, let's continue.
To her to make me want to find her story, and she has a heartbreaking story when you find out about it. Gee, I wish I had that. If there was things that made me learn about these bosses, characters.
They made me learn about it. See, there's the thing. He wants to be forced to, he wants to be told. He wants to be forced into a story. He doesn't want to be invited and encouraged to think for himself. You want to know how I found out about Renala? Because I saw this character who, the way that my experience of playing Elden Ring, the way I learned about Renala was I encountered Renala having started Ronnie's quest and learned small tidbits about Renala. And I encountered Renala as this tragic figure, a mother desperately, almost obsessively staring into an amber egg and almost who doesn't even seem to notice your presence. Supposedly a god. You hear Renala and you're like, oh, this is a demigod that I'm seeing. And she's like curled up, sadly holding an egg and doesn't even notice that you're there, even until you slap her in the face with a sword. That's how much she's ignoring the entire world. And then you go and you see Renala at the height of her power, literally throwing a aspect of the moon at you, and you go, what happened? What happened to make Renala go from someone who could wield the raw power of the moon to this sort of collapsed figure staring emptily into a stone egg? And of course, that prompts you to go find out as much as you could. So I ended up spending tons of time in Liurnia talking to every character that I could, you know, filtering through items, trying to find out whatever I could about Renala. And I did. Now, I didn't find out everything, nor did I have a full picture of the story, so I humbly went and sought out the wisdom of the various sages of Elden Ring lore. The Vati Vidya, the Ziostorm, the Smotown. And the sages helped me learn more.
That would pull me to want to learn more, especially if I had the larger story of how the Elden Ring turned the world the way it did and why it's important for my character to find it. I mean, it doesn't even tell you really what the Elden Ring is. When I first started playing, I thought it was an actual physical ring. It's not.
I thought the Elden Ring was the game I press on Steam.
And so, frustrating. Now I want to go on to explain some of the great world building, you know, background, but no spoilers, just the essential stuff that I think should have been given to players before they even started the game.
Given to players. Pre-digested. That's literally what he's asking for. It was given to players. He already admitted that it was given to players. Like, as a part of his critique, I'm using his own argument here. He said, all of these things were given to me as a player, but what he's asking for is for someone else to digest it for him. Which is fine. That's why channels like Vati Vidya and all others are willing to do that sort of thing. They know that some people don't have the time, or maybe just want to be able to hear a different perspective. Those channels exist for that reason. There's nothing wrong with that, but he's like, it's almost like he's insulted that he has to do that, and instead that it would somehow be better if the game pre-digested it for him. But it wouldn't be. He already admitted the information was there, that he just wasn't willing to put in the mental work to do it. Chariot says, Shad knows Elden Ring's writing is bad because there isn't a full scene where the player is allowed to explain to Melina that as a female, her arms are too weak to wield a sword. A thing that happens in his book. Oh, man. Maybe I should read his book and review it. Oh, Jesus. Let's continue. We're never going to get through this video if we don't continue.
Game, really, or it's cutscenes, or as they begin, this is early stuff that the character should be exposed to, and I personally would have liked more characterization in the character you play to give personality, maybe dialogue cutscenes, not even dialogue, because Dragon's Dogma doesn't have dialogue cutscenes, but your character seems to be interacting more, even though they don't say anything, with the world around them than even Elden Ring does. But it's like your character still has more personality, and that gave me enough investment in my character in, say, Dragon's Dogma that I don't get in Elden Ring. And so with cutscenes, even as basic as Dragon's Dogma, could have revealed enough of the story, because Dragon's...
Is it Berserk in time? Is Demon Mama reading Berserk? I am. You can actually see my Berserk copies right here, and I have 5 more volumes on the way that my partner very lovingly got me for my birthday. I am loving Berserk. It's been incredible. But I'm really pissed off. What I'm really pissed off is that nobody told me that fucking, oh wait, they did tell me, but the book didn't tell me that Guts' name in Japanese is the fucking kanji for the moon, and that's why there's so much moon imagery associated with Guts, and it really fucking pissed me off. It fucking pissed me off. I had to learn that from a friend who lovingly told me about the story, and I lovingly appreciated what they told me about the story that I couldn't know because I don't fucking speak Japanese. All right, let's continue. Wait, is he Australian? Whatever, I don't care.
Dogma did it.
The funniest part about this is that he's not British. Listen, I'm trolling his type. Okay? I'm not impersonating him. I'm impersonating his type. Okay? I'm doing the fucking pronouns guy more, but yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Cancel me for being racist to British people and British associated colonies? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna cancel me? Oh, the right wingers are gonna cancel me? They're gonna do a cancel culture because I miscountryed them?
Through cutscenes, you find out some essential elements about the story, about why a dragon takes your heart in, you know, Dragon's Dogma, why he did that. There's an unbroken cycle you learn about, and there's world beyond worlds, and all these really cool things that are revealed just through cutscenes.
Okay.
This battle sits at the very heart of our creation.
I'm mad because this game isn't like this other game. Hey, hot take. There can be more than one way to tell a good story. And sometimes aspects of one story that is good in one story wouldn't be good in a different story. Wow.
We are the axis upon which the world turns and risen. Time itself rolls with your footsteps.
So they could have done an Elden Ring, absolutely, especially to give you the essential stuff. So I'm going to share some of those essential stuff, not the world building things, but hopefully enough that will give people investment to perhaps make you want to find out how this story ends, and then explain why I think it's so good. Before I get there, if you are interested in world building, because I love world building, that's one of the things what I love about it.
Why does he keep saying world building so much? Why, like, I get it, I get that that's a part of this video, But I feel like he keeps saying world building, like, is it like, I don't know, like he said it so much. I love world building, the world building, it's all about the world building, but what are we talking about? Not everything about writing is world building. Yeah, it feels like he's trying to use the word to mean a bunch of different things, but there's just other words for those things.
Writing, okay? But not only that, when I'm role-playing, I love world building, creating world for characters to interact in, but there's also game developers, like, it's heaps of fun, but not only world building, just writing in general. The sponsor of this video is absolutely phenomenal.
I don't care. I'm sorry, we're not watching through this fucking weird-ass shit. Let's get back to the fucking review.
By writing for sponsoring this video. All right, so what is the Elden Ring? Again, by me explaining this, it also, I feel, will show some of the big failure in the game. When I started...
Chariot says, he keeps saying world building because that's how this particular type of geeks think about art. They're prototypes of conservatives. Every subjectivity is to be chained to obligation. Every free thing is to be enslaved. He also doesn't know anything about writing. He comes from the Wikipedia school of story analysis. I see what you're saying. So there's like an overemphasis on like fixating on the intentionality, and the more intentional that it seems to somebody reading the story, the more it is, because you want the ideal story is one that like mimics biblical creation myth or something.
The game, I thought the Elden Ring was an actual ring that was shattered. And there's even like a cutscene with someone hitting what looks to be an anvil and exploding on the anvil, but you find out that that's doing something else to shatter the Elden Ring when you find out what it is.
If you look closely, you see that that's two different people.
Yes.
One person trying to reforge it, one person trying to break it.
We don't know who they are, and I think that's a good mystery that they can maintain. But in terms of just, because why you need to know the Elden Ring, what the Elden Ring is, that helps you understand how it affects the world.
No, you're supposed to discover the nature of the Elden Ring throughout the game's story. In fact, it's one of the biggest, oh my God, how can you miss the point of a game so hard? Like half of the stories in the game, half of the storylines that you can follow in the game are about people and their own interpretation of what the Elden Ring actually is and how it functions and how it should function. You're not supposed to be told what the Elden Ring is at all. You're not. The Elden Ring is a almost nonsensical, unfathomable concept. The Elden Ring is simultaneously a visible series of rings and also the ordering of the universe. It is the domain of the outer gods. You're not, if you were just told the Elden Ring is another word for the ordering of the universe, and also it is represented sometimes in actual physical rings that can be displaced and moved around the world by godlike beings, it would be a fucking stupid story. It would be fucking stupid storytelling. Mother Mere Set with the $5 says, Demon Mama and chat gonna be moving soon. I hope that goes very well. Also, 30 months of watching the best channel online and still going strong. Trans rights and trans thriving. Indeed. Thank you so much, Mother Mere Set. Oh boy, let's go.
And this is essential stuff. It isn't spoilery stuff or everything. The Elden Ring is essentially, it's also called the Golden Law or Golden Order. It is the law, the actual fundamental rules that this pocket universe, whatever.
I feel like that's telling. I feel like it's telling that he sees the Elden Ring itself and the Golden Order as one and the same. I feel like that's telling, right? and also kind of perfectly encapsulates the misinterpretation that, or the frustration he seems to have with the storytelling. The Golden Order is one assembly, is one orientation of arguably only a piece of the Elden Ring itself.
Is founded on that has been imposed by a godlike entity called the Greater Will. And these laws are defined by runes, and the runes like almost exist metaphysically, unphysically, and the only way that you can kind of see a physical representation of them.
Actually, they exist both physically and non-physically, which is also a major part of the story. In the fucking contradictory things occurring in a fictional universe is a huge part of the theming of Elden Ring. Oh, whatever.
Are in these strange circles that are made out of these runic symbols, and because they're circles, it's called a ring, the Elden Ring. And it's not really a physical ring at all. It's a kind of like more physical representation of a metaphysical law, like thing that holds the laws of the universe together. This is really important because there are greater runes that are part of the...
Half of the characters in the game are on quests to discover the true nature of the Elden Ring, to discover the true nature of the Golden Order, to discover the true nature of the Outer Gods. You are also one such character potentially that could be motivated to do so. Or you can literally follow the arrows that are put in the game and do the will of a greater being. That is so fundamental to the story of Elden Ring. It's shocking that he doesn't seem to get it. That he's like, no, you should be told what the Elden Ring is at the beginning of the game. When the whole point is that, like, almost every character is either trying to define their own sense of order or is trying to discover the true nature, if there is one, of this thing that is called the Elden Ring.
These circles, for instance, the rune of death. This is a really important one. And if this ring gets shattered, that means death can now then be subverted, and so when people die, the bodies don't remain dead, all right? And so the law of the world is not operating according to how it was supposed to have been formed. But that helps.
Oh, okay.
Helps frame what is happening in the world, because there's undead everywhere. Spirits of the dead are roaming around. You interact with them, you can even summon them and things. And this tells you why that's all happening, and why it's important for the Elden Ring to be reforged, because everything's gone to crap, but now we understand.
But some people do not think that the Elden Ring needs to be reforged. In fact, one of the major endings of the game is explicitly not reforging the Elden Ring, and instead basically resetting the universe to a state of pure chaos, of fire, the flame of frenzy that burns everything to the ground, and states that the order was never good, that it cannot be restored, that you can only truly begin again by torching everything to ash. Oh man, God, oh man,
a little bit
is so
better
annoying to
as
me.
to how it all went to crap, why it went to crap, as to what caused it and how it happened. That is still great elements that you could still find out. For instance, who shattered the Elden Ring and why? Those are great questions that hopefully would now invest the player, the audience, to discover the answers of. But if we don't care that it was shattered in the first place, why do we care for it to get reformed? When I first started playing Elden Ring, the shattering, the big bad event, caused wars, the undead were raising, I don't know how, because I didn't even know what the Elden Ring was. But now...
Almost like you're not supposed to know what the Elden Ring is, that you're supposed to want to go find out what the Elden Ring is, that it should spark curiosity and interest, which you already admit that it did, to go find out why these strange things are happening.
If I understand that this is a fundamental, like essential metaphysical thing that holds the very principles of this universe in place. So the laws in which govern reality, life, death, magic, all of that stuff. But what's also interesting, there are other sources of power in this universe. And that's separate to the Elden Ring even.
So in a way, it's the one ring to rule them all.
I thought I was getting strong Lord of the Rings vibes, which I feel is a great thing.
There's a ton of Lord of the Rings references in it.
Man who has only ever read Lord of the Rings. Ooh, this is giving me a lot of Lord of the Rings vibes. I'm getting super Lord of the Rings vibes from this. It's literally the boss baby argument.
There's heaps. This is one of the great compliments of Elden Ring. It draws inspiration from so many huge fantasy properties that you get all together that has kind of repackaged it in a new interpretation which feels...
Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him that this right here is where every single reference in the entirety of Elden Ring comes from, okay? Right here. Shh. Shh. Don't tell him. It wasn't from Lord of the Rings. It was from Berserk. Shh. 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 Nobody tell him. God. Oh, wow. Nobody tell him, okay?
Fresh, yet familiar, and that...
It was way closer to A Song of Ice and Fire because it was literally co-authored by George R.R. Martin. Well, George R.R. Martin, George R.R. Martin, yeah, it was, I guess it's fair to say it was co-authored. Basically, George R.R. Martin was tasked with creating a prequel world to Elden Ring that then the Shattering was going to undo. So George R.R. Martin basically set up the royal families. He set up the ordered version of the world, and we step into the shattered and disordered version of the world that George R.R. Martin set up. So a lot of the lore that is essential to the story of Elden Ring was not actually written by George R.R. Martin. He made up a lot of the royal, like the different families, the factions that existed before the world fell into the shattered state that it's in. But yeah, let's continue. Let's continue.
Is a massive achievement. I couldn't give it a greater compliment almost than something that executes its classic elements in a new, interesting way that is familiar, yet different, and also executed masterfully as well. There are other elements that I really like that I'll get to, but going back to the Elden Ring thing. One, I actually, like, for me, I think it would have been appropriate to call it the Elden Rune, and the Elden Rune is made up of greater runes and everything, because Ring, it's a like, circle of shiny runes, bigger runes or smaller runes, that actually doesn't even make a perfect ring. It's like there are multiple circles. If you want to know what the Elden Ring is, it's literally the opening thing. That symbol in the background is literally the complete and whole Elden Ring. That's what it is. I didn't know that.
No. No, it isn't. No, it fucking isn't. The entire point is that there can never be a single true and whole Elden Ring. That every single order either adds or removes from the Elden Ring based on the will of that strong person, which is part of the reason why the Shabriri ending, the Chaos Flame ending, is to burn the entire universe functionally, to burn the game universe to the ground. There is all of the endings, every single one of them, with the exception of the default ending of the game, where you just become the next Elden Lord, involves you changing this shape into a new order, reforging it. This version is not the completed Elden Ring. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, this particular symbol is the symbol of Radagon's Golden Order, specifically.
Like, even the explanation I gave you, I was thinking, well, it would still form some type of circle ring thing, but no, it doesn't look like a ring at all. It's not a ring.
This is a absolutely stupid and brain dead critique. I feel like I should almost skip this.
It's a symbol made up of different circles. Should be called the Elden Rune. But maybe they called it ring because they want the Lord of the Ring connection vibe or anything. But there are other Lord of the Rings similarities that actually make it far more Lord of the Rings-esque than just having the word ring. And this is a big compliment. It's the mythical nature of the world itself, okay? Where, look at Game of Thrones. That's a very grounded, realistic world that's on a planet, and most of the people are just regular mortals and everything like that. Where if you look at Lord of the Rings, a lot of the individuals are near demigods. They have insane power. They have connections and understanding to the very formation and order and structure of the world. Gandalf is not just some roaming wizard that was a regular person born and he learned magic as he grew up. No. These are mythical entities, okay, in a mythical realm that has a land of undying and immortality, and Middle Earth is literally this almost pocket landmass that's in the middle of these cosmic things, okay? Well, have a look at Elden Ring. It is the lands between.
Oh man, this is just gonna be the boss baby. Everything is just man who has only read Lord of the Rings. Boy, this sure seems like I'm getting a lot of Lord of the Rings vibes from this. Oh,
it's like
dude.
The lands are in the middle, and if it's somewhat Earth-like, you could almost call it, it's like a Middle Earth. All right. See the connections, right? That's a far greater.
I don't think I've ever said this on stream, but I feel like this guy could do with a little more schizophrenia. Okay? Just a little bit more, okay? All of the ways in which Elden Ring invites you to draw connections. Can I show you guys what I'm talking about here? Ready? Watch this. Okay, I'm gonna blow your fucking mind, all right? Oh shit, why is it so small? No, hold on, this needs to be bigger. Hold on a second. Yeah, here we go. Open the image, here we go. Ready? All right, I'm gonna blow your minds. While this guy is thinking about, oh, the lands between, well, between is kind of like being in the middle, and land is another word for Earth, Middle Earth. Here is the true knowledge. The true Elden Ring lore master schizophrenic power. The lands between is in the shape of a curled finger. The curled finger, the two fingers, the three fingers, the fingers of the world, the bloody fingers. And of course, the old FromSoft critique slash community in-joke, which is that you must play Elden Ring games with the curled finger technique, where you use your middle and ring fingers to press the shoulder buttons, and you control the D-pad and the buttons with a curled finger which became a central piece of imagery throughout the entirety of Elden Ring, a game in which using the furled finger FromSoft technique is arguably the best way to mechanically play the game. I'm not kidding, by the way. One of the things that people have pointed out about, specifically, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the curled finger thing comes from the Armored Core games, where the setup of the controller encourages you to bend your finger to be able to hold on to a single button. But the dash button, particularly being located on the B button, means that it's actually quite viable to play the game holding your controller like this. Okay, look at the controller. holding your controller like this, where you can easily press the B button and quickly access your other buttons, maintaining running, jumping, healing, and dual wielding, and be able to change your face buttons without any interruption whatsoever. But now, go ahead with the Middle Earth connection, okay, my man? Go ahead. Go ahead with the Middle Earth connection, not the fact that there are 900 curled finger items in the game. The map looks like a curled finger. The main deities that you engage with are fucking fingers. And you play the game with your fingers. Oh yeah, dude, it's definitely though Middle Earth though, you're super deep.
The connection to the Lord of the
Fingers wear rings, yeah.
Rings world building than just the word ring, but they, I feel, wanted to create this mythical, magical place where this doesn't even feel like it's on a planet. It's this pocket realm universe where lands seem to be floating somewhere. All right, it's the lands between of that's in between that these cosmic.
Schloop says Halo 2 players call it the claw tactic, and we use it to double shot.
Entities, there's this greater will, but this greater will is somewhat benevolent because he imposed a golden order to help hold the rules of this pocket universe together. But this golden order, which is represented and held together by the runes that frame it, that forms some type of ring-like symbol, the Elden Ring.
Well, I got to correct you there.
Yeah?
So the Elden Ring was created by the Greater Will.
Yeah.
The Golden Order was created by Marika when she shattered the Elden Ring.
But the Golden Order, I thought, referred to the laws that the Elden Ring defined. Go check.
I did.
There's another great thing. There is the holy magic, right? That is founded on the faith character stat. The way they operate and the way they can combat undead is by reasserting the Golden Order, which I thought referred to the order or law of the universe, in a small location around them. And if that law is back in place that was shattered when the Elden Ring was shattered, undeath simply cannot exist in that state and then they die.
Yeah, it looks like you might have been right.
Aha! I thought I was right.
The thing that I saw said that it was done when the thing did the thing.
The first time, it's so ironic. The first time we see him not raging and having a good time in the video is what I was describing at the beginning, when he chooses to engage in exactly the way that Elden Ring intends you to engage with its lore. He has his own interpretation. Someone else challenges him with a different interpretation. They go back and forth on it. They argue and come to an understanding. And here he is actually having fun for the first time in the video. Oh my God. By the way, my rant at 2 minutes into this goddamn review was so is genius and prophetic. Just, I want you all to recognize that.
Research. Yeah, so the Golden Order refers to the law of the universe that was framed and held together by the Elden Ring.
Is he wearing leather armor? I think it's fake. I think it's like padded armor. I don't think it's actually leather, but he has leather straps on. He is wearing heavy armor.
Maybe. Shad, this story is coming from, it's been worked on for years by multiple people, translated from Japanese, we're just making interpretations on it. We can't take it literally.
This is just like a small thing, but again, I really like because it shows the care and attention to detail they've done in the world building. Magic, especially holy magic, like oftentimes is seen as extra, supernatural. It is a power that is on top of the just laws of physics that's in the world, and so it's a greater energy, greater magic, everything like that. Where Elden Ring's interpretation is that no, holy magic in Elden Ring isn't something that's being injected on top of the world. It's the world is broken, and holy magic is the.
Sukhoi says it's not fake. It's real armor called a brigandine, and it has plates hidden in it. Apparently, leather armor wasn't a thing. He makes a big deal out of it and gets really angry at people when they get that wrong. Oh, whatever. I don't care.
the ability to return small sections of the world back into its natural state, which then subverts the breaking or shattering that happened, which has allowed undead. And so, for instance, the way you combat undead is by re-establishing the correct order of the Rune of Death, and then undeath can't survive around that, and that's how you combat undeath. And so it's like bringing it back up to its normal state. That and for
No, I don't think that's correct. If I'm not mistaken, now I could be wrong about this, but I think the reason that holy magic defeats the undead is because it's not about like restoring the Rune of Death, because the Rune of Death has been removed from the Golden Order. It's about basically claiming their body for the world, for the great tree, the Elden, what's it called? Why am I blanking on the name of the fucking tree? The Erd tree. Thank you, the Erd tree. Which is also the reason why bodies, dead people that are buried in the roots of the Erd tree don't come back to life. They come back to life elsewhere because the Rune of Death has been removed, which was sort of an unintended consequence. Upon the crafting of the Golden Order, the Rune of Death was removed so that the children of the gods could live forever. They wanted to continue to live, and the side effect of this, of course, was that lots of people continued to live forever. So the way that they get around this is by using the power of the Erd tree to basically claim their bodies as matter to be used by the Erd tree. Yeah, and there were, of course, you know, particularly notable points where this doesn't happen, or it's inverted or subverted is a better word, not inverted, subverted. Like, for example, when the dead body of Godfrey, I always get them mixed up too. Easy to get them mixed up. That's what happens when you use Angloid names. But Godfrey, after he was stabbed with the Rune of Death, and it killed his soul and someone else's body, his sort of soulless dead body became the host for the Death Root. The Death Root, which became a parasite on the Erd tree. And that's why if you go down to the very roots of the Erd tree, you find his dead body, basically from his dead body, Death Root is growing out and absorbing energy from the Erd tree itself. Yeah. Ronnie stole the Rune of Death in the Shattering. I think Ronnie didn't actually steal the rune itself, but Ronnie used the power, basically snuck in and used the Rune of Death to empower the Black Knives, which is why there's a whole bunch of black knives sitting around in the game that you can use that wield a fragment of the power of the Rune of Death. I don't think... You might be right, but I don't think she ever actually had full possession of the Rune of Death. If I'm not mistaken, Malekith maintained power over the Rune of Death. Or Godwyn, yeah, Godwyn. Anyway, let's continue. We gotta finish this video.
To me, that's just a creative, great interpretation, explanation of holy magic that is different to all the things that we've done, but it has an underlining through logic, which is really satisfying because I can kind of see how that works. And when you see how that works, you're more satisfied when you see it actually play out in the world. So going back to the mythical nature of this world, this is what I feel is really similar to Lord of the Rings, which gives me very strong Lord of the Rings vibes, where you have these godlike, you know, mortals over there.
By the way, I was giving him a lot of shit about the references to Lord of the Rings. There are obviously direct references to Lord of the Rings. the what are they called? The Night Riders are literally Nazgul. They're almost one-for-one Nazgul. They're black riders who ride on giant angry black horses and they screech and they chase you only at night. They're ring wraiths. There are obviously Lord of the Rings references in this game. I just feel like he's overimposing references to Lord of the Rings and ignoring what's actually in front of him in lieu of making comparisons to Lord of the Rings. It's a limitation. Sometimes people are limited by stuff that they've read before and convincing themselves that similarities are because of direct references when they're not necessarily. Like, I don't actually think that the Lands Between is supposed to be Middle Earth. I think, if anything, it's a reference to Dark Souls 2, an earlier game in FromSoft's library, where, what's the name of the place? The Place Between is the place that you start in the beginning of Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2, the director of Dark Souls 2 is also the director of Elden Ring. The Lands Betwixt. Things Betwixt. That's what it's called. Things Betwixt in the beginning of Dark Souls 2. Yeah.
Immortal because Marika is the immortal, she's the queen, but then she has demigod children, and so these aren't regular people. Their power is tied almost inseparably to the very fundamental building blocks of this universe.
Is it actually Lord of the Rings or is it more Norse myth? Well, I mean, that's of course, you could say that it's directly pulling from Norse myth, which a lot of Lord of the Rings is directly pulling from as well. That Lord of the Rings includes an incredible amount of reference to Norse myth, in addition to, of course, Christian myth.
And the gods of this world. Well, it's a great entity, but you do find out there are other gods that other people can draw things. And there's other power sources as well. For instance, the Elden Ring is connected to the power of the stars. In actual fact, one of the explanations where the Elden Ring comes from is from a star that was granted by the Greater Will, but then there is power you can draw from the moon. And this is where glintstone sorcery and there's such good lore behind all this, like the sources of magic, how they work.
Why are you mad then? That's good. You should be excited about this. What are you mad about?
The reasons that for glintstone sorcery you need a catalyst.
Also, okay, this is a really small and pointless critique, but directly underneath this image that he has of the Elden Ring is Robert Jordan, The Wheel of Time. And I think it's really funny that he would critique the Elden Ring not being a single ring when he has displayed right here the Wheel of Time, which is a symbol of multiple interlocked rings. Oh, the Wheel of Time, well, it's not really a wheel, is it now? I'm so sorry. I think we're getting to the end of my ability to say anything useful about his critique.
Stones and things that
And they also inform the different powers. It not only inform the abilities you have and the magic you can use, but they inform the actual factions and motivations of the factions in the story.
Yes, like there are factions that devoted themselves to different powers, like the Lucaria Academy, then there's the Carian Royal House and things. They have such phenomenal lore and history and politics and how they intertwine.
Okay, there you go. You have it. The lore and politics are super interesting.
With the large players of this world, like Queen Marika, her husband, all these things that just makes me want to find these characters in the world, see what happens. I mean,
oh my God, he fucking admit it. Oh my God, he fucking admit it. Okay, there's nothing else. We have to wrap it here, okay? We're gonna call it good here. We're at 30 minutes into his review, and I don't expect him adding anything else. At multiple points in this review, he has angrily shouted at the camera about the fact that he's mad that the delivery wasn't exactly the way that he wanted, while counterfactually with his own experience pointing out that the result of the game's lore delivery is that he was more interested in the game and that he was motivated to play the game more to go seek out what he could learn about this, but that he got confused at certain steps and had to ask other people for help. And apparently that makes his penis feel small, which is why he needed to go on a gamer rage about that. Should I continue? Should I watch more of this? I feel like we've given this a fair shake at more than 50% of the video, but I don't feel like we're going anywhere. I feel like he's repeated the same critique like 4 or 5 times and also negated his own critique with his own retelling of his own fucking experience with the game. Like, what's he talk about? Let me see. Should I jump forward and see what he talks about later on? Oh my God, why does he have League of Legends up on the screen? Okay, I kind of need to find out why he's talking about League of Legends. Hold on a second. And then we'll play Dark Souls.
These incredibly awesome things, okay? It's phenomenal. Like, you could make, if you had a like movie adaptations of games, all right? Arcane has shown us that it can be done really, really well. They could make like an epic fantasy trilogy or whatever about the story of Elden Ring that would easily be as good as Lord of the Rings.
And it wouldn't be Elden Ring anymore. It wouldn't be FromSoft anymore. It would be something else.
I reckon if it was executed, they would need good writers, but the building blocks are there. The consistency of the world, the setup of the story, and even you kind of like the story that you get to find out if you understand what's going on through the game. You could convert that into like the main character. The main character would be this heroic Tarnish that's, you know, takes upon themselves to reclaim the Elden Ring and save this world that has fallen into hell.
No, wrong, incorrect, incorrect. The best, if there was ever to be a best version, single canon story, also great freeze frame. Me when a game asks me to use my brain power and treats me like an adult who can think. But anyway, if there was ever to be a narrativized version of Elden Ring, the only correct answer is that you would have to have the main character be someone who ends up falling in with the Dung Eater. No joke. That is the only correct version of if you needed to make a Netflix version of Elden Ring, that is the only interesting one. Because how oh my God, you're telling me it wouldn't be fascinating to dive into the psychology of someone who decides that the fucking ring of filth, the ring of rape and filth and violence and disease needs to be put as a core part of the Elden Ring? Oh man, come on. But honestly though, I'm joking. I'm not entirely joking. I'm only partially joking, but because I do think that could be a cool story to tell. Why does this person become compelled to become the most vile person ever? If you've ever played the Dung Eater's storyline, first of all, his name is the Loathsome Dung Eater. That in and of itself makes you go, what the fuck is going on here? But secondly, if you've ever done his storyline in the game, it really is the most, it is like the most hate-pilled path. It's like his entire arc is chained by, or is like, his entire story is defined by the worst aspects of the world that he lives in and his spite against the world that created those things. And it's like a inversion where he's like, no, the worst products of this world are its treasures, and it's incredible. And it would be amazing to see somebody try and tell a story like that. I think it would be very compelling. But also, being 100% real, if you tried to change Elden Ring into a traditional narrative, like a movie, it would completely and fundamentally change what Elden Ring is, because Elden Ring's type of story is damn near impossible to tell in that type of media. Elden Ring is a very game. That's just what it is. It doesn't emulate cinema. It doesn't emulate literature. It embraces the fact that it's a video game, and it actively encourages you to engage with it as a video game and with other people who are playing the game concurrently to you. Anyway, all right, let's see. I want to see if there's any last thoughts he has to say at the end of this. I want to see what his conclusions are, and then we'll call it good.
As soon as you, even if you get given that, the stuff that we're explaining clearly here, if they explain that clearer in the beginning cutscene, I would be more invested in, wow, Queen Marika, I really want to find out what's going on.
Oh my God, literally that's it. That's his only critique for a 50-minute video. We're right back at square one. We could have literally just stopped at the first 3 minutes.
Going on, why did she do this and everything, and even
why she did it it's the fucking main thing. It's one of the main things you're trying to figure out. Why would you want to be told that in the first 5 minutes of the game? Why would you want to be told one of the core mysteries of the entire game, one of the most compelling mysteries that people are still arguing about today in the first 5 minutes? Why? You already admitted that the game intrigued you and caused you to continue to seek it. Ah, fucking God. Holy shit. Oh man. Oh my fucking God. Oh, this fucking guy. Why? Why would you talk about it like this? Okay. The more I learn about Shadiversity, I think that Chariot is 100% correct. I think that this is a man who gets angry when he gets angry at he gets angry at other people for the emotions that he feels. Ziostorm has a 10-minute response where he brutally owns Shad in the marketplace of videos. Oh, we need to see it. Hold on. I need to see this. I fucking love Ziostorm. Yes! He does! How have I never seen this?
Alright, what's going
on? This is my chance to show off Ziostorm relevantly in the moment. By the way, Ziostorm is one of my favorite FromSoft lore channels. He does more than that, but mostly what he does is FromSoft stuff. Ziostorm is amazing. I love him. I literally recommend him to everyone that I meet, and I want to watch his response. Let's hear what he has to say. Ziostorm. Here's the video with the channel attached. Bam. And then we'll play Dark Souls.
What's going on, guys? So yesterday I made a video breaking down the themes in Elden Ring and how they're an allegory for a lot of the themes found in Alchemy, which I believe that's one of my best videos I've ever made, so I highly recommend you.
I agree. Fantastic video. Ziostorm's Alchemy video is really good.
Check that out. But on that video, one of you guys left a comment telling me to go look at this video by Shadiversity, which is an hour-long rant where he explains why he's upset with Elden Ring's story. So I went and I watched the video, and by now I finished the video because I want to make sure and not misrepresent anything he's saying. But by the end of the video, I had understood that the entire fundamental of his point is built on a misunderstanding. Now
oh my God! Oh my God, what did I say? Ziostorm agreeing with me on the one Ziostorm video I've never seen, and Ziostorm saying the exact word-for-word conclusion that I came to 2 minutes into this fucking video is so validating. You have no idea. I am like Ziostorm's biggest fucking fan, okay? I've been following Ziostorm since way before he got his giant spike. And I know it's just that we happen to align, but it makes me feel like I've done a good thing. Like I've done a good analysis to have independently come to the exact same fucking conclusion. Oh my God. Oh.
The reason I think it's important to cover this is because number one,
Isn't that literally what you said 2 minutes? That's literally what I said.
large audience and he's telling them something that ultimately isn't true. And number 2, with Elden Ring, we're seeing a lot of new players who aren't familiar with the Souls games. And in a roundabout way, through this video, he's leading them astray and causing them to not understand how the story in these games work. Now,
I am praising the sun so hard right now. Oh my God. Listen to the justice in Ziostorm's voice. You, Shadiversity, you are a false knight, leading the players, the newcomers to this universe astray. It's excellent. This is the most epic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I am soying so hard. My soy levels are off the charts, okay?
Now, I also want to approach this in the most respectful way possible. In no way is this an attack on his channel. I think his channel's really cool, but the things he's saying in the video are ultimately...
Now, let's not go that far, my friend.
Not true, and I want to clear this up.
They are completing the story of Elden Ring by needing to look at tweets from the developers. It is that incomplete in the game. Yes, I'm saying incomplete. They have actually left out essential elements in the story from the game for people to even piece it together. Even the detectives can't complete the story from the game. They need to get external material to complete it.
The fundamental argument that he tries to make in this video is that Elden Ring's story is somehow incomplete, that the game is shooting itself in the foot by not providing the player enough information to understand what's going on. Now, if you're somebody that's beaten the game, you probably have a good understanding of what your objective was, why you did it, and who the core players in the story were. But the problem is, you probably don't understand everything. I can guarantee you don't understand everything, because at the end of the day, this is a game where you're not supposed to know everything. I mean, the game has 5 different endings, and because of—
What? By the way, I'm not gonna lie, the scars that the black knives dig into Godwin's back are so disgusting and also so compelling to me. That is a genuinely, it provokes a visceral reaction every single time I see this image. Every single time. That's nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Let's continue.
That it's going to be open-ended. But with this in mind, let's take a look at some of his main points.
Essential for the player, the audience, to understand enough of what's going on to be invested to see what the results will be. To me, that's what I feel is essential world building or storytelling. Enough to invest the audience, the reader, to want to know the conclusion. Now, why do I feel Elden Ring doesn't do that? Because I understood very little going into the game. There was an Elden Ring, it was shattered, I needed to find it. I didn't know why, I didn't really know what, it was causing all these bad things, okay? The world has gone to crap. How? And the how isn't that difficult to explain. In fact, I want to explain it to you, and also by doing it, show you how awesome and incredible this world building is and explain why I think it's so great. And in doing that, I would also be providing with people who don't understand the lore or the story, the thing that was lacking for me, the essential story or enough of the story that you need to know to be invested to want to know how it concludes.
Here is where I believe the misunderstanding begins. His main point is that the game does not present the main conflict and the main objective to the player early enough to get them invested in the story and get them to keep playing. I can understand why he might feel that way, but there is a reason for it, and let me explain. The game begins with an expositional cutscene that details the main objectives of our Tarnished. It tells us that the Elden Ring, the most powerful object in the world, was shattered, and that the demigod children of Queen Marika now hold the shards to that Elden Ring, and that it's our job to seek out those shards, find the Elden Ring, and become the Elden Lord. It also tells us about other Tarnished on the journey that are going to be helping us out along the way. That is very little information, but here's the catch. That is also all the information that the character in the game, the Tarnished that we play as, knows. Because we play as a Tarnished of no renown. We are not the chosen one of the story. It's the other Tarnished that are the chosen ones, Gideon Ofnir, Goldmask, and the others at Round Table Hold. They're the important ones. We are one of thousands or perhaps millions of unnamed, unworthy Tarnished, who don't deserve to know all the specifics. We have to earn the right to learn the world building, because why would Gideon Ofnir, the character that is our exposition dump, bother investing his time into a tarnished he doesn't believe in. It's not until after we kill Godric and claim our first rune that he decides to go into detail about things like the Golden Order, the Greater Will, all of the things he goes on to complain about not knowing. It's obscure by design, but let's move on.
I almost stopped playing Elden Ring because I got immersed in the gameplay. Really, I was having fun, but then I got that taste. That was fun. I decided, okay, maybe what will invest my enjoyment in the game is I'll try a different build. So I'd made a new character, Magic. Got her quickly to like level 30 or something using all the fun little farming spots and everything. Got some of the cool spells. Got the shockwave thing. Went to one of the first areas. So I did all that. And then I was like, oh, that was fun. Now I'm done with Magic already. I know I could get the big Kamehameha thing, but I know how that would go.
I know that this is, I'm going back and talking about Shadiversity again. The point here is to listen to what Ziostorm has to say, but I gotta say, it's also funny that he picks on Magic and Elden Ring when the quests, just the quest to go and get what he calls the Kamehameha, the stream of stars. I can't remember exactly what the spell is called. A cosmic jet stream, some crazy shit like that. But what he calls the Kamehameha, Comet Azure. Comet Azure, the storyline to go get that is one of the most interesting side quests in the entire game. It's one of the most complicated and compelling and interesting ones. It takes you literally into the depths of the earth to find a guy whose head turned into a gem because he thought about magic too hard. He thought about magic so hard that his head turned into a gem. Like, what a weird thing to write off.
And I was like, oh, wow. I've had this feeling with a lot of games. I'm already done with Elden Ring. Like, I've immersed myself in enough of the gameplay that I know I've enjoyed it, but now there's nothing holding me in Elden Ring. And so I was ready to stop. But out of curiosity, because there was so much I didn't know what's going on, I was like, I'll check out a lore video. The thing is, when I checked out that lore video, it was one of Vardy videos, it was so damn good, the world building, and I want to explain why it's good, I'm going to get there, was awesome that it pulled me back into the game where I had to know, I wanted to, one, interact with these characters that I learned about in the world building, so I want to find them, and if I fight them or if I interact, I want to see what happens in their story, and I want to know what
that I found about in the world building. See, there's him using that word again. He uses the word world building to mean a bunch of different stuff. So it's like a catch-all phrase. It's very strange.
What the end will be. And so an external piece of media gave me a crucial key thing I needed as a player, as a you know, a viewer.
Also, sorry I missed this super chat before. Sean Miller with the $10 says, I could listen to you talk about game lore for hours. Thank you so much for supporting the show, first of all. And second of all, wish granted. I've been talking about Dark Souls lore, specifically Elden Ring lore, for hours now.
We're a reader, you could even call it, because, I mean, partaking in a story. Crucial element to make me want to finish the story, which makes me want to finish the game.
Here is where another very big fundamental flaw in his video arises. He explains that he played up to Godric, the first demigod, and then restarted the game, played through it again, only up to the first main boss, and then quit because he felt like he had experienced the game in full. Now, I believe that speaks for itself, so I'm not going to harp on that. Elden Ring is a massive game. Limgrave and Stormveil Castle is less than 5% of the map, so it reasons that you're not going to get the core main elements of the story and the huge climaxes of world building that you're looking for in basically the tutorial area. The game has so much to offer, and if you're playing in this huge world that you haven't even scratched the surface of, then obviously you're not going to scratch the surface of the story too. But here's the thing,
I am so goddamn excited to play Elden Ring with you all.
He had taken the time to read the lore of the items he found along his way, and keep a keen eye out for the environmental storytelling. He would have found the traces of everything he was looking for. And I've got a video coming out about this, probably the next video, but Stormveil Castle offers hints to everything and some of the biggest twists in the game. Just because it's not shown through a cutscene doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But I want to move on to another point.
So you fought Renala. How cool was the second phase? How beautiful was that? The big moon and everything.
It was an amazing game, right? I wouldn't have gotten there though if I didn't look into the world build. I would have missed out on all this cool stuff. And also the thing is though, when her fight, it was like confusing gobbledygook what she was saying. Then I looked up some of her history. I saw what the references she was saying in her gobbledygook and how awesome her and heartbreaking her story is. Yet I still didn't get any of that in any version of clarity from the game itself.
Did we watch this part? Did I just blank out him saying that? I feel like we watched this segment of his video and I didn't. Maybe oh yeah, this was the, wait, okay, I did, but I just only addressed the second half. I didn't even get to the gobbledygook part. Jesus.
Hugging a golden egg, what is that thing? I find out that that was not, I didn't find out in the game. I found out from an external source that was actually a gift from a spurned lover who she's really heartbroken over and hung up on, and the reasons why he left and all that stuff. And it's this heartbreaking tale.
This perfectly illustrates the problem with what he says, because everything he just said is objectively wrong. Renala's story is perfectly told. If you take the time to explore Raya Lucaria, you'll find the teleporter that takes you to the Church of Vows, where the NPC tells you all of Renala's story. The game tells—
I didn't even think of that. I didn't even remember that the teleporter to the literal exposition dump, one of the few exposition dumps actually in the game, is literally in her zone. I literally completely forgot about that.
You the story. Just because you didn't take the time to explore and didn't find it, that isn't a fault of the game. And the video is an hour long, but I kid you not, everything he says in the entire video can be traced back to that. Simply put, the story of the game does exist, but he did not give it the respect it deserves to seek it out. And ultimately, he doesn't understand the appeal of the story. It's open-ended and obtuse for a reason. Yes, he's correct in saying the story doesn't have an ending, but it's meant to be completed by the player's interpretation, just as you would if you were the tarnished in the game.
Thank you, Ziostorm! Oh, thank you, Ziostorm! Oh, blessings. Can we get in chat, can we get a plus update on this fucking glowing orange message that has been left? I want to see it glow gold with how many upvotes and praise be that we get on it. Praise the sun to Ziostorm.
Should have improved the immersion into Elden Ring's story vastly more than what you get in the game, is that every time you reach a new area, they have a cutscene with Melina, and she can warn you about the dangers of the area and its current state, and propose some type of mystery referencing perhaps the boss battle that is to come. And that would have made me, at least, and I feel a lot of players, vastly more invested in the story and what's going on in each new area. Because in the area with the Academy, I had no idea what was going on in the Academy, and I knew nothing of the story to draw me there apart from I saw a really big place that maybe I'll explore. But if I knew some things about it, the dangers that were there, who is in power, who I might have to fight, I would have been so much more invested to want to find out what happened, and then I also might have understood some of those cryptic messages in the cutscene in what plays after you defeat the big boss of that area.
The game quite literally does exactly what he says right there. When you discover a new area or kill a demigod, there will be an NPC called a finger reader on the natural path that tells you about the area and its ruler. If that's not enough for you, you can go back to Roundtable Hold and talk to Sir Gideon Ofnir, and he will tell you all of the exposition you need on the remaining demigods, where to find them, and their story. And that's what I was saying, every point he mentions in this video simply comes down to the fact that he did not take the time to explore and didn't give the story enough respect to seek it out. And that's what has me a little bit worried about the future of From Software games. We as Souls fans know how to look for these things, know how to treat these games, and that's why we love them so much, is because there's really nothing else like them. Elden Ring is not trying to be like other games where it spoon feeds you the story, no matter how good it is. And so please do not get this taken away from us by trying to promote this as a problem of the game rather than a problem of the user. The story is—
It is literally, it is absolutely a problem of the users. It is a problem of angry, super in their feelies players who refuse to engage with art on its own terms, demanding that they be fed pablum in a more comfortable position. They're literally just sitting back and going, "Mommy, bring me the fucking story."
Complete. It's all there in the game. You just have to go look for it. But guys, that's gonna pretty much do it for the video. I thought this was important to talk about because a lot of people are gonna see that and think it's a problem with Elden Ring when the things he's saying are factually untrue. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please leave a like on it and do me a favor and go check out the alchemy video. I worked really hard on that and I think you're gonna enjoy it a lot.
By the way, the reaction we've just watched is from Ziostorm. Ziostorm is one of my favorite channels. I highly recommend you check out Ziostorm. Obviously, Ziostorm is considerably larger channel than me, but regardless, I was extremely happy. Oh my god, Shadiversity wrote, oh my god, Shadiversity wrote a giant fucking essay in response to this. Oh, he mad. The next part is a massive misrepresentation of what I said, so much so it's a flat-out lie. You claimed I felt I had experienced the game in full. I never said that. You literally did. He literally said that. He literally said almost exactly that. Dude, Shadiversity is so fucking sad. Okay, everybody. Oh my god. That is so pathetic. Didn't he almost literally say that? He said, hold on, we can go back and watch it. Hold on, let's see. It's the second point in the video.
That was fun. Now I'm done with magic already. I know I could get the big Kamehameha thing, but I know how that would go. And I was like, oh, wow. I've had this feeling with a lot of games. I'm already done with Elden Ring. Like, I've immersed myself in enough of the gameplay that I know I've enjoyed it, but now there's nothing holding me.
That is almost exactly what he said. He said, I'm already done with Elden Ring. I've experienced everything and I'm fully immersed.
I've had this feeling with a lot of games. I'm already done with Elden Ring. Like,
How? Oh my god, whatever. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Okay, we can't sit here. We could go on about Shadiversity forever. Shadiversity is wrong about Elden Ring, and the reason why he's wrong about Elden Ring is because he fundamentally misunderstands how FromSoft tells stories and what FromSoft's sort of signature style is. On top of that, he seems incapable of acknowledging that his own experience with Elden Ring is proof that Elden Ring's model works, that his experience with Elden Ring, his curiosity carried him forward, and even though he encountered a hump, he overcame that hump by indulging in his curiosity, which is what all of the FromSoft games want you to do. They are all trying to teach you to indulge in curiosity. FromSoft's games are amazingly lifelike in that the way that they present their story is a lot how we encounter stories in the real world. Not like how we pick up a book and read a story directly delivered to us in order of page 1 to page 300. But rather how things are uncovered in the real world. You walk out of your room, you see an object on the ground that you don't remember being there. You go, how did this object get here? You look around and you can't find necessarily immediately a clue to why that object is there. So perhaps you pick up the object and that's that. You return it to its place and you call it good. Or you pick up the object and you go downstairs and you ask someone, hey, how did this object get here? And then someone in your house says, oh, I don't know. Maybe we should ask another person. And you go and ask another one of your roommates and they go, oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that I moved that object somewhere else. I must have dropped it. And then you go, oh, I'm sorry that you dropped it. And they go, yeah, I was running really quickly. And you go, why were you running so quickly? And then they go, oh, well, while you were doing something else in the other room, a bird came into the house. house, and I was trying to make sure that I opened the window so that the bird could fly out because it came in the chimney. And there you have it. You've discovered the story as a process of curiosity, of observing something, looking for context, and seeking out answers. Anyway, Elden Ring is good, and Shadiversity is definitely wrong about Elden Ring, and it's sad that he's like mad coping in the comment from a really, really, really well-structured and extremely kind video that was done in counter of his. If you enjoyed this protracted Elden Ring and FromSoft lore section and you'd like to see more of it, please make sure that you press subscribe and like down below. I would love to have more people hang out while I talk about video games, writing, lore, and all that cool stuff. There we have it. Okay, everybody. So 2 things. That's the end of that segment. I had a really good time. I would love to do more of that in the future. Hey, Gayfesh, stream has been really good, actually. It was very intense at first, and now I've realized that a bunch of news has happened that I need to quickly talk about before we play some Dark Souls. I should acknowledge, I should say. I'm not going to actually like cover the news. We'll do that in the future, but yeah, it's been good. Farida Vids with the $5 says, I've been watching you for years but never engaged in your community. I want to change that. You understand game storytelling and your game content is my absolute favorite. Holy shit. You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you so much. I'm incredibly, incredibly passionate about games, and I'm also passionate about how games effectively communicate their intentions, their world, their design. I am fascinated with video games that make me think differently, and I've encountered a lot of them, and I want to learn how to talk about them even better. So it makes me feel really good that you appreciate my gaming content. Thank you so much. Piftle Cakes with the gifted tier 1 sub, thank you so much. And Piftle Cakes with the gifted tier 2 sub. Oh my God, thank you so very much. I think I'm gonna read, there's a couple more donos I need to read real quick. Let me read these donos and then we're gonna play Dark Souls and I'll talk about everything that I'm hearing about right now. Elk Owl with the $10, thank you so very much. Dank Catlord, thank you very, very much with the tier 1 sub. Whatever happened to making fun of stupid conservatives? True! Phil's Informer with the gifted tier 1 sub. Red Carp 98 with the $10. Hamas has always been this way back to the 90s or 80s. They had this show called Pioneers of Tomorrow, literally indoctrinating children into being anti-Semitic jihadists. I believe it. Hamas is not a good organization. Hemorrhoid King with the gifted tier 1 sub, saving a white name. Hemorrhoid King with the tier 2 sub. Thanks in advance for the coverage of this topic. We always appreciate a measured perspective and all of your hard work. Thank you so much. Anna Eretian with the $25 says, thank you so much for the support, first of all, but says, there's a saying in cybersecurity, if Mossad wants your emails, give up. You're gonna get Mossaded. They'll get up on stage wearing shirts that say we did it and say we didn't do it. Yeah, I know. It's sad. Gail M with the tier 2 sub, did I miss the Israel-Palestine conversation? I don't think you did. Red Carp 98 with the $30 says, hi mama, finished a Kung Fu class because I have a life. Based! Glad I can actually catch a stream. Much love from Red. Thank you so much, Red Carp 98. Ms. Melina, oh, I already read that one before. Okay, so we've read all of them. We are all caught up. We are all caught up. Can a dragon be a dragon imp? Absolutely, Dragon Knightborn 94. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay, everybody, so I am receiving news that, I am receiving word that there is some breaking news going on in the Israel-Palestine situation. I see now that Vosh is currently streaming, which is always a sign that something breaking has happened. Let's take a look here. Israel issues genocidal exodus order, invasion seemingly imminent. Yeah, I realize, well, it now makes sense why 130 people didn't stick around for Dark Souls. I know why. I can imagine people really want to find out about that. And I can't really complain about it. Oh, here we have it from, oh my God. Fucking New York Times. Here we go. We're going to the CNN Israel Palestine. Here we go. CNN. Let's see. Holy shit. Holy shit. More than 423,000 people currently displaced in Gaza, according to the UN. Holy fucking God. The number of people internally displaced in Gaza by the Israel-Hamas war has risen to more than 423,000, the United Nations said Friday, a figure that represents over 20% of the besieged coastal enclave's population. And 12 minutes ago, Israeli military warns all Gaza City civilians to evacuate. The Israeli military on Friday called on all civilians in Gaza City to evacuate southwards as it maintains its bombardment of the coastal enclave in response to Hamas terror attacks that killed more than 1,200 people. United Nations warned Thursday that an Israeli military order to evacuate the entire 1.1 million population of northern Gaza to the south of the besieged enclave was impossible without causing a major humanitarian consequence. In its statement on Friday, the IDF said evacuated civilians will be able to return to Gaza City only when another announcement permitting it is made. Hamas terrorists are hiding in Gaza City inside of tunnels underneath houses and buildings populated with innocent civilians. They are using civilians as human shields, they claim. Do not approach the area of the security fence with the state of Israel, or they'll shoot you, is what they're saying. Israel has amassed more than 300,000 reservists along its southern border with Gaza, but has not confirmed whether it's planning for an intensified military operation. That is genuinely horrifying. How can you even imagine? No, nobody here can imagine what it would look like to be in the middle of 1.1 million people trying to escape one of the most densely populated cities on the planet all at once. And what it would look like to have 1.1 million people literally overnight flooding into another one of the already most densely populated places. 1.1 million people have nowhere to go. They will have no shelter. They will have no water or food or bathrooms. And there's no clean water in Gaza. 90% of the water in Gaza is toxic. Can we acknowledge why I was, oh my God, I don't even know, how do you even grapple with this? How do you even grapple with the fact that 1.1 million people are being ordered to evacuate because what they're saying is they're going to glass the city. They're going to bomb the city into the ground. Those people will never be able to go back. Everything they know, everywhere that they've lived, will be gone. And this is the response that America has stood up. Joe Biden has bravely stood up and said Israel has the right to defend itself by ordering 1.1 million people to leave their homes. Jesus Christ. I don't even know, like, how do you even make that make sense? How do you even make that digestible to anyone? They've given them a time limit of 24 hours. I don't even know what to say. There's nothing I can even... There's no commentary I can provide to this. We are watching this happen in real time. 1.1 million people being told, get out of your giant city and go down into another heavily, densely populated area in 24 hours because we are going to bomb the place that you live in. All I can say right now, in this particular moment is, what you are witnessing will be in history books forever. This event will not be forgotten. The the heinous actions that are being taken right now will and should be seen as one of the most evil things to occur in this century. If you, it's devastating. There's nothing we can do. That's the problem with these types of things. When the genocide that people want to say is, you know, oh, well, now the camps are happening and now the mass deaths are happening and the mass displacement and the tortures are happening. By the time that's happening, it's too late. By the time it gets to that point, it's too late. Genocide is a process. This has been built up and mobilized and constructed. The corral was built. The cages were built. And it's not just us, obviously. The people directly involved in it bear the responsibility for this. But the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of factions over many years that could have done a lot more to pay attention to this and to fight back against it. We're the first people in history to watch this happen in real time from all over the world. Endless encouragement. People, from the moment the attack happened, the bloodlust, the endless encouragement of unquestionable support for Israel, of not just acknowledging the grief of people who lost people in the attack from Hamas, but the justification that Israel should be able to do whatever it wants in response. Chariot says we should remember that we have a unique opportunity here to build consciousness of this in social media in a way that teaches people what is going on, why it's wrong, and how to avoid repeating this. Yeah, it's something I'm going to have to do a lot of thinking on for my next stream. My next stream, I'm going to have to focus on this and talk about it further. By the way, if you're somebody who genuinely cares about this topic and you've been trying your best, history will smile upon you. History will smile upon you like all of the other people who fought against other horrific genocides in the past, like the Holocaust, people who spoke out against it at their time. When in the future, people are trying to make the argument that, oh, people were a product of their time, the bloodlust was a product of its time. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it isn't. It's not a fucking product of its time. The bloodlust, the unforgivable hatred, the unforgivable willingness to look the other way at the heinous mistreatment, the mass murder of innocent people. I can't even imagine. Can you even imagine what you would do if you were given 24 hours and said, if you lived in the dead center, your apartment was in the middle of New York City, and you were told you have 24 hours to go south, or else you're going to die in a bombing. And every single other person around you is immediately taking that action, and you know where you're going has also been bombed for days. And you know that you won't necessarily be able to buy food, that you won't be able to find clean water, and you and your family need to flee. How would you even handle that? We aren't allowing this to happen, Faradavids. On this channel, we've said everything we can. I live in America. There's not a whole lot I can do. We aren't allowing this. We are just witnesses to it. We are witnesses to a horror that we now know can occur literally anywhere. That there are definable paths to these sorts of things happening. There are steps that are taken that make these things possible. And you can claim that you're one of the people who witnessed parts of this process. Chariot is right about the consciousness event, that this is an opportunity, this is an opportunity, the only real opportunity that there is in this is to hopefully teach people that this kind of shit can happen anywhere, and that there is a path, there is a formula that it follows. The genocide follows a specific formula, and that it can even occur in a place that was created as the result of another genocide. Killjoy says, I feel like about the only thing that we can do as Americans is prevent pro-Israel lobby from using this as a platform to gain seats. Honestly, talking about this, talking in an educated manner about how horrific the treatment of Palestinians will be, how horrific the treatment of Palestinians has been, will be an option to help actually disempower Israel's ability to do this in the future. We have to be willing to take this knowledge and use it to teach people so that they will not support unquestioned, unequivocal support of Israel. Cosmo Kitty says, just got back, what's going on? Israel just announced Israel just gave a warning to the entirety of the northern Gaza Strip, which is home to 1.1 million people, that they must evacuate in the next 24 hours because they are planning on a massive bombardment of northern Gaza. 1.1 million people are supposed to evacuate to the south in 24 hours. The UN has already issued a statement that says that this is impossible without devastating humanitarian consequences. Here's the story, by the way. If anybody needs the actual story, bam, here you go. Genuinely, Well, I know what I'm going to be following for the next, who knows. Yikes. Just before midnight local time. So what time is it in Israel right now? Oh my God. So they issued this order 8 hours ago, but the news has only started reaching. So the official order was issued 8 hours ago, but all of this was literally reported by AP an hour ago. So American news sources have only just now gotten word. Can you guys imagine how little of the word is going to get out in Gaza? They don't even have electricity in northern Gaza right now. How are they gonna how is the word gonna spread? There is going to be so many people who do not know within the next 24 hours. I mean, obviously a lot of people are gonna be spending their hours running door to door warning people. Yeah, I don't think I can play Dark Souls tonight, guys. We already had our Dark Souls talk, and I was hoping to get to play, but I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it would be, I don't know. I'm just not feeling it right now. I'll definitely try to do in Dark Souls, a full Dark Souls stream this weekend. But, yeah. It feels off. We'll see. I'm not going to stop stream right now. We're going to talk about this for a few more minutes, but we'll see if I can work up the energy to do it. I don't know. I don't know. I was looking forward to playing too, but the vibe feels fucked, right? LB says, I actually appreciate your coverage so much. It's such a horrible situation. It's very hard to keep up with it because it hurts to read anything on it. You're doing amazing work. I mean, I won't lie. I've been following this incredibly closely. It's been a lot of I've had to explicitly stop myself from going online and following this news since it's occurred. In the last 6 days, it's basically been all I've been thinking about when I haven't been deliberately disconnecting from the internet in order to avoid the news. It's just, it's hard to not follow it. I know that like, again, and this is my job. So I'm happy that I'm able to at least like keep people informed without encouraging people to have to like do what I'm doing in some regard. And I'm trying to remember that there's only so much that I can do by looking at it and thinking about it. But I also can't help but feel from my position as somebody who talks about politics, even from my position as a political YouTuber, this feels like a very important issue to keep your eyes on. I've covered it numerous times in the past. You can search my channel. I've done like 5 separate streams in the past about this specific topic. A visit by Secretary of State Antony Blinken, along with shipments of U.S. weapons, offered a powerful green light to Israel to drive ahead with its quote-unquote retaliation in Gaza. This is the words of AP News. After Hamas's deadly attack on civilians and soldiers, even as international aid groups warned of a worsening humanitarian crisis, Israel has halted basic deliveries of necessities and electricity to Gaza's 2.3 million people and has prevented entry of supplies from Egypt. Not a single electricity switch will be flipped on, not a single faucet will be turned on, not a single fuel truck will enter until the Israeli hostages are returned home. Do you see why what I was talking about earlier was so important? Do you see why I said that the left has been wasting time? The online left in the last few days fucking dunking on people with quote-unquote bad takes instead of fucking calling this shit out directly and educating people rapidly about exactly what's happening? Galaxy says, I've been watching Demon Mama for a year on and off, and this is my first stream that I joined to talk in, and what an important one it is. Galaxy, first of all, thank you for being a longtime viewer, and also welcome to the chat. And yeah, we're literally witnessing history here. It's crazy that on this channel, in the last like calendar year, wait, when did the Ukraine invasion begin? February of 2022, so a little over. So in the last like year and a half, we've covered two genuinely world-shakingly historical moments live on this goddamn show. Oh, man. Oh, we're witnessing history. Oh, this is a historical moment. Guys, please, people are getting hurt. Someone hurry and go help them. Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I guess I'll just jump in the Atlantic Ocean. Sorry. I guess I'll just run across 3.2 thousand miles of America, jump in the Atlantic Ocean, and swim to Palestine, where the borders are currently closed by Israel. Witnessing this historical event is what we can do right now. What we're able to do is make sure that we don't let things like this get memory hold. That's what we can do. Yeah, go do it. Oh, so you're just fucking stupid. Why don't you do it? Of all the people, you're fucking sitting in my chat, you stupid piece of shit. Why don't you go do it? Welcome to all of the Vosh viewers. burning the midnight oil right now. I was about to play Dark Souls when we received the news that I believe you over at the Vosh stream have already seen. But I welcome you in. We're now deciding how we want to talk about this and whether or not we're going to actually end up playing Dark Souls together. But come on in, come get comfy for a while. We would love to have every one of you. We're at least going to be talking about this Israel-Palestine situation for a little bit longer. And thank you to Vosh for the raid, and thank you to the Voshites and all the VGGers for coming on over. I appreciate that. Hello, Vosh stream over. Wait, hold on a second. Lizabeth, are you the person who does this type of shit all the time in Vosh's chat? Is that the same Lizabeth? Voshites, somebody here was just being like, oh, stop talking about this. Go do something right now. Hurry and go help. Is this somebody that you're familiar with? Because I feel like I've heard that name before. This is a Loner Box plus Vosh raid. Well, welcome to the Loner Boxites. Happy to have all of you. And also, consider coming over to my website, demonmama.com/live. The website chat is very familiar if you're a Vosh viewer. And also, I think Loner Box has a White Nervosa site as well, if I'm not mistaken. Periwinkle, thank you very, very much. Demon Mama, always enjoy your content. Israel is currently run by demons. Yeah. So for those of you who are just coming in the raid, first of all, again, thank you for the raid and welcome. Earlier in this stream, which if you weren't here earlier, I yelled about my frustrations with how the left has handled talking about Israel-Palestine. And my take is probably not what you think it is, but it might be. So if you haven't seen that, when the stream is over, you should go watch it. You should watch the VOD because the timestamps will be up and everything. But yeah, I was pretty mad about that. And unfortunately, what we're witnessing now is kind of a case in point of what I'm talking about. It is, I don't know. I don't know how else to say that I'm frustrated that the online left was able to get distracted arguing about irrelevant Twitter posters when we should have been desperately moving as fast as possible to educate people on the actual facts of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Oh my goodness, so many new people. Come on in. The VOD is already 7 hours. Yep, I've been going for a long time. Depresso Transo says, I'm being based and practicing self-care by painting Iron Warriors Chaos Space Marines. That's awesome. Likes are at 666. Damn, that's so awesome. Well, we did have a lot of people viewing earlier, and then a bunch of news happened, and we were talking about Elden Ring for a while, which was funny. Oh my God. Typical white leftists seriously think they're the ones on the front lines. Well, no one here is on the front lines. We're all watching a stream. That's intrinsic to what we're doing, but that doesn't mean that there aren't things that we should do. You have to understand what your role is and what you can do. Streamers and their audience are information warriors, and we can do good if we acknowledge that that's what we are, that that's what we're able to do. And there are other things that you can do too. There are ways to like directly intervene in certain types of politics, but not all of it. There's no way for my audience to directly intervene in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Not at all. There's no way to do that. It's not possible. Even if you give money to humanitarian aid, even if you were to sign up right now for a humanitarian org and somehow they were like, yeah, we'll fly you over tonight, you would be blockaded at the border by Israel. I mean, there might be some viewer in Israel who could do something drastic or something, maybe, but I doubt it. In reality, what we can do is we can make sure that as many people as possible get access to the real information, that we're teaching people about the fact that that Israel's conservative government propped up Hamas in the first place, that Israel is openly signaling that they're going to engage in genocide, that this genocidal action is not any form of fair retaliation for an attack that was done by Hamas agents, that punishing millions of civilians is not okay. It never will be okay. That's the type of stuff we as a streamer and audience can communicate, and that's where we can have an impact. We can make sure people are getting access to good information. Nothing can stop it at this point. A genocide that is advanced this far cannot be stopped by a bunch of streamers. It can be a conflict can unfold. Damage can be done to those who are doing the genocide, but when it gets to this point, it's in the execution phase, and a lot of people are going to get hurt, and it's very, very difficult to be able to help, especially in a situation like this. It's especially difficult to help when Gaza is entirely encircled. Egypt has closed its borders, and the roads getting to the borders have been bombed. All of the paths in and out of Palestine are controlled by Israel. It is very difficult to help. Shitty ass kid says, I feel like I'm being gaslit into believing that everyone supports Hamas. I get some Jews telling me I support anti-Semitic terrorism. They bring up Holocaust survivors who support Israel, their dead relatives. They deny that it's an apartheid state, and they say that the world is against Israel, but I know they're wrong. Am I wrong for feeling like I'm being manipulated? No, you are. That is manipulation. When you say, when you're able to denounce Hamas, and even still, people tell you that making any arguments against Israel is somehow you engaging in anti-Semitism, that is absolutely, it is being gaslit. You are being propagandized to. You're absolutely correct for feeling that way. Argo says, hey Demon Mama, what have you been doing to preserve your mental health during this time? Editing videos on this has been very draining. I've been, so in my downtime, I either read Berserk, which you can see right here, my stack of Berserk books that I wanted to show off to chat. And I've also been leaving my phone in a different room and going and playing Dark Souls downstairs with my partners. I have been very, very much, I will not lie, I've been following this a lot. I've been talking about it and prepping about it for stream. But once I'm done getting my research done, and once I'm done saying what I need to say, I go and do other things. And I stay away from the internet in the meantime to the best of my ability. That's what I've been trying to do. Hello from the Voshites. We love you and free Palestine. Indeed. Indeed. This is worse than an apartheid? Of course it is. This is an outright genocide. There is no, do not be gaslit into saying, into it being anything else. It is a unequivocal, no questions asked genocide, okay? I mean that. When they have just said, Israel has just said to a city of 1.1 million civilians, you need to evacuate in 24 hours. Evacuate to a place that is also devastated, with no clean drinking water, with no guaranteed food sources, no electricity being allowed in, no food being allowed in. That is a genocide. Displacing people, starving them, making them die in the streets while bombing their homes is a genocide. Civilians! This is a genocide. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Do not be gaslit out of this. Do not be convinced to be light on your language. What we are witnessing is an atrocity. How are they even getting that? We were talking about that before. How is the message being spread? We don't know. It's been 8 hours, okay? It's been 8 hours since the order was issued. Over 8 hours. It's now been about 8 hours, and let me double check. Hold on. Let's take a look. It has been 9 hours. Sorry, 9 hours and 15 minutes now since the order was issued. And it has been like an hour and a half since Western news sources have started reporting this. AP News first reported this at 9:05 Pacific, which is 2 hours ago. So Western news sources weren't even getting full news of the announcement until 7 hours after the order was issued. CNN was let's see when it was. An hour ago was CNN's first story about the warning for evacuation. So I can't imagine that the word is spreading as quickly as it needs to in a city of 1.1 million people. It's been several days since they cut the power. They made this announcement very strategically. Very few people in Gaza will have a device that is even working right now. Horrific. Lizaby, I forgive you. It was a very silly thing to say for a number of reasons. What we have the ability to do in this space is bear witness, document to the best of our ability, and make sure that events like this do not get memory hold. That's what we can do for now, and use that to inform our future actions. This is a death march. It is a death march. What you are witnessing is the construction of a death march. The order is a formality. The US military has done the same thing. It's going to be another Fallujah, maybe worse. Depresso Transo says, not even counting power and device issues, there is just zero capacity to get to that many people in this small space in the time allotted. Even given 100% perfect transmission in all of Gaza, it's just not possible. Of course it's not. There are going to be people who are sick. There are going to be people who are, I mean, just name it. Have you ever been disconnected for 24 hours? Have you ever, gone to bed and then slept super late, or whatever? I mean, I imagine some people are going to get woken up by just the sheer noise. What about sick people? What about old people? What about old people who might be dealing with Alzheimer's or dementia? Yeah, the UN declared that evacuation is impossible. Yes. Why did the UN agree to cut off aid? Did it? Did they? I don't think they did they? I don't see anything about that. I don't think the UN did. It looks like back in 2021 there was a number of different funding paths to Palestine refugee aid that collapsed, but I don't see anything fresh. Bakamono Dragon says, hello from VGG. Demon Mama, this is worse than anything I would have imagined a month ago. I feel like I'm in 1940 watching Germany while the world does nothing, except even worse. When do people learn? People learn gradually and as a part of a process that we are currently participated in. We are small actors in a big process. We will have to continually educate people and inform people and struggle against this, because genocidal rhetoric and genocidal projects can pop up anywhere where where that type of behavior is allowed to flourish. It has to be fought against before it gets to this point. I know it's really hard, and yes, you are at this moment in a very similar position to someone watching the Holocaust unfold. I don't think that there's any unfairness in comparing these two things. You should take a quick look at the demographics of Palestine. Yeah, we were looking at it earlier. The median age in Palestine is 19. Semi-Locon with the tier 3 sub, thank you very, very much. I deeply appreciate supporting the show in this very, very stressful time. I may have been naive, but I never would have thought something this horrific would happen in the modern day. People forget how many genocides have happened in the last 100 years. I don't want to distract onto a bigger topic, but the 20th century and now the 21st century have really said something about what a fully statified world looks like. The prevalence of every nation being essentially chopped up into hyper-centralized powers sure has made a lot of extremely unprecedented genocides happen very frequently in a very short period of time, isn't it? Annie Online says, your chat seems very kind. It's nice. Thank you. My chat is generally very, very kind. We have put a lot of work into cultivating a productive and generally helpful community. Doesn't mean there's not ever any conflicts. There definitely are. But yeah, they are. Mr. Wynn says, like Vosh said earlier, Hitler particles are in everyone. We have to fight them anywhere they show up. Yep, very true. Thank you, Bipolar Kitten. I appreciate that. We had conflict, but it was basically between two people fighting with each other. It was basically a bum fight between Polymath and Nuts. Happens sometimes. Sanji with the $5, thank you very, very much. Demon Mama, in an analysis of political activists, they tied the whole situation back to patriarchy. What do you think? I don't know if I would tie it all the way solely back to patriarchy. That feels like perhaps a little bit of an oversimplification, but I do think that a patriarchal structure is present in both belligerents in this case. Hamas is an explicitly patriarchal organization, and the conservative ruling government of Israel is also a hyper-patriarchal organization. And I do think that that is worthy of noting. I don't know if you can... I would have to hear the argument being made. I think it might be a little bit of an oversimplification, but yeah. Demon Mama site chat war feels so quaint compared to Vosh's Instaban mode and YouTube anarchy. Well, I watch my YouTube chat. I know Vosh doesn't like his YouTube chat. I don't think Vosh even reads his YouTube chat, but I do. Yeah. I obviously read site chat a little more than YouTube chat, but that's just how it is. Hey Nuts, welcome back. Bakemono Dragon says, so we persist, never give up, do everything we can, and do self-care, right? I'm getting concerned about what can happen here, what no longer seems impossible or even unlikely. I need a supply of resolve and endurance. Do you know what the chat, Bakemono Dragon, I feel like I've seen you here before, but do you know what the message of our, what's rule number 1? Chat, tell me what the rule number 1 of Demon Mama's community is. What is rule number 1? Let's hit it. Come on, everybody get the fucking 1 rule. Do not fucking die. That is rule number 1 of the Demon Mama chat. And the reason is because it is the baseline by which you build a attitude of perseverance. You do not fucking die. Okay, that is my order. The 1 rule that I issue unequivocally. I do not order my imps around generally, okay? I do not tell people how to live their lives, but there is 1 rule that I am perfectly comfortable with issuing to every single imp. Do not fucking die. And the truth is that all of us who are watching this chat, basically none of us are immediately at risk of dying, which means that we can still carry on and fight to the next day. We can do better tomorrow. We can come up with new ideas. We can persist. We can find new ways to fix things. That we have that luxury, almost all of us. There might be some of you out there who are currently on your deathbed, but I think that most people who are here in this chat right now are going to be around tomorrow. And what that means is that we have the ability to persist. We have the ability to continue to act. We have the ability to continue to learn. We have the ability to speak tomorrow about how to build a better world, to take direct and immediate actions to build a better world. We can do that. Laundry says, why are you still streaming? It's been 7 hours. It's actually been 7 hours and 37 minutes. I'm still streaming because as I was about to sort of do something a little bit more relaxing to wind off the end of stream, news broke. Really important news. So. And oh my God, you're right on the money, Cinder. Cinder says fascists always fail in time. If you can't beat them, outlive them. Outliving them is part of how you beat them. The fascist structure is a short-sighted ignition of hatred and anger. It burns horrifically and causes harm, which is why we want to prevent it. But it can be outlived, which is part of the reason why I say do not fucking die. Arlo, I don't know what to say about what you're saying. I don't know anything about your drama with the Vosh mods. I don't feel like I don't feel like you're persecuted in the YouTube chat, are you? How do I follow rule 1 if I can't deal with my life anymore? Deal with your life. You need to deal with your life. That's the only option. You follow rule number 1 because even if it's fucking hard, living is worth it. Even if you feel overwhelmed by the challenges in front of you, find a crack. Put your energy, if nothing else, put your energy to finding the crack in one of the problems in your life and crack that bitch open, okay? Assume a Dark Souls type mentality, okay? Find the weakness and exploit it. Find a way to live. If you are confronted with problems, find the problem that you can find a solution for and slay that problem and move on to the next one. Find joy in the experience of living, in the experience of overcoming pain, okay? There is much to be learned from that type of approach. Stay strong, okay? Don't give up. You never know what's around the corner. And if you let your problems overwhelm you, if you let the presence of your problems overwhelm you, you won't know what it's like to live a life with some of those problems solved, or with some of those problems overcome, or with some of those problems reframed. Exactly. Tortellini Hentai says, great name, by the way. Says small victories add up to big ones. Yes. Guts is very good at not dying. Guts is pretty good at not dying. I'm not gonna lie, he's pretty goddamn good at not dying. He definitely doesn't always take the best path or the least painful path, but he survives on pure will to live, and I respect that to a certain degree. Don't you dare go hollow. Yes, exactly. I was never very good at Souls games. Skull Muncher, I'm not gonna lie. Souls games, they're really good advice about life generally. And think about it this way. If you can learn to beat a Souls game, you can definitely learn to beat issues in life, okay? Souls games are like a practice for a good mentality for overcoming hardship, okay? Souls games are sometimes brutal and unfair, but I personally, when I first started playing Souls games, I was not good at them at all. I absolutely sucked. If you could see the way that I played Souls games in the past, it was embarrassing, okay? It was ridiculous. And now I've played a ton of them, and I've seen and felt myself improve, and it is an incredible, incredible feeling. But not just that, certain games made by FromSoft, for example, the best example of this is probably Sekiro and Dark Souls 3's DLC, the Ringed City, have actually made me better at other video games. That by learning these things, I've learned how to engage with other different challenges. And also, I'm not gonna lie, I do genuinely believe that some of the skills of, some of the problem-solving skills that I've picked up from games like Dark Souls has helped me solve problems in my own life as well, by teaching me ways to think about approaching a problem, teaching you in a small way how to begin to build up resilience. I wish you could do stuff like this for chronic pain. I mean, chronic pain is a very difficult thing. Like, you can't just fight your chronic pain alone. However, a persistent mentality still can help you with that. Because there's all kinds of things that you can do that can reduce, or at the very least can make other aspects of your life fulfilling, such that the pain isn't like, not that the only, but it isn't as big of a part of your life. There are this mentality can still help you with those types of things. Gavin Grizzle says, I'm not gonna lie, Dark Souls really helped me deal with my MS diagnosis. I believe that. The Dark Souls games, a lot of people meme about them, and they are video games at the end of the day, but the Dark Souls games, a lot of them are very much about what you do when life is unfair to you, when shit is unfair, and whether you can find a way to persist or not, whether you can find something joyful and worthy even if the odds are stacked against you, even if things aren't fair and terrifying and maybe even disgusting or painful. They've certainly helped me. The Dark Souls games have been something that I have meditated on throughout a lot of my life. I mean, some of you guys know, I've talked about this before, that like back before I was a streamer, the year before I became a streamer actually, I had, my gallbladder was failing. And as a result of a mixture of the wildfires and insurance in the state that I was living in, I had to live with a failing gallbladder for over 6 months. And like, it had been a full year, but I didn't know what was happening at first. I would just wake up sometimes in extreme pain. But even once I found out what was wrong and they did a scan and they said, your gallbladder is completely done. It is dying. It is not infected, but it is completely non-functional. And that's why you're having hours of daily debilitating pain. It was six plus months of me waking up in the morning to 3 to 4 hours of debilitating pain. And of course that also sometimes happened at other random times. It was very reliable that it would happen in the morning very frequently. And during and beyond that, thinking about like, well, how did I overcome something that was fun for me? Something that was painful but fun in a game? Can I overcome something that isn't necessarily as fun? Can I apply the tactics that pushed me through something like a video game fight, a really hard or almost unbearably difficult fight in a video game? Can I apply that to my life? I played Sekiro the first time in 2019 at the same time that I was dealing with that pain. And Sekiro was a game that I really struggled with because I wasn't good at video games at all. Like, I struggled really hard and I beat Sekiro. I learned how to beat the game, and that was during the same time that I was dealing with this other stuff. So I think these games can be very valuable for that type of thing. Mixed Dizzy says, I was referred to a pain psychologist, and she said that the acceptance was crucial to learning to live with chronic pain like I have. She's right. The first step for me was grieving the loss of my health, then accepting myself as still valuable as a person in my disabled state. The goal is to find a healthy positivity that acknowledges the reality of pain while maintaining positivity about life itself. That itself helps reduce the experience of pain. That is such a blessedly incredible chat message. Such an incredible thing to say, Mixed Dizzy. And I couldn't agree with you more. I do feel like there's a different mindset people have for people that have been born with chronic pain and people who eventually develop chronic pain. I wouldn't be able to comment on that difference. The problem is I've literally never seen life get better, either stagnate or get worse. You have an impact on your life. Okay? if you haven't seen life get better, then take it onto yourself and try to find a way to make your own life better. Even if it's a small way, something small. Right now, there is probably something you could do to make your life better. Some decision, even if it's small. Maybe you go pour yourself a nice ice water. So that your mouth doesn't feel as dry like mine just was. You just made your life slightly better. Start small and build up from there. You would be amazed the things that humans can accomplish when they put their minds to it. Any human. You would be amazed the things that people have been able to do with the right mentality. Yes, the world is full of pain. We are all branded with the dark sign of suffering. All of us. Every last one of us, okay? But there are always things that we can do to make things better. And even if they're small, they still matter. I promise you, I am not saying this from like a place of not having experienced it, okay? Like I have been at the depths of it, all right? Some of my viewers can tell you I've talked about the most painful physical experience I've happened in my life, and I've been very open about my mental health history. I've been clinically depressed since high school, and I've found ways to overcome it and fight through it. I've experienced it. You guys have sometimes witnessed it. You guys have witnessed me step away from stream for a while because the depression has gotten so strong that I have to kind of turtle shell in order to make it through, or invest in my time somewhere else so that I don't feel burnt out from stream. You guys have seen this. Some of you have seen this yourself. Stay strong. Keep fighting. And learn to keep adapting. That's another thing. Adapt. The world will change you. It's okay to change. And also to embrace change. Embrace your ability to adapt and evolve and change the way that you do things. And remember, do not fucking die. Rule number 1. Okay? Rule number 1. Nasty says, my life has gotten marginally better once I pushed myself out of isolation and then even managed to find someone who helped me. I think you mean significantly better. Marginally means like a really tiny way. My life has gotten better since I pushed myself out of isolation and then even managed to find someone who has helped me through a really rough patch in material ways. In a way, I'm lucky I got to find people willing to help me and be around me, but it was ultimately my own decision to welcome new people into my life again that made it better. It's absolutely possible. It is. Sometimes it requires us to evolve. It requires us to change into something we might not even recognize, which can be scary. But like I said, change is important. One of the things that humans have the ability to do is continually evolve throughout our lives. It is it's very rare, and usually it is only because of very specific things that a human truly crystallizes. Most humans are able to continue changing and growing throughout the entire length of their lives. Until the very end, they can continue growing and learning new things about themselves and the world around them that let them change. It's incredibly powerful. Hey, Demon Mama, what's your opinion on linkers? Don't test me. People link in my chat a lot, and I let them get away with it because we're not overwhelmed yet. But I will take a Vosh-like approach to linkers if it gets out of control. Maybe we should play Dark Souls. Maybe we should play a little bit. We're at an 8-hour stream. Okay, maybe not. Oh shit. If I'm smart and healthy, I should keep chatting with chat for a little bit longer and then call it a night. Yeah, I should be healthy. I should be healthy. I'll do another stream this weekend, maybe. I can't do a 10-hour stream. Just play for an hour? Then it'll be almost 1 a.m. I think I need to be healthy. I think I need to be healthy. 1 a.m., it won't just be an hour either, because we're going to be doing Catacombs next, and I know how that goes. And once I get started on Catacombs, it'll be bad. All right, I'm gonna chat with chat for a little bit longer, and talk about some stuff with chat for a little longer, and then we're gonna have to call it a night, because I can tell that I'm gonna be following the news all for the next couple of days, and I will want to do Dark Souls as a dedicated stream in the near future. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a Dark Souls. Probably give it a specific date so the viewers all come over. By the way, if you're here watching right now and you're not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe to my channel and also come for a Dark Souls stream. Right now, I am doing a full playthrough of the entire FromSoft series, like of Soulsborne games. Dark Souls, then Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3 with all DLC, of course, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring. We are playing through all of these in order. I'm giving my thoughts. I'm talking about them. It's going to be awesome, and it has been awesome so far. Recently, we've been getting way more people tuning in for the gaming streams. And also, the reviews on the gaming streams have been stellar because, let's just be honest, they're awesome. And if you've never seen one of my gaming streams, next time you see my gaming stream notification come up, tune in and stick around, because I'm telling you, the gaming streams are awesome. Okay, seriously, they are awesome. Tentacle Therapist says, hi, Demon Mama, first time chatter, long time imp. Just wanted to say I really appreciate your perspective on things. It's a breath of fresh air in this online hellscape. I hope you have a great rest of stream. Thank you so much, Tentacle Therapist. Very happy to have you, and you're very welcome. Thank you for the kind words. Seriously. Read us a chapter of Berserk like a bedtime story? I would have to do voices. Gay fresh air, yeah. Mix Dizzy says, the gaming streams are not just normal gaming streams that are just playing footage. Mama talks about the game and analyzes the story and makes it very fun. Thank you. That's one thing that a lot of people have been saying. They like my game streams because there's more than just blanket gaming. I don't just sit there and grunt at the screen. I'm talking about shit. I'm making jokes. I'm analyzing my gameplay. I'm talking about lore tidbits. I'm talking about shit that it reminds me of. All kinds of cool stuff. You guys would love it. Yeah, listen, see? A lot of Apple says the gaming content is sleeper content. It's true. People have been sleeping on it. It's just how it is. I understand it. Most of what I do is politics. So people, they go, oh, well, I come here for politics. Maybe I don't want to watch a game stream. You should. I also pull some insane shit during gameplay. It's true. It's true. I do pull off some insane shit during gameplay. Sometimes insane in a good way, sometimes insane in a bad way. Poveros says, Demon Mama, do you ever talk about local stuff like Washington stuff? I do. Yes, I do. I often talk about my adventures locally, and I do sometimes talk about specifically Washington politics. The voice boxer with the incredibly generous $5. Demon Mama and Friends demonic bedtime ASMR with voices. Oh, I would love that. That sounds amazing. In fact, actually, for those of you who want an idea of what my gaming content is like sometimes, I actually did earlier in this stream. So if you watch the VOD, if you're still looking for entertainment, if you're up and you're still looking for fun, if you rewind the VOD, not only can you watch my segment where I yell at the online left, which of course is very good, but also you can watch my segment reacting to Shadiversity critiquing Elden Ring, which I counter-critiqued, and that was really fun too. Mildly muscular MILF says, you gotta try Hollow Knight. It's so wholesome. My daughter is obsessed and it's very Souls adjacent. I have beaten Hollow Knight, and I do intend to play Hollow Knight on stream. In fact, this is the deep lore you are about to listen to, okay? You are about to listen to, all right? The first game, the first stream I ever did was a Hollow Knight stream. I'm not even kidding you. Literally the first stream ever that I ever did was a Hollow Knight stream. Nobody saw it. No one here saw it because the only people who were watching it was my IRL partners and one of my IRL friends. And also the VOD doesn't exist anymore. I do have the video of that one. I saved it. But it is. Wait, I wonder, hold on. I wonder if it's, oh, I don't know if I'd be able to watch it just off the cuff, but. Where is it here? I have it here somewhere. I think it's in the archive, hold on. No? Hold on, let's see. I do have it here. I do have it somewhere. But I don't remember exactly where. Hold on, let's see. I thought I labeled it first stream ever. Hold on. I would have to poke through. I know I have it somewhere. I'll find it at some point. It's incredibly embarrassing, by the way. Skull Muncher says, thanks for talking to me earlier. You have a good night. It's late here, so I'm going to bed. Get some rest and keep it in mind, okay? Do not fucking die, Skull Muncher. You got that? That's my one order to you. You have been given an order by the Queen of Hell. Do not fucking die. You got it? Can you do that? Hold on to that, okay? Do not fucking die. I mean it. Give us the Demon Mama Lost episode. It's incredibly cringe. I was literally wearing a mask because I wasn't ready. I was like so nervous about showing my face that I wanted to just not worry about my face at all. So for the first stream, I put on like a goofy ass mask. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if this is the one that I'm thinking of. I think it's this one. Let me just see real quick. Oh. Why can't it be opened? Oh, the video can't be opened. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna have to go onto the, oh, I don't know if I'll be able to show it. Oh, it's gonna have to be, okay, I don't know if I can actually show it. Oh, it's not working. I'm gonna have to download it directly from my Dropbox. So we won't be able to watch it tonight, I don't think. Hold on, let me see. Maybe this is the one? Nope, that one can't be opened either. I know I have it somewhere. These ones seem to be glitched. So I don't know if we can actually do that. Anyway, I know I have it somewhere. I downloaded it specifically. Actually, wait a second. Is it on Twitch? It might be on Twitch. Let me check my Twitch account. I may have saved that, specifically saved that one. Well, this is one last thing I'll check real quick. Let me see here. Oh my God, look at all these old VODs. Holy shit. It's actually crazy to see which ones I did save. That's one of my earliest streams. No, it's not saved on, damn, it's not saved on Twitch, so it must only be on my Dropbox, which means I'll have to re-download it from the Dropbox. I'm surprised it's not letting me play it from the Dropbox. That's really fucking weird. What the fuck is this shit? Oh yeah, I forgot. You can see the clips that people have made on Twitch about your channel. oh, here's a bunch of haters trying to make clips about me. Oh, that's so funny. Oh well. Okay, I've rambled. I've been rambling. I'm so sorry. Dropbox preview only ever works like half the time. Yeah, it's true. It kind of sucks. I'll have to download it and maybe I'll show it sometime. It is really cringe. I was literally wearing like I said, I was wearing like a cringe ass mask because I was too nervous and I just wanted to stream. I just wanted to say that I had streamed once. And so I overcame it by being like, I'm so nervous about showing my face, I'll just put a mask on. Even if nobody watches me, except for my partners, at least I will have said that I did it and that I tested the audio. And then after that, my next streams, I was brave enough to show my face. And then after that, I kept pushing and I kept doing more and more streams. And now I was streaming at just about midnight with 332 viewers after an eight-hour stream. Pretty cool. Pretty fucking cool. Three years ago seems like a lifetime. Yeah, it's been a wild 3 years too. Been a crazy 3 years. All right, everybody. I think I'm all out of energy. I really wish we would have gotten to play. I really wish we would have gotten to play Dark Souls. But it's okay. There will be other days in the future for us to play Dark Souls together. And I want to say thank you very much for supporting me. Thank you for watching my show. Make sure that you're subscribed and keep your eyes out because we're going to be streaming again soon. I have a lot of stuff to talk about, and hopefully next time we will actually get to play Dark Souls together, which would be wonderful. And you should, if you have never watched a Demon Mama gaming stream, please come by. Anyway, thank you all for supporting me. Thank you all for being my imps. Do not fucking die, and I will see you very soon. I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm gonna go rest my body and my soul, and I'm gonna keep up on the news so that we can talk about this stuff in the future. See you very, very soon, and have a wonderful night.